Chapter 24. Kate was still shaking when they reached her house. Quinn had insisted on seeing her home for the second time that night, and she hadn't argued. The memory of the screams echoed in her head. She heard them, faint but constant, as she slipped wordlessly from the truck and left the garage, as she fumbled with the keys for the back door, as she passed through the kitchen to the hall and turned the thermostat up. Quinn was behind her like a shadow the whole time. She expected him to say something about the burnt-out light in the garage, but if he did, she didn't hear him. She could hear only the whoosh of her pulse in her ears, the magnified rattle of keys, Thor meowing, the refrigerator humming, and beneath all that, the screams. "I'm so cold," she said, going into the study, where the desk lamp still burned and a chenille throw lay in a heap on the old sofa. She glanced at the answering machine, no blinking light, and thought of the hang-up calls that had come to her cell phone at 10:05, 10:08, 10:10. A half-empty glass of sapphire and tonic sat on the blotter, the ice long melted. Kate picked it up with a shaking hand and took a swallow. The tonic had gone flat, but she didn't notice, didn't taste anything at all. Quinn took the glass from her hand and set it aside, then turned her gently by the shoulders to face him. "Aren't you cold?" she prattled on. "It takes forever for the furnace to heat this place. I should probably have it replaced. It's as old as Moses. But I never think of it until the weather turns. Maybe I should start a fire," she suggested, and immediately felt the blood drain from her face. "Oh, God, I can't believe I said that. All I can smell is smoke and that horrible... Jesus, what an awful..." She swallowed hard and looked at the glass that was now out of easy reach. Quinn laid a hand against her cheek and turned her face toward him. "Hush," he said softly. "But hush." As carefully as if she were made of spun glass, he folded his arms around her and drew her close against him. Another invitation to lean on him, to let go. She knew she shouldn't. If she let go for even a second now, she would be lost. She needed to keep moving, keep talking, do something. If she let go, if she went still, if she didn't occupy herself with some mindless, meaningless task, the tide of despair would sweep over her, and then where would she be? Without defense, in the arms of a man she still loved but couldn't have. The full import of that answer was heavy enough to strain what little strength she had left, ironically tempting her further to take the support Quinn offered for now. She had never stopped loving him. She had just put it away in a lockbox in her secret heart, never to be taken out again. Maybe hoping it would wither and die. But it had only gone dormant. Another chill washed over her, and she let her head find the hollow of his shoulder. With her ear pressed against his chest, she could hear his heartbeat, and she remembered all the other times, long ago, when he had held her and comforted her, and she had pretended what they had in a stolen moment might last forever. God, she wanted to pretend that now. She wanted to pretend they hadn't just come from a crime scene, and her witness wasn't missing, and that Quinn had come here for her instead of the job he had always put first. How unfair that she felt so safe with him, that contentment seemed so close, that looking at her life from the vantage point of his arms, she could suddenly see all the holes, the missing pieces, the faded colors, the dulled senses. How unfair to realize all that when she had decided it was better not to need anyone, and certainly best not to need him. She felt his lips brush her temple, her cheek. Against the weaker part of her will, she turned her face up and let his lips find hers. Warm, firm, a perfect match, a perfect fit. The feeling that flooded her was equal parts pain and pleasure, bitter and sweet. The kiss was tender, careful, gentle, asking, not taking. And when Quinn raised his head an inch, the question and the caution were in his eyes, as if her every want and misgiving had passed to him through the kiss. "I need to sit down," Kate murmured, stepping back. His arms fell away from her, and the chill swept back around her like an invisible stole. She grabbed the glass off the desk as she went to the couch and wedged herself into a corner, pulling the chenille throw into her lap. "I can't do this," she said softly, more to herself than to him. "It's too hard. It's too cruel. I don't want that kind of mess to clean up when you go back to Quantico." She sipped at the gin and shook her head. "I wish you hadn't come, John." Quinn sat down beside her, forearms on his thighs. "Is that what you really wish, Kate?" Tears clung to her lashes. "No, but what does it matter now? What I wish has never had any bearing on reality." She finished the drink, set the glass aside, and rubbed her hands over her face. "I wished Emily would live, and she didn't. I wished Stephen wouldn't blame me, but he did. I wished—" She held short on that. What was she supposed to say? That she'd wished Quinn had loved her more? That they had married and had children and lived in Montana, raising horses and making love every night? Fantasies that should have belonged to someone more naive. Christ, she felt like a fool for even having such thoughts and stowing them away in a dusty corner of her mind. She sure as hell wasn't going to share them and risk looking more pathetic. "I've wished a lot of things, and wishing never made them so," she said. "And now I'll wish to close my eyes and not see blood, to close my ears and not hear screams, to close out this nightmare and go to sleep. And I might as well wish for the moon." Quinn laid a hand on her shoulder, his thumb finding the knot of tension in the muscle and rubbing at it. "I'd give you the moon, Kate," he said. An old familiar line they had passed back and forth between them like a secret keepsake. "And unhook the stars and take them down and give them to you for a necklace." Emotion stung her eyes, burning away the last of her resolve to hold strong. She was too tired and it hurt too much. All of it, the case, the memories, the dreams that had died. She buried her face in her hands. Quinn put his arms around her, guided her head to his shoulder once more. "It's all right," he whispered. "No, it isn't." "Let me hold you, Kate." She couldn't bring herself to say no. She couldn't bear the idea of pulling away, of being alone. She'd been alone too long. She wanted his comfort. She wanted his strength, the warmth of his body. Being in his arms, she felt a sense of being where she belonged for the first time in a long time. "I never stopped loving you," he whispered. Kate tightened her arms around him, but didn't trust herself to look at him. "Then why did you let me go?" she asked, the pain just beneath the surface of her voice. "And why did you stay away?" "I thought it was what you wanted, what you needed. I thought it was best for you. You didn't exactly beg for my attention at the end. You were tied up with the OPR because of me, because of Stephen, not because of you. Semantics. Stephen wanted to punish you because of me, because of us. And you wanted to hide because of us." She didn't try to deny it. What they'd had in their secret love had been so special, the kind of magic most people wished for and never found, the kind of magic neither of them had ever known before. But when the secrecy had finally been broken, no one had seen that magic. Under the harsh light of public scrutiny, their love had become an affair, something tawdry and cheap. No one had understood, no one had tried, no one had wanted to. No one had seen her pain, her need. She wasn't a woman drowning in grief, shut out by a husband who had turned distant and bitter. She was a slut who had cheated on her grieving husband while their daughter was barely cold in the ground. She couldn't say her own sense of guilt hadn't reflected back some of those same feelings, even though she knew better. It had never been in her to lie, to cheat. She'd been raised on a combination of Catholic guilt and Swedish self-reproof, and the wave of self-condemnation from Emily's death and her own sense of breached morality had come up over her head, and she hadn't been able to surface, especially not when the one person she would have reached to for help had backed away, wrestling with anger and pain of his own. The memory of that turmoil pushed her now to her feet again, restless, not liking the emotions that came with the memories. "You might have come after me," she said. "But between the OPR and the job, suddenly you were never there." "I thought you loved the job more than me," she admitted in a whisper, then offered Quinn a twisted half-smile. "I thought maybe you finally figured out I was more trouble than I was worth." "Oh, Kate." He stepped close, tipped her head back, and looked in her eyes. His were as dark as the night, shining and intense. Hers brimmed with the uncertainty that had always touched him most deeply, the uncertainty that lay buried beneath layers of polish and stubborn strength, an uncertainty he recognized perhaps as being akin to his own, the thing he hid and feared in himself. "I let you go because I thought that was what you wanted, and I buried myself in work because it was the only thing that dulled the hurt. I've given everything I ever was to this job," he said. "I don't know if there's anything left of me worth having, but I know I've never loved it or anything or anyone the way I loved you, Kate." Kate said nothing. Quinn was aware of time slipping by, of a tear sliding down her cheek. He thought of how they'd come apart, and all the time they'd lost, and knew it was more complicated than a simple lack of communication. The feelings, the fears, the pride, and the pain that had wedged between them had all been genuine, so sharp and true that neither of them had ever found the nerve to face them down. It had been easier to just let go, and that had been the hardest thing he'd ever done in his life. "We're a pair," he whispered, echoing what she'd said in Kovac's car. "What did you feel, Kate? Did you stop needing me? Did you stop loving me? Did you—" She pressed trembling fingers to his lips, shaking her head. "Never," she said, so softly the word was little more than a thought. "Never." She had hated him. She had resented him. She had blamed him and tried to forget him. But she had never stopped loving him. And what a terrifying truth that was. That in 5 years the need had never died. That she'd never felt anything close to it. Now it rose within her like an awakening flame, burning through the exhaustion and the fear and everything else. She leaned up to meet his lips with hers. She tasted his mouth and the salt of her own tears. His arms went around her and crushed her to him, bending her backward, fitting her body against his. "Oh, God, Kate, I've needed you," he confessed, his mouth brushing the shell of her ear. "I've missed you so." Kate kissed his cheek, ran a hand over the short-cropped hair. "I've never needed anyone the way I needed you. Need you." He caught the distinction and stood back to look at her for a moment. He didn't ask if she was sure. Afraid she might answer, Kate supposed. And so was she. There was no certainty in her. There was no logic, no thought of anything beyond the moment, and the tangle of raw feelings and the need to lose herself with Quinn, only with him. She led him upstairs by the hand. He stopped her 3 times to kiss her, touch her, bury his face in her hair. In her bedroom, they helped each other undress. Tangled hands, impatient fingers. His shirt on the back of a chair, her skirt in a puddle on the floor, never losing contact with each other. A caress, a kiss, an anxious embrace. For Kate, Quinn's touch was a memory overlapping real time. The feel of his hand on her skin was imprinted on her mind and in her heart. It drew to the surface the desire she had known only with him, instantly, in a warm rush and a sweet ache, as if they'd been apart 5 days instead of 5 years. Her breath caught at the feel of his mouth on her breast and shuddered from her as his hand slipped between her legs and his fingers found her wet and hot. Her hips arched automatically to the angle they'd found so many times before, so very long ago. Her hands traveled over his body, familiar territory, ridges and plains of muscle and bone, smooth, hot skin, the valley of his spine, his erection straining against her, as hard as marble, as soft as velvet, his thick, muscular thigh urging her legs farther apart. She guided him into her, felt the absolute thrill of him filling her perfectly, the same as she had felt every single time they'd ever made love. The sensation, the wonder of it had never dulled, only sharpened. For him as well as for her. She could see it in his eyes as he looked down at her in the lamplight, the intense pleasure, the heat, the surprise, the hint of desperation that came from knowing this magic happened only with each other. The last made her want to cry. He was the one, the only one. The man she'd married, whose child she'd borne, had never come close to making her feel what John Quinn made her feel with his mere presence in the room. She held him tighter, moved against him stronger, dug her fingernails into his back. He kissed her deeply, possessively, with his tongue, with his teeth. He moved into her with building force, then pulled himself back, gentled, eased them both away from the edge. Time lost all meaning. There were no seconds, only breaths and murmured words. No minutes, just the ebb and flow of pleasure. And when the end finally came, it was with an explosion of emotion running head-on from each extreme of the spectrum. And then came an odd mix of peace and tension, contentment and completion and weariness, until exhaustion overrode all else, and they fell asleep in each other's arms. Chapter 25. Listen up! Kovac leaned heavily on the end of the table in the loving touch of death war room. He'd been home long enough to fall asleep on a kitchen chair while waiting for the coffee to brew. He hadn't showered or shaved and imagined he looked like a bum in the same limp, wrinkled suit he'd worn the day before. He hadn't had time even to change his shirt. Everyone on the team was showing similar signs of wear. Dark circles under bloodshot eyes, deep frown lines etched into pale faces. The room stank of cigarettes, sweat, and bitter coffee over the original aromas of mice and mildew. A portable radio on the counter, tuned to WCCO, competed with a 10-inch television tuned to KSTP, both on to catch the latest reports the media had to offer. Photos from the car fire and of victim number 4 had been hastily pinned to one of the boards, so fresh from the developing trays they were curling in on themselves. "The media's going nuts with the stuff from last night," Kovac said. "Smokey Joe lights up a Vic practically under our noses, and we look like we've been sitting around picking our toenails. I've already had the chief and Lieutenant Fowler on me like a couple of trick riders this morning. Long story short, if we can't make something happen fast, we'll all be on jail duty doing body cavity searches." "That'd be the closest thing to sex Tip's had in years," Adler said. Tippin fired a paperclip at him from a rubber band slingshot. "Very funny. Let me start with you, Chunk. Mind if I use a crowbar?" Kovac ignored them. We managed to keep word of that cassette tape away from them. Thank God none of them found it, Walsh said, contemplating the state of his handkerchief. They'd be playing it on every station in town. Kovac hadn't been able to get the sound of those screams out of his head. The idea of that tape playing into every house in the Twin Cities was enough to make his stomach roll. The tape is at the BCA lab, he said. Some techno-geek is going over it trying to pick up background noise and the like. We'll see what he has to say later. Tinks, did you find Van Lee's? Liska shook her head. No go. It seems the only close friend he's got is whoever he's house-sitting for, and he sure won't be making any new ones soon. Mary and I managed to piss off everyone he knows, calling up in the middle of the night. One guy said Van Lee's was bragging on this house, though. He thought it sounded like it might be uptown or thereabouts, near a lake. I've got a car sitting on his Lindale apartment, Kovac said. Another one at the Target Center and one at the Edgewater townhouses. And every cop in town is looking for his truck. We've got no probable cause to arrest him, Urich pointed out. You won't need it, Quinn said, walking into the middle of the conversation. Flecks of snow melted in his hair. He shrugged out of his trench coat and tossed it on the counter. It's not an arrest. We're asking for his assistance. If this guy is Smokey Joe, then he's feeling cocky and smug. He made us look like idiots last night. The idea of the cops asking him for help will have enormous appeal to his ego. We don't want to lose the guy on a technicality, that's all, Urich pointed out. The first person to screw up that way I will personally shoot in the kneecaps, Kovac promised. So gee, Tippin said, eyes narrowed. You think this guy is it? He fits the picture pretty well. We'll get him in here and have a chat. Then I'd recommend a bumper lock surveillance. Make him sweat. See what we can get him to do. If we can rattle him, get him to spook, doors will open. If things fall right, we'll end up with cause for a search warrant. I'll head over to the Edgewater, Liska said. I'd like to be on hand, try to put him at ease, get his guard down. How did he seem at the meeting last night? Quinn asked. Fascinated, a little excited, full of theories. Do we know where he was Sunday night? The ever-popular Home Alone. I want to be there when you get him in the box, Quinn said. Not in the room, but watching. You don't want to question him? Not right off the bat. We'll have you in there and someone he's never seen before. Probably Sam. I'll come in later. Beat me as soon as you've got him, Kovac said as a phone rang in the background. Elwood got up to answer it. Tip, Charm. Did you find anybody who saw the DeMarco girl get in a truck Sunday night? No, Tippin said. And the going rate for that answer is $10, unless you're Charm, in which case you can get that answer in a blowjob for a smile. Urich gave him a dirty look. Like it's some kind of treat to get the clap for free. It is for Tip, Liska pointed out. Charm, telephone, Elwood called. Stay on it, Kovac ordered. Get some flyers printed off with the girl's picture and a picture of a GMC Jimmy. Ask Lieutenant Fowler about a reward. Chances are someone just hanging out in that area at that time of night will be willing to turn in his mother for a couple $100. Will do. Someone diplomatic has to go to the Phoenix and talk again to this hooker that knew the second Vic, Kovac went on. I'll do it, Moss offered. Ask her if Fawn Pierce had a tattoo, Quinn said, forcing himself to sit ahead. He rubbed at a knot in the back of his neck. Lila White had a tattoo exactly where that chunk of flesh was missing from her chest. Smokey Joe may be an art lover. Or an artist. Where'd you get that? Tippin asked, skeptical, as if maybe Quinn had just pulled it down out of the sky. I did something no one else bothered to do. I looked, he said bluntly. I looked at the photographs Lila White's parents gave Agent Moss. They were taken days before her death. If it turns out Fawn Pierce had a tattoo removed by the killer, you'll need to find where both women got them done and check out the parlors and everyone associated with them. Do we know if Jillian Bondurant had any tattoos? Hamill asked. Her father says none he knew of. Her friend Michelle Fine claims not to know of any either, Liska said. And I think she'd know. She's a walking scratch pad herself. Did she ever come in to get printed? Kovac asked, digging through a messy stack of notes. I haven't had time to check. A cell phone rang, and Quinn swore and got up from the table, digging in the pocket of his suit coat. Adler pointed at the television, where scenes from the car fire filled the screen. Hey, there's Kojak. The sun guns washed Kovac's skin out to the color of parchment. He frowned heavily at the cameras and shut down the questions with a stiff rendition of "The investigation is sensitive and ongoing. We have no comment at this time." You need to lose that mustache, Sam, Liska said. You look like Mr. Peabody from Rocky and Bullwinkle. Any mutilation on the latest Vic? Tippin called from the coffee pot. Autopsy's scheduled for 8, Kovac said, checking his watch. 7:40. He turned to Moss. Rob Marshall from Legal Services will meet you at the Phoenix. That's the brass making public nice-nice with the Erskines after the bitch Queen of the North kicked up that stink last night. Personally, I don't care how offended they are. I want someone to have a heart-to-heart with Vampira's mate at the station later today. Mary, ask him to come in and be vague when they demand to know why. Routine procedure like that. And ask if they have a credit card receipt or canceled check from the cabin they were in the weekend Lila White was killed. Greg Erskine was one of the last people to see our witness last night. The first Vic was a guest of theirs. The second was a friend of one of their current hookers. That's too many close calls for me, Kovac declared. Tony Erskine will be on the phone to every news outlet in the metro, Urich cautioned. If we're polite, that only makes her look bad, Kovac said. We're being thorough, leaving no stone unturned. That's what Tony Erskine wanted. Did we get anything from the meeting last night? Hamill asked. Nothing of use to us from the cars, Elwood said. Just the videotape. Kovac checked his watch again. I'll look at it later. Doc'll be sharpening her knives. You with me, GQ? Quinn held up a hand in acknowledgement and signed off on his call. They grabbed their coats and went out the back way. The snow had covered the filth of the alley, including Kovac's car, camouflaging tire hazards like broken Thunderbird and Colt 45 malt liquor bottles, which covered the ground in these downtown alleys like dead leaves. Kovac pulled a brush out from under a pile of junk in the back seat and swept off the windshields, the hood, and the taillights. You got back to your hotel all right last night? He asked as they slid into their seats and he turned the engine over. 'Cause I sure could have taken you. It's not that much out of my way. No, I was fine. It was fine, Quinn said, not looking at him. He could feel Kovac's gaze on him. Kate was so upset over that tape, I wanted to make sure she was all right. Uh-huh. Was she? All right? No. She thinks that body was her witness, that those screams were the screams of her witness being tortured. She blames herself. Well, it's probably a good thing you saw her home then. What'd you do, catch a cab downtown? Yeah. He lied, the morning scene playing through his mind. Waking up and looking at Kate across the pillow in the faint light, touching her, watching those incredible clear gray eyes open, seeing the uncertainty there. He would rather have been able to say making love had solved all their problems, but that wasn't true. It had given them some solace, reconnected their souls, and complicated everything. But God, it had been like returning to heaven after years in purgatory. Now what? The unspoken question had hung between them awkwardly as they'd cleaned up, gotten dressed, grabbed bagels, and hustled out the door. There had been no morning afterglow, touching, kissing, lingering passion. There had been no time to talk. Not that he could have gotten Kate to. Her first tendency when feeling cornered was to retreat within herself, shut the door, and stew. God knew he wasn't much better. She'd dropped him off at the Radisson. He'd shaved too hastily, thrown on a fresh suit, and run out the door, late. "I tried to call you this morning," Kovac said, putting the car in reverse but keeping his foot on the brake. "You didn't answer. Must have been in the shower." Quinn stayed poker-faced. "Did you leave a message? I didn't take time to check." "Just wanted to see how Kate was doing." "Then why didn't you call her?" Quinn asked, his temper tightening. He looked at Kovac and turned the conversation around on a dime. "You know, if you'd shown this much interest in the White murder back when, we may not be here right now." Kovac flushed. More with guilt than anger, Quinn thought, though the cop played the latter. "I did that case by the numbers." "You took the express lane, Sam. How else do you explain missing that tattoo?" "We asked." "I'm sure we did." "We must have," Kovac said, certain, then less so, then not at all. He craned his neck and looked out the back window as he let his foot off the brake. "Maybe we didn't ask the right person. Maybe no one had noticed the goddamn thing. Her parents are a couple of square pegs from a farming town. You think they wouldn't have noticed their daughter had a calla lily tattooed on her chest? You think none of her regular Johns noticed it?" Kovac gunned the engine, rocked the car out of its spot too fast, then hit the brakes too hard. The Caprice slid on the slick wet snow, and the back bumper met the corner of a trash dumpster with a nasty thud. "Shit!" Quinn winced, then relaxed, his attention still on Kovac. "You never checked the Erskine's alibi when Lila White was killed." "I didn't make them produce the receipt. What motive did they have to kill the woman? None. Besides, Tony Erskine was kicking up such a stink that we weren't trying hard enough." "I read the reports," Quinn said. "You worked the case hard for a week, then less and less and less. Same thing with Fawn Pierce." Kovac cracked the window open, lit a cigarette, and blew the first lungful outside. The Caprice still sat cockeyed, ass up against the dumpster. Liska came out of the building and pointed at him, shaking her head, then climbed into her car. "You've seen enough of these cases to know how it works," he said. "A hooker buys it, the department is about as concerned as if someone had run over a stray dog. Tag 'em, bag 'em, give 'em the no-frills investigation. If the case isn't solved fast, it gets pushed to the back burner to make way for the tax-paying citizens getting murdered by jealous husbands and crack-crazed carjackers. I did what I could while I could," he said, staring out the windshield at the falling snow. "I believe you, Sam." Though Quinn thought Kovac did not entirely believe himself. The regret was etched in the lines of his weathered face. "It's just too bad for those other 3 victims that it wasn't enough." "How long had you known Fawn Pierce?" Mary Moss asked. In the den of the Phoenix house, she sat down at one end of a pea-green couch, silently inviting Rita Renner to take the other end, creating a certain sense of intimacy. A spring poked her in the butt. "About 2 years," Renner said, so softly Mary reached out to the small tape recorder on the coffee table and pushed it closer. "We met downtown, and we just got to be friends." "You work the same territory?" She glanced up at Tony Erskine, who sat on the arm of the couch, a hand resting reassuringly on Renner's shoulder. Then she looked to Rob Marshall, who hovered on the other side of the coffee table, looking impatient to be somewhere else. His left leg was jiggling like an idling motor.
"Yeah,"
she said.
"We worked around the strip clubs and the Target Center."
Her voice sounded as if it were coming from another dimension. So quiet and mousy, dressed in old jeans and a flannel shirt, she hardly looked the picture of a woman strutting her stuff for the horny sleazeballs that trolled the seedier streets of Minneapolis, looking to pay for sex. But then this was the reformed Rita Renner, not the woman who had been arrested for possession and found to keep her crack pipe in her vagina. What a difference sobriety had made.
"Did she have any enemies? Did you ever see anybody hassle her on the street?"
Renner looked confused.
"Every night. That's the way men are,"
she said, glancing under her lashes at Rob.
"She got raped once, you know. People don't think you can rape a hooker, but you can. The cops caught the guy and he went away, but not for raping Fawn. He did some woman accountant in a parking ramp downtown. That's what he went away for. They didn't even want Fawn to testify, like it didn't matter what he'd done to her."
"Testimony about other possible crimes committed by a defendant isn't admissible in court, Ms. Renner," Rob said. "That seems unfair, doesn't it?"
"It sucks."
Someone should have explained that to Ms. Pierce. Do you know if she ever met with anyone from Victim Witness Services?
"Yeah. She said it was a bunch of shit. She was supposed to go back a few times, but she never did. All they wanted to do was rehash it all."
"Restating the events is crucial to the healing process," Rob stated. He smiled in a way that seemed awkward and made his little pig eyes disappear. "I highly recommend it to all my clients. In fact, I recommend they tape record themselves talking about their experience over a period of time, so they can actually hear the changes in their emotions and attitudes as they heal. It can be very cathartic." Renner just stared at him, her head a little to one side, like a small bird contemplating something new and strange. Mary stifled a sigh of impatience. Having someone not in law enforcement helping with an interview was about as helpful as an extra pinky finger.
"Do you know of anyone in particular who might have wanted to hurt Fawn?" "She said some guy had been calling her, bugging her." "When was this?" "Couple days before she died." "Did this guy have a name?" "I don't remember. I was pretty strung out at the time. One of her Johns, I guess. Can't you check phone records?"
"It would work only if she called him." Renner frowned.
"It's not in a computer somewhere?"
"If you knew the guy's name, we could check his phone records."
"I don't know."
Tears came to her eyes, and she looked up at Tony Erskine, who patted her shoulder again.
"Fawn called him the Toad. I remember that."
"Unfortunately, I don't think that'll be the name he uses with the phone company," Rob Marshall said. Tony Erskine gave him a pointed look.
"There's no need to get snide. Rita's doing the best she can."
Rob scrambled to recover. "Of course she is. I didn't mean to imply otherwise," he said with a nervous smile, which he turned to Rita Renner. "Can you recall any conversation you had with Fawn about this Toad? If you could replay a conversation in your mind, it might come to you."
"I don't know,"
Renner whined, twisting one shirt tail around her hand.
"I was on the rock then, and why would I remember anyway? It wasn't like she was scared of him or anything."
"That's okay, Rita. It might come to you later," Moss said.
"Can you tell me if Fawn had any tattoos?"
Renner looked at her, confused again by the sudden change of direction.
Sure, a couple. Why? Can you tell me where they were on her body? She had a rose on her ankle and a shamrock on her stomach, and a pair of lips with a tongue sticking out on her butt. Why?
Moss was saved from finding the non-committal lie, as Greg Erskine chose that moment to enter the room with a coffee tray. Picking up her tape recorder from the table, she rose and smiled apologetically.
I'm afraid I can't stay. Thank you for the thought.
You don't want to warm up before you go back out into the cold, Detective? Erskine asked, looking pleasant and vacuous.
No time, but thanks. I suppose there's extra pressure today, Tony Erskine said with a hint of malicious pleasure. With everything that happened last night, the task force is looking exceptionally inept. We're doing everything we can, Moss said. In fact, Sergeant Kovac asked me to have you stop by the station later today, Mr. Erskine, with a copy of your receipt for the inn you were staying at the weekend Lila White was murdered.
Tony Erskine shot off the couch, her face flaming. What? That's outrageous.
It's a formality, Moss assured. We're just crossing all our T's and dotting all our I's.
It's harassment, that's what.
A simple request. Of course, you're under no obligation to comply at this time. Sergeant Kovac didn't see the need for a warrant, considering how strongly you both feel about the thoroughness of the investigation.
Greg Erskine gave a nervous laugh, his attention on Tony. It's okay, honey. I'm sure I can find the receipt. It's not a problem. It's an outrage, Tony snapped. I'm calling our attorney. We've been nothing but conscientious citizens in all of this, and this is how we're treated. You can leave now, Ms. Moss. Mr. Marshall, she added, including Rob as an afterthought. I think what we have here is a simple communication problem, Rob said with the nervous grin. If my office can in any way facilitate— Get out! Greg Erskine reached out. Now, Tony— Get out! She shrieked, batting his hand away without even looking.
We're only trying to do the best job for the victims, Mrs. Erskine, Moss said quietly. I thought that was what you wanted. Or is that only when the cameras are rolling? Have you had a chance to talk to your friend in Milwaukee? Kate asked. You faxed her the picture, right? Yes, on the 2nd. No, on the 1st, Susan Fry answered.
Kate thanked God she had chosen to call rather than walk to the woman's office. Her frustration and impatience would have shown, she knew. Stress had shredded the veneer of manners, leaving all the emotional nerve endings exposed and raw. At this point, she thought, one wrong answer might drive her over the edge and she'd wind up like the guy with the gun in the atrium.
She's been tied up with a trial, Fry said. I'll call and leave her a message. Today.
Kate realized too late the word had come out as an order rather than as a question.
Please, Susan. I'm in a world of hurt with this kid. I don't know what Rob was thinking. He should have assigned her to someone on your side of the fence. I don't do kids. I don't know how. And now she's gone. I heard she might be dead, Fry said bluntly. Don't they think she's the victim from last night? We haven't heard for certain.
Kate mouthed the word bitch after. Some friend swinging for the low blow.
Even if it's true, we have to know who the kid was, so we can try to contact her family. I'll guarantee you right now, Kate, you won't find any who could give a damn, or she never would have ended up in this mess. Poor kid would have been better off aborted in the first trimester.
The callousness of that statement struck Kate hard as she thanked Susan Fry for her dubious assistance and hung up the phone. It made her wonder what exactly had brought Angie DeMarco into the world. Chance, fate, love, the desire for a check from aid to families with dependent children. Had her life gone wrong from conception, or had the mistakes come later? like tarnish slowly growing on silver that had been minted shiny and bright. Her gaze went to the little picture of Emily in the pocket of her overhead cupboard. A beautiful small life, luminous with the promise of the future. She wondered if Angie had ever looked that innocent, or if her eyes had always held the weary bitterness of a bleak existence.
Poor kid would have been better off aborted in the first trimester.
But Angie DeMarco was living out her sad life, while Emily's had been taken. Kate bolted out of her chair and began to pace the tiny space that was her office. If she didn't lose her mind by the end of the day, it was going to be a miracle. She had fully expected a command to Sabin's office first thing, or at the very least, an order to Rob's office for a formal dressing down for the things she'd said in the parking lot the previous night. No such call had come, yet, and so she had tried to fend off thoughts of Angie being dead by taking proactive measures to find out about the girl's life. But every time she so much as slowed down her thought process, she heard the screams from the tape. And every time she tried to think of something else entirely, she thought of Quinn. Not wanting Quinn in her mind, she sat down again, grabbed the telephone receiver, and dialed another number. She had other clients to think of. At least she did until Rob fired her. She called David Willis and got a very long, overly detailed explanation of how to leave a message on his machine. She tried her rape victim at home with similar results, then tried her at work and was told by the manager of the adult bookstore that Melanie Hessler had been fired.
As of when?
Kate demanded. As of today. She's had too many absences.
She's suffering from post-traumatic stress, Kate pointed out. Because of a crime committed against her on your property, I might add.
That wasn't our fault.
Post-traumatic stress has been ruled a disability by the courts, and therefore falls under the Americans with Disabilities Act.
She sank her teeth into the sense of injustice, almost glad for the chance to tear into someone.
If you discriminate against Melanie on the basis of this disability, she can sue you out of existence.
Listen, lady, the manager said. Maybe you ought to talk to Melanie about this before you go around threatening people, 'cause I don't think she's all that bent out of shape about it. I haven't heard boo from her all week.
I thought you said you fired her.
I did. I left it on her machine.
You fired her on her answering machine? What kind of rotten coward are you?
The kind that's hanging up on you, bitch, he said, slamming down the receiver. Kate hung up absently, trying to think when she had last spoken to Melanie Hessler. A week ago at most, she thought. B.C., before the cremator case. There hadn't been time to call her since. Angie had taken up all her time. It seemed too long, now that she thought of it. Melanie's calls had become more frequent as the trial drew closer, and her nerves wound tighter and tighter. I haven't heard boo from her all week. Kate supposed she might have gone out of town, but Melanie would have let her know. She checked in as if Kate were her parole officer. This felt wrong. The court, in its infinite wisdom, had seen fit to release Melanie's attackers on bail, but the cops had been good about keeping tabs on them, with the detective in charge of the case staying on top of the situation. I'm just spooked about everything because of Angie, Kate thought. There was probably no cause for alarm. Still, she followed her instincts, picked up the phone again, and dialed the detective in sex crimes. He'd heard nothing from their victim either, but knew that one of her perps had been picked up over the weekend for assaulting a former girlfriend. Kate explained what she knew and asked him to drop by Melanie Hessler's house just to check. I'll head over that way after lunch.
Thanks, Bernie, you're a peach. I'm probably just being paranoid, but...
Just because you're paranoid doesn't mean life's not out to get you.
True. And my luck isn't exactly on high tide here.
Hang in there, Kate. Things can always get worse. Cop humor. She couldn't quite appreciate it today. She tried to turn her attention to a stack of paperwork, but turned away from it and pulled Angie's file instead, hoping she might see something in it that would prompt an idea for some kind of action. Sitting in this office, waiting, was going to make her brain explode. The file was woefully thin, more questions than answers. Could the girl have left the Phoenix herself? If so, where had the blood come from? She flashed on the scene in the bathroom, the bloody handprint on the tile, the diluted blood trickling down the tub drain, the bloody towels in the hamper. More blood than any reasonable explanation could account for. But if Smokey Joe had come for her, how had he found her? And how was it Rita Renner had heard nothing? No doors, no struggle, no nothing. More questions than answers. The phone rang and Kate picked it up, half hoping, half dreading to hear Kovac on the other end of the line with news of the autopsy on victim number 4.
Kate Conlon.
The polished voice of a secretary delivered unwelcome news of another variety.
Miss Conlon, Mr. Sabin would like to see you in his office now.
Chapter 26. So, is this Sergeant Kovac coming or what? Liska checked her watch as she walked back into the interview room. It was almost noon and the room was uncomfortably hot. Van Lees had been waiting almost an hour and he wasn't liking it.
He's on his way. He should be here any time now. I called him the minute you said you'd come talk, Gil. He really wants to get your take on things regarding Jillian. But you know, he's over at that autopsy, the woman that got lit up last night. That's why he's running late. It won't be much longer.
She'd given him that line at least 3 times, and he was clearly tired of hearing it. Yeah, well, you know, I want to help, but I got other things to do, he said. He sat across the table from her wearing work clothes, navy pants and shirt. Like a janitor might wear, Liska thought. Or like a cop uniform with no embellishments. I've got to work this afternoon.
Oh, you're squared with that.
She waved off his concern.
I called your boss and cleared it. Didn't want you getting into trouble for being a good citizen.
He looked as if he didn't like that idea much either. He shifted on his chair. His gaze went to the mirror on the wall behind Liska. You know, we have one of those at the Target Center back in the offices. Anybody on the other side? Liska blinked innocence.
Why would there be anybody on the other side? It's not like you're under arrest. You're here to help us.
Van Lees stared at the glass. Liska turned and stared at it too, wondering how she must look to Quinn. Like some worn-out barfly in a smoky lounge, no doubt. If the bags under her eyes got any bigger, she was going to need a luggage cart to carry them. The middle of a serial murder investigation was not the time to want to impress anyone with her fresh good looks.
So you heard about the 4th victim, she said, turning back to Van Lees. That's some balls this guy has, lighting her up in that parking lot, huh?
Yeah, like he's trying to send a message or something.
Arrogant. That's what Quinn says. Smokey Joe's flipping us off.
Van Lees frowned. Smokey Joe? I thought you called him the cremator.
That's what the press calls him. To us, he's Smokey Joe.
She leaned across the table to suggest intimacy.
Don't tell anyone I told you that. It's supposed to be just an inside cop thing, you know.
Van Lees nodded, hip to the ways of the cop world. Cool with the inside secrets. Mr. Professional. She's good, Quinn said, watching through the glass. He and Kovac had been standing there 20 minutes, biding their time, watching, waiting, letting Gil Van Lee's nerves work on him. Yeah, no one ever suspects Tinkerbell will work them over. Kovac sniffed at the lapel of his suit and made a face. Jesus, I stink. The autopsy with a hint of smoke. So what do you think of this mutt? He's twitchy. I think we can scare him a little here, then ride his tail from the second he leaves. See what he does. If he spooks hard enough, you might get a search warrant out of it, Quinn said, his eyes never leaving Van Lee's. He fits in a lot of ways, but he's not the sharpest knife in the drawer, is he? Maybe he just plays it stupid so people expect less of him. I've seen that more than once. Quinn made a non-committal sound. As a rule, the type of killer they were looking for went out of his way to show off what brains he had. That vanity was a common downfall. Invariably, they were not as smart as they wanted to believe and screwed up trying to show off to the cops. Let him know you know about the window peeping, Quinn said. Press on that nerve. He won't like it. He won't want cops thinking he's a pervert. And if he's held to the usual pattern, if he's looked in windows, he's maybe tried fetish burglaries. These guys work their way up. Fish in that pond a little. Keep him off balance, he suggested. Let him think you might do something crazy, that you're fighting with yourself to keep control. The case and the brilliance of this killer are pushing you to the edge. Suggest it, don't admit it. Put all your acting skills to use. Kovac jerked his tie loose and mussed his hair. Acting? You'll want to give me the fucking Oscar. Do they know yet who the Vic is? Van Lees asked. The Vic.
I heard they found her ID during the autopsy, Liska said. Kovac wouldn't tell me about it, except to say it made him sick. He said he wants to find this sick son of a bitch and stick something in him. It was in her body? Van Lees said with a mix of horror and fascination. I read about a case like that once. You read true crime? Some, he admitted cautiously. It gives me insights. Into what, Nicky wondered. Yeah, me too. So what was the guy's story? His mother was a prostitute, and because of that he hated prostitutes, and so he killed them. And he always stuck something in there. He caught himself and blushed. Well, you know. Liska didn't blink. Vagina? Van Lees looked away and shifted on his chair again. It's really hot in here. He picked up a glass, but it was empty, and so was the plastic pitcher on the table. What do you suppose the killer gets out of that? Liska asked, watching him closely. Sticking things in a woman's vagina. You think it makes him feel tough? Powerful? What? Is it disrespect on an adult level? She posed. It always strikes me as something a snotty, brat little boy would do, if he knew what a vagina was. Like sticking beans up his nose, or wanting to poke the eyes out of a dead cat in the road. It seems juvenile somehow, but on this job I see where grown men do it all the time. What's your take on that, Gil? He frowned. A single bead of sweat skimmed down the side of his face. I don't have one. Well, you must. All the studying and true crime reading you've done. Put yourself in the killer's place. Why would you want to stick some foreign object up a woman's vagina? Because you couldn't do the job with your dick? Is that it? Van Lees had turned pink. He wouldn't look at her. Shouldn't Kovac be here by now? Any minute. I gotta use the men's room, he mumbled. Maybe I should go do that. The door swung open and Kovac walked in, hair mussed, tie jerked loose, rumpled suit hanging on him like a wet sack. He scowled at Liska, then turned it on Van Lees. This is him? Liska nodded. Gil Van Lees, Sergeant Kovac. Van Lees started to offer his hand.
Kovac stared at it as if it were covered with shit. I got 4 women hacked up like Halloween pumpkins and burned to a crisp. I'm in no mood to fuck around. Where were you last night between the hours of 10 and 2 a.m.? Van Lees looked as if he'd been hit in the face. What?
Sam,
Liska said with annoyance.
Mr. Van Lees came in to give us some insight on...
I want his insight on last night between 10 and 2. Where were you?
Home?
Home where? I understand your wife threw you out for wagging your willy at a friend of hers.
That was a misunderstanding.
Between you and your Johnson, or between you and this broad whose windows you were looking in?
It wasn't like that.
It never is. Tell me, how much time did you spend looking in Jillian Bondurant's windows? His face was crimson now.
I didn't...
Oh, come on. She was kind of a hot little ticket, wasn't she? Curvy, exotic, dressed a little provocatively. Those filmy little dresses and combat boots and dog collars and shit like that. A guy might want a piece of that, especially if the home fires went out, you know what I'm saying?
I don't like what you're saying.
Van Lees looked to Liska.
Do I need a lawyer? Should I have a lawyer here?
Jesus, Sam, Liska said, disgusted. She turned to Van Lees.
I'm sorry, Gil.
Don't apologize for me, Kovac snapped. Van Lees looked warily from one to the other.
What is this? Good cop, bad cop? I'm not stupid. I don't need to take this shit.
He started to get out of his chair. Kovac lunged toward him, wild-eyed, pointing at him with one hand and slamming the other on the tabletop. Sit! Please! Van Lees dropped back into the chair, his face washing white. Making an obvious show to control himself, Kovac pulled himself back one step and then another, lifting his hands and lowering his head, breathing heavily through his mouth. Please, he said more quietly. Please sit. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He paced for a minute between the table and the door, watching Van Lees out of the corner of his eye. Van Lees was looking at him the way he might look at a wild gorilla had he found himself accidentally locked in the pen with one at the Como Park Zoo. Do I need a lawyer? He asked Liska again.
Why would you need a lawyer, Gil? You haven't done anything wrong that I know of. You're not under arrest. But if you think you need one...
He looked between the 2 detectives, trying to figure out if this was some kind of trick. I'm sorry, Kovac said as he pulled a chair out at the end of the table and sat down. Shaking his head, he fished a cigarette out of his shirt pocket, lit it, and took a long drag. I've had about 3 hours of sleep all week, he said on a breath of smoke. I've just come from one of the worst autopsies I've seen in years. He shook his head and stared at the table. What was done to this woman? He let the silence drag, smoking his cigarette as if they were all in the break room taking their 15 minutes away from the desk. Finally, he stubbed it out on the sole of his shoe and dropped the butt in an empty coffee cup. He rubbed his hands over his face and combed his mustache with his thumbs. Where is it you're living now, Gil? He asked. On Lindale. No, I mean this friend you're house-sitting for. Where's that? Over by Lake Harriet? We'll need an address. Give it to Nicky here before you go. How long have you been doing that, house-sitting? Off and on. The guy travels a lot. What's he do? He imports electronics and sells them over the internet. Computers and stereos and stuff like that. So why don't you just bunk in with him all the time and dump the apartment? He's got a girlfriend. She lives with him. She there now? No, she travels with him. So how about you, Gil? You seeing anybody? No. No? You've been separated for a while. A man has needs. Liska made a sound of disgust.
Like you think a woman doesn't?
Kovac gave her a perturbed look. Thanks. Your needs are common knowledge. Would you pretend for a minute you're not liberated and go get us some more water? It's hotter than hell in here.
I don't mind the heat, she said, but the way you smell could turn the stomach of a sewer rat. Geez, Sam.
Just get the water. He shrugged out of his suit jacket and let it fall inside out over the back of his chair as Liska left grumbling. Van Lees watched her go, unhappy. Sorry about the stink, Kovac said. You ever wanted to know what a charred, dead body smells like? Now's your chance. Breathe deep. Van Lees just looked at him. So you never answered my question, Gil. Do you pay for it? You like hookers? You see a lot of them around where you work. Pay them enough, you can do what you like. Some of them will even let you knock them around a little if you're into that. Tie them down, stuff like that. Detective Liska said you wanted to talk to me about Miss Bondurant, Van Lees said stiffly. I don't know anything about those other murders. Kovac paused, rolling up his shirt sleeves, and gave him the cop stare. But you know something about Jillian's murder? No, that's not what I meant. What do you know about Jillian, Gil? Just how she was around the Edgewater, that's all. My take on her, like that. Kovac nodded and sat back. So how was she? She ever come on to you? No. She mostly kept her head down, didn't talk much. She didn't talk to anyone, or she didn't talk to you. Maybe she didn't like the way you watched her, Gil, he said, poking once again at the sore spot. Sweat beaded on Van Lee's forehead. I didn't watch her. Did you flirt with her? Come on to her? No. You had a key to her place? You ever go in there when she wasn't around? No. The denial did not come with eye contact. Kovac went for another of Quinn's hunches. Ever dig through her panty drawer, maybe take a souvenir? No. Van Lees shoved his chair back from the table and got to his feet. I don't like this. I came in here to help you. You shouldn't treat me like this. So help me, Gil, Kovac said with a nonchalant shrug. Give me something I can use. You ever see a boyfriend hanging around her place? No, just that friend of hers, Michelle. And her father, he came over sometimes. He owns her place, you know. Yeah, I suppose. The guy's as rich as Rockefeller. You ever think maybe this deal with Jillian was a kidnapping? Someone wanting to tap into the father lode, so to speak? You ever see any suspicious characters hanging around, scoping out the place? No. And you've been hanging around enough to notice, isn't that right? I work there. Not exactly, but what the hey. Saying so gives you just cause to be there. Check out the various apartments. Maybe do a little lingerie shopping. Purple in the face, Van Lees declared, I'm leaving now. But we've barely started, Kovac protested. The door swung open again, and Liska came in with the water. Quinn held the door and came in behind her. In contrast to Kovac, he looked crisp and fresh, except for the dark circles under his eyes and the lines etched deep beside them. His face was a hard, emotionless mask. He took a paper cup from Liska, filled it with water, and drank it down slowly before he said a word. Van Lee's gaze was on him the whole time. Mr. Van Lees, John Quinn, FBI, he said, holding out his hand. Van Lees was quick to accept the gesture. His hand was wide and clammy with stubby fingers. I've read about you. It's an honor to meet you. He took his seat again as Quinn went to the chair directly across from him. Quinn slipped his dark suit jacket off and hung it neatly on the back of the chair. He smoothed his gray silk tie as he sat down. You know a little about me, do you, Mr. Van Lees? Yeah, some. Then you probably have some idea how my mind works, Quinn said. You probably know what conclusion I might draw looking at the history of a man who wanted to be a cop but couldn't cut it. A man with a history of window peeping and fetish burglary. Van Lee's face dropped. I didn't... Liska picked up the Polaroid camera sitting on the table and quickly took his picture. Van Lees jumped as the flash went off. Hey! A man whose wife has evicted him and criticizes his sexual abilities, Quinn went on. What? She said what? Van Lees sputtered. His expression now was a mix of torment and embarrassment and disbelief. A man caught awake in a nightmare. He came out of the chair once more to pace. Circles of sweat ringed the armpits of his dark shirt. I can't believe this! You knew Jillian Bondurant, Quinn went on without emotion. You were watching her. He denied it again, shaking his head, his eyes on the floor as he paced. I didn't. I don't care what that bitch told you. What bitch is that? Quinn asked calmly. Van Lees stopped and looked at him. That friend of hers? She said something about me, didn't she? That friend whose name you didn't know? Liska asked. She stood between Quinn and Kovac, looking tough. You told me you didn't know her. But you said her name not 5 minutes ago, Gil. Michelle. Michelle Fine. Why would you lie to me about knowing her? I didn't. I don't know her. Her name just slipped my mind, that's all. And if you'd lie to me about a little thing like that, Liska said, I've got to wonder what else you'd lie about. Van Lees glared at them, red in the face, tears in his eyes, mouth quivering with temper. Fuck you people. You've got nothing on me. I'm leaving. I came here to help you and you treat me like a common criminal. Fuck you. Don't sell yourself short, Mr. Van Lees, Quinn said. If you're the man we're looking for, there's nothing common about you. Van Lees said nothing. No one stopped him from throwing open the door. He stormed out, his steps hurried as he made for the men's room down the hall. Kovac leaned against the door jamb watching. Dutchy guy. Almost like he has something to feel guilty about. Liska looked up at Quinn. What do you think? Quinn watched Van Lees bull the men's room door open with his shoulder, already reaching for his fly with his other hand. He adjusted the knot in his tie and stroked a hand down the strip of silk. I think I'll go freshen up. The stench in the men's room was hot and fresh. Van Lees was not at the urinals. One pair of thick-soled black work shoes showed beneath the stalls. Quinn went to the sinks, turned on a faucet, filled his cupped hands, and rinsed his face. The toilet flushed, and a moment later Van Lees emerged, sweaty and pale. He froze in his tracks at the sight of Quinn. Everything all right, Mr. Van Lees? Quinn asked without real concern as he dried his hands on a paper towel. You're harassing me, he accused. Quinn raised his brows. I'm drying my hands. You followed me in here. Just making sure you're all right, Gil. My buddy, my pal. I know you're upset. I don't blame you. But I want you to realize this isn't personal. I'm not after you, personally. I'm after a killer. I have to do what I have to do to make that happen. You understand that, don't you? What I'm after is the truth. Justice, nothing more, nothing less. I didn't hurt Jillian, Van Lees said defensively. I wouldn't. Quinn weighed the statements carefully. He never expected a serial killer to admit to anything. Many of them spoke of their crimes in the third person, even after they had been proven guilty beyond any doubt. And many referred to the side of themselves that was capable of committing murder as a separate entity. The evil twin syndrome, he called it. It enabled those with some small scrap of conscience to rationalize, to push the guilt away from themselves and onto their dark side. The Gil Van Lees standing before him wouldn't kill anyone. But what about his dark side? "Do you know someone who would hurt Gillian, Gil?" he asked. Van Lees frowned at his feet. "No." "Well, in case you think of someone." Quinn held out a business card. Van Lees took it reluctantly and looked at the front and the back, as if searching for some tiny homing device embedded in the paper. "We need to stop this killer, Gil," Quinn said, giving him a long, level stare. "He's a bad, bad guy, and I'll do whatever I have to do to put him away, whoever he is." "Good," Van Lees murmured. "I hope you do." He slipped the card into his breast pocket and left the men's room without washing his hands. Quinn frowned and turned back to the sink, staring at himself hard in the mirror, as if he might be able to see some sign in his own visage, some secret, sure knowledge that Gil Van Lees was the one. The pieces were there. If they all fit together right, if the cops could come up with just one piece of evidence. Kovac came in a moment later and reeled backward at the lingering smell. "Geez, what'd that guy eat for breakfast? Roadkill?" "Nerves," Quinn said. "Wait till he figures out there's a cop on his tail every time he turns around. Let's hope he bolts. If you can get in his truck, you might hit pay dirt. Or maybe he's just another pathetic loser who's a couple of clicks to the right of killing anybody. And the real Smokey Joe is sitting home right now, jerking off as he listens to one of his torture tapes. Speaking of, the techno geek at the BCA called," Kovac said. "He thinks we'll want to come listen to that tape from last night now that he's played with it." "Could he pull out the killer's voice?" "Killers. Plural," Kovac said soberly. "He thinks there's two of them. And get this. He thinks one is a woman." Kate walked into Sabin's office, thinking it had been just a matter of days since the meeting that had brought her into this case. In some ways it seemed like a year. In that span of days her life had changed, and it wasn't over yet. Not by a long shot. Sabin and Rob rose from their chairs. Sabin looking tired and dour. Rob sprang up. His small eyes seemed too bright in his pumpkin head, and he looked as if he had a temperature. The fever of self-righteous indignation. "So, where's the guy with the black hood and the axe?" Kate asked, stopping behind the chair intended for her. Sabin frowned as if she'd just spoiled his opening line. Rob looked to him. "See? That's exactly what I'm talking about." "Kate, this is hardly the time for cracking jokes," Sabin said. "Was I joking? I've managed to lose the only witness in the biggest murder investigation the cities have seen in years. You're not giving me the axe? After last night, I'm surprised Rob isn't holding it himself." "Don't think I wouldn't like to be," Rob said. "You're entirely too flip, Kate. I've had it with your attitude toward me. You have no respect." She turned to Sabin, discounting her boss without saying a word. But I'm intervening, Kate," Sabin said, taking his seat. "This is a highly charged situation. Tempers are running high all around." "But she always treats me like this." "Stop whining, Rob," Sabin ordered. "She's also the best advocate you've got. You know it. You suggested her for this assignment for very specific reasons." "Need I remind you we no longer have a witness?" Sabin glared at him. "No, you don't need to remind me." Angie was my responsibility, Kate said. No one is more sorry about this than I am. If I could do anything, if I could go back to yesterday and do something differently... You delivered the girl to the Phoenix last night yourself, isn't that right? Sabin said in his prosecutor's voice. Yes. And the house was supposedly under surveillance by the police, isn't that right? Yes. Then I blame this nightmare on them. Whatever became of the girl, whether she was taken or left on her own, is their fault, not yours. Kate glanced at her watch, thinking the autopsy was long over by now. If there had been any definitive proof the body in the car last night was Angie's, Sabin would know. I want you to remain available to the case, Kate. Do we know, she began, her heart rate picking up as she struggled to phrase the question, as if the answer would depend on how she put it. The victim in the car. Have you heard one way or the other? Rob gave her a nasty look. Oh, didn't one of your police buddies call you from the morgue? I'm sure they're a little busy today. The victim's driver's license was found during the autopsy. He drew a breath to deliver the news fast and hard, then seemed to think better of it. At that hesitation, Kate felt her nerves tighten. Maybe you should sit down, Kate, he said, overly solicitous. No. Already chills were racing up and down her body, raising goosebumps in the wake. Her fingers tightened on the back of the chair. Why? Rob no longer looked smug or angry. His expression had gone carefully blank. The victim was Melanie Hessler, your client. Chapter 27. I'm sorry, Rob said. His voice sounded far away. Kate felt all the blood drain from her head. Her legs gave way beneath her. She went down on one knee, still holding on to the back of the chair, and scrambled to stand again just as quickly. Emotions swirled through her like a cyclone. Shock, horror, embarrassment, confusion. Sabin came around from behind his desk to take her arm, as Rob stood staring, flat-footed and awkward, 4 feet away. Are you all right? Sabin asked. Kate sank down on the chair, for once not minding when he put his hand on her knee. He knelt beside her, looking at her with concern. Kate? No, she said. She felt dizzy and weak and ill, and suddenly nothing seemed quite real. I don't understand. I'm sorry, Kate, Rob said again, coming forward suddenly, looking as if it had just occurred to him that he should do something now that it was too late. I know you were very protective of her. I just tried to call her, Kate said weakly. I should have called her Monday, but suddenly there was Angie, and everything just got away from me. Images of Melanie Hessler played through her mind in a montage. An ordinary, almost shy woman with a slight build and a bad home perm. Working in an adult bookstore embarrassed her, but she needed the job until she could scrape together enough money to go back to school. A divorce had left her with no cash and no skills. The attack she had suffered months ago had left her fragile, damaged emotionally, psychologically, physically. She had become chronically fearful, skittish, waiting for her attackers to come after her again. A common fear among rape victims. Only it wasn't the men who had raped her Melanie had to fear, as it turned out. Oh, Jesus, Kate said, putting her head in her hands. She closed her eyes and saw the body, charred and horrible, disfigured, twisted, shrunken, stinking, violated, mutilated. Kate had held Melanie's hand and comforted her as she had related the awful details of her rape, the deep sense of shame and embarrassment she had felt, the confusion that such a terrible thing should have happened to her. Melanie Hessler, who had been so frightened of being hurt again. Tortured, brutalized, burned beyond recognition. And in the back of her mind, Kate could hear the store manager's voice. I haven't heard boo from her all week. When had the son of a bitch taken her? How long had he kept her alive? How long had she begged for death, all the while wondering what kind of God could make her suffer that way? Damn it! Kate let the anger well up, trying to draw strength from it. God damn it! Rob's voice came to her again through the maze of her thoughts. Kate, you know, it would help you to talk about what you're feeling now. Let it out. You knew Melanie. You'd helped her through so much. To think of her the way you saw her last night. Why? She demanded of no one in particular. Why would he choose her? I don't understand how this happened. It probably had to do with her working in that adult bookstore, Rob offered. Rob knew the case as well as she did. He had sat in on several meetings with Melanie, had gone over the tapes of those meetings with Kate, and suggested a support group for Melanie. Tapes. Oh, God, Kate whispered, her strength draining again in a rush. That tape. Oh, my God. She doubled over, putting her head in her hands. What tape? Rob asked. The screams of pain, of fear, of torment and anguish. The screams of a woman she had known. A woman who had trusted her and looked to her for support and protection within the justice system. Kate? Excuse me, she mumbled, pushing unsteadily to her feet. I have to go be sick. The dizziness tilted her one way and then another, and she grabbed what solid objects she could as she went. The ladies' room seemed a mile away. The faces she encountered en route were blurred and distorted, the voices warped and muted and slurred. One of her clients was dead. One was missing. She was the only common link between them. Crouching beside a toilet, holding her hair back with one hand, she lost what little she had eaten, her stomach trying to reject not only the food, but the images and ideas she had just been force-fed in Ted Sabin's office, and the thoughts that were now seeping like poison through her brain. Her client, her responsibility. She was the only link. When the spasms stopped, she sank down on the floor of the stall, feeling weak and clammy, not caring where she was, not feeling the cold of the floor through her slacks. The tremors that shook her body came not from the cold, but from shock and from a heavy black sense of foreboding that swept over her soul like a storm cloud. One of her clients was dead, tortured, murdered, burned. One was missing, a hastily wiped trail of blood left behind. She was the only common link between them. She had to be logical, think straight. It was coincidence, certainly. How could it be anything else? Rob was right. Smokey Joe had chosen Melanie because of her connection to the adult bookstore that happened to be in the same part of town frequented by hookers like the first two victims. And Angie had already been connected to the killer when Kate had been assigned the case. Still, that black cloud hovered, pressing down on her. A strange, instinctive reaction she couldn't shake. Too much stress, too little sleep, too much bad luck. She leaned her head back against the wall and tried to force her brain to move past the images from the crime scenes last night. Do something. The directive that had gotten her through every crisis she'd ever faced. Don't just sit there, do something. Action countered helplessness, regardless of outcome. She had to move, go, think, do something. The first thing she wanted to do was call Quinn, an instinctive urge she immediately defied. Just because they'd spent a night together didn't mean she could lean on him. There had been no guarantee of a future in those few hours. She didn't know that she even wanted to hope for a future with him. They had too much of a past. At any rate, this wasn't the time to think about it. Now that she knew Angie hadn't been the victim in the car, there was still some hope the girl was alive. There had to be something she could do to help find her. She hauled herself up off the floor, flushed the john, and left the stall. A woman in a prissy, snot-green suit stood at one of the sinks, redoing her already perfect makeup, tubes and jars spread out on the counter. Kate gave her a wan smile and moved 2 sinks down to wash her hands and face. Making a cup of her hand, she rinsed her mouth out. She looked at herself in the mirror, the makeup woman just in the fringe of her peripheral vision. She looked like hell, bruised up, beat up, dragged down, pale. She looked exactly the way she felt.
"This job will be the death of you, Kate,"
she muttered to her reflection. Brandishing a mascara wand, makeup woman paused to frown at her. Kate flashed her a lunatic smile.
"Well, I guess they can't start that competency hearing without me,"
she said brightly, and walked out. Rob waited for her in the hall, looking embarrassed to be within proximity of a women's toilet. He pulled a handkerchief out of his hip pocket and dabbed at his forehead. Kate scowled at him.
"What?"
she demanded.
"Now that Sabin's out of earshot, you're going to tell me how Melanie Hessler's death is somehow my fault? If I'd turned her case over to you on Monday, that would have somehow prevented her from falling into the hands of this sick son of a bitch?"
He faked a look of affront. "No. Why would you say such a thing?"
"Because maybe that's what I'm thinking," she admitted, going to the railing overlooking the atrium. "I think nobody can do my job as well as I can. But I didn't do my job, and now Melanie's dead."
"Why would you think you could have prevented what happened?" He stared at her with a mix of bemusement and resentment. "You think you're Wonder Woman or something? You think everything is about you?"
"No. I just know that I should have called her, and I neglected to do so. If I had, at least someone would have known and cared she was missing. She didn't have anyone else."
"And so she was your responsibility," he said. "Like Angie."
"The buck has to stop somewhere."
"With you. Catherine the Great," he said with a hint of bitter sarcasm. Kate lifted her chin and gave him the imperious glare.
"You were quick enough to dump the blame on me last night," she pointed out. "I don't get you, Rob. You tell me I'm just the person you want for this case, then you turn around and whine about the way I work it. You want to blame me for what's gone wrong, but you don't want me to accept that blame. What's your problem?" she asked. "Does my taking responsibility somehow screw up your strategy with Sabin? If I'm willing to take the blame, you can't be contrite and obsequious on my behalf, is that it?"
The muscles of his wide jaw worked, and something nasty flashed in his small eyes. "You'll live to regret the way you treat me, Kate. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but one day—"
"You can't fire me today, Rob," she said. "Sabin won't let you, and I'm in no mood to play your little posturing games. If you have a point for being here right now, please get to it. I have a job to do, at least for the next few hours."
His eyes narrowed to slits, and he moved his weight from foot to foot. His face grew darker. She'd pushed too hard, crossed a line she might not be able to get back over with a simple apology and a promise to behave. But she wasn't about to back down from him now. "The police want you to go over Melanie's interview tapes to see if she mentioned something that might be pertinent to this case," he said stiffly. "I thought it would be too much for you, considering," he went on with the affected tone of the wounded martyr. "I was going to offer to help."
"Was? Does that mean the offer has been rescinded because you've decided I'm an ungrateful bitch after all?"
He gave her an unpleasant smile, his eyes disappearing behind the lenses of his glasses. "No. I won't let your attitude interfere with my job. We'll listen to the tapes together. You listen for things that seem out of place to you because you knew her. I'll listen objectively from a linguistics angle. Meet me in my office in 5 minutes. Kate watched him waddle off, thinking that she hated him almost as much as she was going to hate doing this job. "Why can't I just stick an ice pick in my forehead?" she muttered to herself, and fell in step after him. "This tape is a copy," the BCA tech explained. Kovac, Quinn, Liska, and a skinny guy Kovac called Ears crowded together around a bank of black-faced electronics equipment studded with an amazing array of knobs and levers and lights and gauges. "The quality of the sound is much better than you'd ever get off a microcassette recorder," Ears said. "In fact, I'd say the killer actually had a mic clipped to the victim, or stationed very close to her. That would account for the distortion in the screams. It would also explain why the other voices are so indistinct." "You're sure there are 2 voices?" Quinn asked, the ramifications of that possibility filling his brain. "Yes. Here, listen." The tech punched a button and adjusted a knob. A scream filled the small room, all 4 people tensing against it as if it were a physical assault. Quinn fought to focus not on the emotions within the scream, but on the individual components of sound, trying to eliminate the human factor and his own human reaction to it. Reliving their crimes was a crucial component of a serial killer's life cycle. Fantasy, violent fantasy, facilitators to murder, murder, fantasy, violent fantasy, and on, around and around. Cheap technology made it as easy as the flick of a switch and the focus of a lens for them to play back something more perfect than a memory. Cheap technology, combined with the killer's egotistic need, had also made for a lot of damning evidence in recent years. The trick for cops and prosecutors was to stomach hearing and seeing it. Bad enough to see the aftermath of crimes like these. Having to watch or listen to them in progress could take a horrible toll. Quinn had watched or listened to one after another, after another, after another. Ears turned one knob down and pushed 2 small levers up. "Coming up here, I've isolated and muted the victim's voice and pulled out the others. Listen close." No one so much as took a breath. The screams faded into the background, and a man's voice, soft and indistinct, said, "Turn. Do it." Followed by white noise. Followed by an even less distinct voice that said, "Want to? Of me?" "That's as good as it gets," Ears said, punching buttons, running the tape back. "I can make it louder, but the voices won't be any more distinguishable. They were too far away from the mic. But by the readings I'm seeing, I'd say the first one is a man and the second one is a woman." Quinn thought of the stab wounds to each victim's chest, the distinct pattern: long wound, short wound, long wound, short wound. Cross my heart, hope to die. A pact, a pledge, a covenant. 2 knives, the light flashing off one and then the other as they descended in a macabre rhythm. Those wounds made sense now. He should have thought of it himself. 2 knives, 2 killers. It wasn't as if he hadn't seen it happen before, but he sure as hell didn't want to have to see it again, he realized, as resistance rose like panic up through his chest. Murder didn't get any darker or more twisted than when the killers were a couple. The dynamics of that kind of relationship epitomized the sickest extremes of human behavior. The obsessions and compulsions, the fears and sadistic fantasies of 2 equally disturbed people tangled like a pair of vipers trying to devour each other. "Will you play with the tape some more, Ears?" Kovac asked. "See if you can't pull out a few more words from one or both of them. I'd like to know what they're talking about." The tech shrugged. "I'll try, but I'm not making any promises." "Do what you can. The career you save could be mine." "Then you'll owe me 2 cases of beer I'll never see in this lifetime." "Crack this for me, I'll send you a lifetime supply of pig's eye." Quinn led the way back into the hall, already trying to sort through the tangle in his head in order to take his attention away from the tight feeling in his throat. Concentrate on the problem at hand, not the problem inside. Try not to think that just when he was beginning to feel they were making some progress, the number of killers multiplied, like something in a nightmare. Kovac brought up the rear, shutting the door behind him. "There's a wrinkle we didn't need," he complained. "Bad enough looking for one psycho. Now I get to tell the bosses we're looking for two of them." "Don't tell them," Quinn said. "Not right away. I need to think about this." He put his back to the wall, as if he intended to stand right there until the answer came to him.
"What's it do to the profile if he's got a partner?"
Liska asked. "What's it do to the profile if he's got a partner and his partner is a woman?" Quinn asked back. "Complicates the hell out of my life," Kovac said. The hall was dark with a low ceiling and not much traffic this time of day. Two women in lab coats walked past, engrossed in a conversation about office politics. Quinn waited until they were out of earshot. Are they equal partners? Or is the woman what we call a willing victim? Is she participating because she likes it, or because she feels she has to for one reason or another? She's afraid of him, he controls her, whatever. He turned to Liska. "Does Gil Van Lees have a girlfriend?"
"Not that I've heard about. I asked his wife, his boss, co-workers, nothing."
"Did you ask the wife about Jillian Bondurant? Whether she knew Jillian? Whether she thought her husband knew her a little too well?"
"She said he liked to look at anything with tits. She didn't single out Jillian."
"What are you thinking?" Kovac asked. "I'm thinking it's bothered me all along that we've never gotten a positive ID on the third victim. Why the decapitation? The extra mutilation of the feet? Now using Jillian's car to burn the fourth victim. Why so much emphasis on Jillian?" Quinn asked. "We know she was an unhappy, troubled girl. What more permanent escape from an unhappy life than death, real or symbolic?"
"You think that could be Jillian's voice on the tape?" Liska said. "You think she could be Van Lee's partner?"
"I've said all along the key to this thing is Jillian Bondurant. She's the piece that doesn't fit. It just never hit me until now that maybe she isn't just the key. Maybe she's a killer." "Jesus," Kovac said. "Well, it was a decent career while it lasted. Maybe I could take over Van Lee's job, chasing groupies away from the stage door at the Target Center." He glanced at his watch and tapped its face. "I gotta go. I've got a date with the wife of Peter Bondurant's ex-partner. Maybe I'll find out something about Jillian there. I want to talk to this friend of hers, Michelle Fine. See if she has copies of the music she wrote with Jillian. We could get some insights into her state of mind, maybe even to her fantasy life through her lyrics. I also want to find out what Fine's take on Van Lees is."
"She doesn't have one," Liska said. "I asked her the day we were at the apartment and we saw him. She said whoever notices the losers."
"But predators recognize their own kind," Quinn said. He turned to Kovac. "Who's on Van Lees?" "Tippin and Hamill." "Perfect. Have them go ask him if this friend whose house he's staying at imports recording equipment, video cameras, stuff like that." Kovac nodded. "Will do." "There are a couple of possibilities to consider other than Van Lees," Quinn pointed out. "If the relationship between Smokey Joe and his partner is about control, domination, power, then we have to look at Jillian's life and ask ourselves what men have held that kind of sway over her. I can name two that we know of." "Lucas Brandt and Daddy Dearest," Kovac said with a grim look. "Great. We may finally be onto something, and it's that the daughter of the most powerful man in the state is a sicko freak murderer. And maybe she gets it from Dad. I just get all the luck." Liska patted his arm as they started down the hall.
You know what they say, Sam? You can't pick your relatives or your serial killers.
I've got a better one, Quinn said as the myriad ugly possibilities for the close of this case flashed through his head. It ain't over till it's over. Chapter 28. D Cup was mostly empty, with the same pair of old geezers in beret and goatee arguing about pornography today, and a different struggling artist contemplating his mediocrity by the window with a $3 latte at hand. Michelle Fine had called in sick. Liska gleaned this information from the Italian stallion behind the bar and made a mental note to start a daily cappuccino habit. Never mind, D Cup was miles out of the way to anything in her life. That was actually part of the allure. Did you know her friend at all? Quinn asked. Jillian Bondurant? The Roman god pursed his full lips and shook his head. Not really. I mean, she came in here a lot, but she wasn't very sociable. Very internal, if you know what I mean. She and Chell were tight. That's about all I know besides what I've read in the papers. Did you ever see her in here with anyone else? Quinn tried. Michelle or Jillian Bondurant? Jillian. Can't say that I did. What about Michelle? She have a boyfriend? He didn't seem to like that question, like maybe they were getting too personal and he was thinking he should take a stand for the Fourth Amendment. Liska pulled out the Polaroid of Van Lee's and held it out. You ever see either one of them with this guy? Or the guy in here alone? Studley squinted at the photo the way people do in an effort to improve both their memory and their vision. Nah, he doesn't look familiar. What about their music? Quinn asked. Michelle said they performed here sometimes. Chell sings and plays the guitar on open mic nights. I know they wrote some stuff together, but I couldn't tell you who contributed what. Jillian never performed. She was a spectator. She liked to watch other people. What kind of music? Quinn asked. The edgy feminist folk thing. Lots of anger, lots of angst. Kind of dark. Dark in what way? Bad relationships, twisted relationships, lots of emotional pain. He said it as if he were saying the usual, with a certain air of boredom. A commentary on modern life. Quinn thanked him. Liska ordered a mocha to go and tipped him $1. Quinn smiled a little as he held the door. Hey, Liska said. It never hurts to be kind. I didn't say anything. You didn't have to. The snow was still coming down. The street in front of the coffee house was a mess. Lanes invisible, drivers had adopted a survival of the fittest mentality. As they watched, a purple neon nearly lost its life to an MTC bus. You're pretty good at this cop stuff, Liska said, digging the car keys out of her coat pocket. You should consider giving up the glamour of Cascu and the FBI for the relative ignominy of the Minneapolis Homicide Unit. You get to be hassled by the brass, abused by the press, and ride around in a piece-of-shit car like this one. All that, and I'd get to live in this weather, too? Quinn turned up his collar against the wind and snow. How can I resist an offer like that? Oh, all right, Liska said with resignation as she climbed behind the wheel. I'll throw in all the sex you want. But you have to promise to want a lot. Quinn chuckled and looked out the back window at the traffic. Tinks, you're something. Michelle Fine's apartment was less than a mile away, in a slightly seedy neighborhood full of sagging old duplexes and square, ugly apartment buildings that housed an inordinate number of parolees and petty criminals on probation, according to Liska. Van Lee's apartment on Lyndale is just a few blocks south of here, she said as they picked their way up the sidewalk, stepping in the rut others had stomped into the wet snow. Don't you just love a coincidence like that? But they seemed not to know each other when you were at the apartment? She thought back to the scene, furrowing her brow.
Not more than in passing. They didn't speak. Do you really think she might have caught him looking in Jillian's windows?
That was a shot in the dark, but it sure got a rise out of your boy. The thing I'm wondering is, if she caught him doing something like that, why wouldn't she have told you about it?
Good question.
Liska tried the building's security door, finding it unlocked.
Let's go get an answer.
The elevator smelled of bad Chinese takeout. They rode up to the 4th floor with an emaciated Hype who huddled into one corner, trying to look inconspicuous and eye Quinn's expensive trench coat at the same time. Quinn gave him a flat stare and watched the sweat instantly bead on the man's pasty forehead. When the doors opened, the Hype hung back in the elevator and rode it back down.
You must be something at a poker table, Liska said.
No time for it. She arched a brow, blue eyes shining invitingly.
Better watch out. All work and no play makes John a dull boy.
Quinn ducked her gaze, mustering a sheepish smile. I'd put you to sleep, Tinks.
Well, I doubt that, but if you need to prove it scientifically.
She stopped in front of Fine's door and looked at him.
I'm just giving you a hard time, you know. The sad truth is, you strike me as a man who has someone on his mind.
Quinn rang the bell and stared at the door. Yeah, a killer. Though, for the first time in a very long time, his thoughts were not entirely on his work. As if Liska had given him permission, he flashed on Kate. Wondered how she was doing, what she was thinking. He wondered if she had yet gotten his message that the victim in the car had not been her witness. He hated the idea of her blaming herself for what had happened, and he hated even more the idea of her boss blaming her. It made his protective instincts rise up, made him want to do something more violent to Rob Marshall than knock him on his ass. He wondered if Kate would be amused or annoyed to know that. He rang the bell again.
Who is it?
A voice demanded from inside the apartment. Liska stood in view of the peephole.
Sergeant Liska, Michelle. I need to ask you a few more questions about Jillian. I'm sick. It'll only take a minute. It's very important. There's been another murder, you know.
The door opened a crack, and Fine peered out at them from the other side of the safety chain. The wedge of space framed the scarred portion of her narrow, angular face.
That's got nothing to do with me. I can't help you.
She saw Quinn there, and her gaze hardened with suspicion.
Who's he?
John Quinn, FBI, Quinn said. I'd like to talk with you a little about Jillian, Miss Fine. I'm trying to get a better idea of who she was. I understand you and she were close friends. The seconds ticked past as she stared at him, sizing him up in a way that seemed odd for a waitress in a trendy coffee bar. It was more the look of someone who had seen too much of the streets. As she raised her hand to undo the safety chain, he caught a glimpse of the snake tattooed around her wrist. She opened the door and stepped back reluctantly. You haven't heard from her since Friday? Quinn asked. Fine gave him a look of suspicion and dislike.
How could I hear from her? She asked bitterly, her eyes filling. She's dead. Why would you ask me something like that?
Because I'm not as certain about it as you seem to be.
What the hell are you talking about? She demanded, looking frustrated and confused. It's all over the news. Her father is offering a reward. What kind of game are you trying to play?
Quinn let her hang as he looked around the room. The apartment was vintage 70s, original, not retro, and he figured nothing had been changed or dusted since. The woven drapes looked ready to rot off their hooks. The couch and matching chair in the small living room were square, brown and orange plaid, and worn nubby. Dog-eared travel magazines lay on the cheap coffee table like abandoned dreams beside an ashtray brimming with butts. Everything had been permeated by the smell of cigarette and pot smoke.
I don't need you trying to fuck with my mind, Fine said. I'm sick. I'm sick about Jillian. She was my friend.
Her voice broke and she looked away, her mouth tightening in a way that emphasized the scar hooking down from the one corner.
I'm just sick, so whatever you want, ask for it and get the hell out of my life.
She plucked up her smoke and sidestepped away, hugging her free arm across her middle. She was an unhealthy kind of thin, Quinn thought, pale and bony. Maybe she really was sick. She wore a huge, ratty black cardigan sweater, and beneath it a grimy white t-shirt, so small it looked as if it had been intended for a child. Her legs looked as skinny as pegs in worn black leggings. Her feet were bare on the filthy carpet.
So what have you got?
Liska asked.
Huh? You said you were sick. What have you got? The flu, she said absently, looking at the television, where a grotesquely obese woman appeared to be telling Jerry Springer all about her relationships with the pock-marked dwarf and the black transsexual sitting on either side of her. Fine picked a fleck of tobacco off her tongue and flicked it in the direction of the screen. Stomach flu. You know what I hear is good for nausea?
Liska said, deadpan.
Marijuana. They're using it for chemotherapy patients. Of course, it's otherwise illegal.
The threat was subtle, maybe just enough to weigh in their favor if Fine found herself struggling with the idea of cooperation. Fine stared at her with flat eyes.
The other day, when we ran into the caretaker at Jillian's place, Liska said, you didn't have much to say about him. What's to say? How well did Jillian know him? Were they friends? No. She knew him enough to call him by name.
She went to the postage stamp-sized dining table, sat down and propped herself against it as if she didn't have enough strength to sit up on her own.
He had his eye on her. In what way?
Fine looked at Quinn.
In the way men do. Did Jillian ever say he was hitting on her, watching her, anything like that?
Liska asked.
You think he killed her?
What do you think, Michelle? Quinn asked. What's your take on the guy?
He's a loser.
Did you ever have any kind of run-in with him? She lifted a shoulder as thin as a bird's wing.
Maybe I told him to fuck off once or twice.
Why?
Because he was staring at us. Like maybe he was picturing us naked together. Fat bastard.
And what did Jillian say about it? Another shrug.
She said once, if that was the biggest thrill of his life, let him stare.
She never said anything to you about him bothering her?
No.
She ever mentioned anything to you about feeling like she was being watched or followed? Anything like that?
No. Even though she was.
Liska looked at her sharply.
How's that? Her father and that Nazi shrink of hers watched her like hawks. Her father had a key to her apartment. Sometimes we'd get to her place and he'd be waiting for her inside. Talk about invasion of privacy. Did it bother Jillian when he did that?
Michelle Fine's mouth twisted in a strange little bitter smile, and she looked at the ashtray as she stubbed out her cigarette.
No. She was Daddy's girl, after all.
What's that mean?
Nothing. She just let him pull her strings, that's all.
She told you about her relationship with her stepfather.
Did she ever say anything to you about her relationship with her father? We didn't talk about him. She knew what I thought about him trying to control her. The subject was out of bounds. Why?
She asked matter-of-factly.
Do you think he was trying to fuck her too?
I don't know, Quinn said. What do you think?
I think I never met a man who wouldn't take a piece of ass if he got the chance, she said, deliberately brazen, her gaze sliding down Quinn's body to his groin. He let her look, waited her out. Finally, her eyes returned to his. If he was, she never said it in so many words. Quinn helped himself to the chair at the end of the small table, sitting down and settling in as if he meant to stay for supper. He looked again around the apartment, noting that there was very little in the way of ornamentation. Nothing homey, nothing personal. No photos. The only thing that appeared to be well taken care of was the small stack of stereo and recording equipment in the far corner of the living room. A guitar was propped nearby. I understand you and Jillian wrote music together, he said. What was Jillian's part of that? Fine lit another cigarette and blew smoke at the cheap chandelier. Quinn's gaze caught again on the snake tattooed around her wrist, twisting around the scars that had been seared into the flesh there long ago. The serpent from the Garden of Eden, a small red apple in its mouth. Sometimes lyrics, she said, smoke drifting through the gap between her front teeth. Sometimes music, whatever she felt like, whatever I felt like. Have you published anything? Not yet. What did she like to write about? Life, people, relationships. Bad relationships? Is there another kind? Did she keep copies of the stuff you'd written? Sure. Where? Liska asked. In her apartment, in the piano bench and the bookcase. I didn't find anything there the other day. Well, that's where it was, Fine said defensively, blowing out another stream of smoke. Do you have any copies I could look at? Quinn asked. I'd like to read her lyrics, see what they have to say about her. Poetry is a window to the soul, Fine said in an odd, dreamy tone. Her gaze drifted away again, and Quinn wondered just what she was on and why. Had the alleged murder of Jillian Bondurant pushed her over some mental edge? It seemed she had been Jillian's only friend. Perhaps Jillian had been hers. And now there was no one, no friend, no writing partner, nothing but this crappy apartment and a dead-end job. That's what I'm counting on, he said. She looked right at him then, homely and slightly exotic, greasy dark hair scraped back from her face, vaguely familiar, as every face in the world seemed to be to him after so many cases. Her small eyes seemed suddenly very clear as she said, But does it reflect who we are or what we want? She got up and went across the room to a set of shelves made from cinder blocks and wood planks, and came back sorting through a file folder. Quinn rose and reached out for it, and Fine twisted away, giving him a look from beneath her lashes that was almost coquettish. It's the window to my soul, too, Mr. Fed. Maybe I don't want you peeking. She held out half a dozen pieces of sheet music. Her fingernails had been bitten to the quick. Then she hugged the folder to her belly, an action that emphasized her small breasts beneath the tight t-shirt. She wasn't wearing a bra. Liska put her briefcase on the table, popped it open, and produced a fingerprint kit. We still need your prints, Michelle, so we can eliminate them from all the prints taken in Jillian's townhouse. I knew you hadn't made it in to do that, busy as you are and all. Fine stared at the ink pad and print card, wary and unhappy. It'll take only a minute, Liska said. Have a seat. Fine fell down on her chair and offered her hand reluctantly. When was the last time you heard from Jillian? Quinn asked. I saw her Friday before her session with the mindfucker, Michelle said, as Liska rolled her thumb across the ink pad and pressed it to a card. She didn't call you Friday night? No. She didn't come to see you? No.
Where were you around midnight, 1 o'clock?
In bed, naked and alone.
She looked up at him from under her lashes, sultry. Seems odd, don't you think? Quinn asked. She'd had a fight with her father. She was upset enough to run out of his house, but she didn't try to contact her best friend.
Well, Agent Quinn, she said, the voice of sad experience, I learned a long time ago you can never really know what's in another person's heart. And sometimes that's just as well.
Kovac jammed the Caprice into a police vehicles-only slot on the 5th Street side of City Hall and abandoned it. Swearing a blue streak, he tried to run through the plow-made snowdrift covering the curb, sinking to his knee in one spot. Stumbling, staggering, he got over the hump and hurried up the steps and into the building. Breathing like a bellows, heart working too hard to pump blood and adrenaline through arteries that probably looked like the inside of bad plumbing pipes. Christ, he was going to have to get himself in shape if he wanted to survive another case like this one. Then again, his career wasn't likely to survive this one. The hall was full of angry women who turned on him in a tide as he tried to negotiate his way to the Criminal Investigative Division. It wasn't until he was swamped in the middle of them that he saw the protest signs bobbing above their heads. Our lives matter too. Justice, a phoenix rising. Their voice came at him in a barrage like 24 shotguns going off at once.
Police harassment. Only the Erskines want true justice. Why don't you find the real killer?
That's what I'm trying to do, sister. Kovac snapped at the woman blocking his path with a bitter scowl and a belly the size of a beer keg. So why don't you move the wide load and let me get on with it? That was when he noticed the media. Flashes went off left and right. Shit. Kovac kept moving. The only rule of survival in a situation like this, shut your mouth and keep moving.
Sergeant Kovac, is it true you ordered Greg Erskine's arrest?
No one is under arrest, he shouted, forging through the mob. Kovac, has he confessed?
Was Melanie Hessler your mystery witness?
Leak in the ME's office, he thought, shaking his head. That was what was wrong with this country. People would sell their mothers for the right money and never think twice about the consequences to anyone else. No comment, he barked, and pushed his way past the last of them. He negotiated the clutter of boxes and file cabinets into homicide, hanging a right at Lieutenant Fowler's makeshift office. Tony Erskine's voice raked over his nerve endings like a serrated knife on raw meat.
And you can rest assured every station, every paper, every reporter who will listen to me will hear about it. This is an absolute outrage. We have been victimized by these crimes. We have lost friends. We have suffered. And this is how we're treated by the Minneapolis Police Department after we've bent over backward to cooperate.
Kovac ducked through the door into the offices. Urich jumped up from his desk, telephone receiver stuck to the side of his face, and made wild eye contact with Kovac, holding up a hand to keep him in the general vicinity. Kovac held up for 5 seconds, motor running, the excitement he had brought with him into the building like currents of energy humming through his arms, his legs, his veins and arteries. He bounced up and down on the balls of his feet like a boy who had to pee. I've got places to go and people to rake over the coals, Charm. Urich nodded and said into the phone, I'm sorry, ma'am, I have to go now. I have an emergency situation here. I'm sorry. Yes, someone will get back to you. I'm sorry, ma'am. He came around his desk, shaking his head. These people are driving me batshit. There's a woman insisting her neighbor is the cremator, and not only has he brutally murdered 4 women, she thinks he killed and ate her dog. I got time for this shit like I got time for root canal, Kovac snapped. Is Quinn here? He just got back. He's watching Erskine's interview, Urich said, falling in step beside Kovac, heading for the interview rooms. I just got a call from upstairs. And the woman with the dead poodle is the mayor? That's how friggin' weird this case is. No, before the dog lady. You're wanted in the mayor's office. They tried to get you on your cell phone. Dead battery. And you didn't see me. The battle axe can wait. I've got a big damn fish to fry. I've got Jonah's goddamn whale. Worry creased Urich's perfect brow. What do you mean, big fish? Where have you been? Kovac didn't answer, his mind already on the confrontation ahead. Quinn stood near the one-way glass, looking dead on his feet as he stared through to the next room, where Greg Erskine sat across the table from Elwood.
We paid cash. I couldn't find the receipt,
Erskine said, exasperated, fighting to keep that pleasant yuppie smile hanging on his face.
Do you keep all your receipts, Sergeant? Could you find a receipt for something you did months ago?
Yes, I could. I keep a simple but efficient home filing system, Elwood said conversationally. You never know when you might need a record of something. For tax purposes, for an alibi.
I don't need an alibi.
I know someone who does, Kovac said, snagging Quinn's attention. You want to take another ride? What's up? I just talked to Mrs. Donald Thornton, Peter Bondurant's ex-partner. You want to know how the emotionally unstable Sophie Bondurant got custody of Jillian in the divorce? You'll love this, he promised sarcastically. I'm almost afraid to ask. She threatened to expose him to the court and to the media for molesting Jillian. Chapter 29. Oh, God, Urich groaned with dread. Kovac wheeled on him. What now? You want me to pretend I don't know Bondurant was molesting his daughter? Allegedly molesting. You think I don't know I've just stepped in it up to my ass? I think you'd better hear what the mayor wants. I could give a rat's. She wants you in her office to give Mr. Bondurant a personal briefing on the status of the case. They're up there waiting for you now. The room fell silent for a heartbeat. Then Elwood's calm voice came over the speaker again from the interview room next door. Have you ever paid for sex, Mr. Erskine? No. No offense intended. It's just that working around all those women who've sold their bodies professionally might give rise to a certain curiosity, so to speak. Erskine shoved his chair back from the table. That's it. I'm leaving. If you want to speak to me again, you can do it through my attorney. All right, Kovac said to Quinn, nerves and anticipation knotting in his stomach. Let's go give the mayor and Mr. Bondurant the big update. I'll fill you in on the way. I'm sure you can understand Peter's need for closure in this matter, Edwin Noble said to Chief Greer. Do we have any kind of time frame as to when the body may be released? Not specifically. Greer stood near the head of the mayor's conference table, feet slightly spread, hands clasped before him, like a soldier at ease or a bouncer with an attitude. I have a call in to Sergeant Kovac. I understand he's waiting to hear from the FBI lab on some tests. Possibly, after those are completed, which could be any day. I want to bury my daughter, Chief Greer. Bondurant's voice was tight. He didn't look at the chief, but seemed to be staring into a dimension only he could see. He had ignored the offer of a seat and moved restlessly around the conference room. The thought of her body sitting in some refrigerated locker like so much meat. I want her back.
Peter, darling, we understand, Grace Noble said. We feel your pain, and I can assure you the task force is doing everything possible to solve this, really. Your lead detective has spent more time harassing me than he's spent pursuing any suspects.
Sergeant Kovac can be a bit gruff, Greer said, but his record in homicide speaks for itself. At the risk of sounding glib, Chief Greer, Edwin Noble said, Sergeant Kovac's record notwithstanding, what has he done for us lately? We have another victim. The killer seems to be thumbing his nose not only at the task force but at the city. Does Sergeant Kovac even have a viable suspect at this point? Lieutenant Fowler tells me someone was questioned earlier today. Who? A legitimate suspect? Greer frowned. I'm not at liberty. She was my daughter! Peter shouted, the rage in his voice reverberating off the walls. He turned away from the stares of the others and put his hands over his face. The mayor pressed a hand to her ample bosom, as if the sight was causing her chest pains.
If someone has been brought in, Noble said, the voice of reason, then it will be only a matter of hours before the press reveals that information. That isn't a comment on the security of your force per se, Chief. It's simply impossible to eliminate all leaks in a case of this magnitude.
Greer looked from Bondurant's lawyer to Bondurant's lawyer's wife, his boss. Unhappy and unable to see any escape routes, he sighed heavily. The caretaker from his Bondurant's townhouse complex. The intercom buzzed, and Grace Noble answered it from the phone on the side table.
Mayor Noble, Sergeant Kovac and Special Agent Quinn are here to see you. Send them in, Cynthia.
Kovac was through the door almost before the mayor finished her sentence, his eyes finding Peter Bondurant like a pair of heat-seeking missiles. Bondurant looked thinner than he had the day before, his color worse. He met Kovac's gaze with an expression of stony dislike.
Sergeant Kovac, Agent Quinn, thank you for joining us, the mayor said. Let's all have seats and talk.
I'm not going into particulars of the case, Kovac stated stubbornly. Neither would he sit down and be a still target for Bondurant or Edwin Noble. No one sat. We understand you have a suspect, Edwin Noble said. Kovac gave him the eagle eye, then turned it on Dick Greer and thought, cocksucker. No arrests have been made, Kovac said. We're still pursuing all avenues. I've just been down an interesting one myself.
Does Mr. Van Lees have an alibi for the night my daughter went missing?
Bondurant asked sharply. He looked at Kovac as he paced back and forth along the table, passing within a foot of him. Do you have an alibi for the night your daughter went missing, Mr. Bondurant? Kovac, the chief barked. With all due respect, Chief, I'm not in the habit of giving up my cases to anybody. Mr. Bondurant is the father of a victim. There are extenuating circumstances. Yeah, a few billion of them, Kovac muttered. Sergeant!
Sergeant Kovac believes I should be punished for my wealth, Chief, Bondurant said, still pacing, staring at the floor now. He perhaps believes I deserve to lose my daughter so I could know what real suffering is.
After what I heard today, I believe you never deserved to have a daughter at all, Kovac said, eliciting a gasp from the mayor. You sure as hell deserve to lose her, but not in the way she's lost now. That is to say, if she's dead at all, and we're nowhere near ready to say that she is. Sergeant Kovac, I hope you have a very good explanation for this behavior. Greer moved toward him aggressively, drawing his weightlifter's shoulders up. Kovac stepped away from him. His full attention was on Peter Bondurant, and Peter Bondurant's attention was on him. He stopped his pacing, an instinctive wariness in the narrowed eyes, like an animal sensing danger. I had a long talk today with Cheryl Thornton, Kovac said, and watched what color Peter Bondurant had leach away. She had some very interesting things to say about your divorce from Jillian's mother. Edwin Noble looked startled. I fail to see what relevance. Oh, I think it could be very relevant. Kovac still stared hard at Bondurant. Bondurant said, Cheryl is a bitter, vindictive woman. You think so? After she's kept her mouth shut all this time? I'd say you're an ungrateful son of a bitch. Kovac, that's enough, Greer shouted. Hardly, Kovac said. You want to kiss the ass of a child molester, Chief? That's your business. I won't do it. I don't give a shit how rich he is."
"Oh!"
Grace Noble exclaimed, pressing her hand to her chest again. "Maybe we should take this downstairs," Quinn suggested mildly. "Fine by me," Kovac said. "We've got an interview room all warmed up." Bondurant had begun to tremble visibly. "I never abused Jillian. Maybe you think you didn't." Kovac circled slowly around him, moving away from Greer, keeping Bondurant's eyes on him and putting his back to his lawyer. "A lot of pedophiles convince themselves they're doing the kid a favor. Some even confuse fucking little kids with love. Is that what you made yourself believe? You son of a bitch!" Bondurant launched himself, grabbing Kovac by the lapels and running him backward across the room. They crashed into a side table and sent a pair of brass candlesticks flying like bowling pins. Kovac held back the urge to roll Bondurant over and pound the shit out of him. After what he'd heard today, he dearly wanted to, and maybe he could have if they'd crossed paths in a dark alley. But men like Peter Bondurant didn't frequent dark alleys, and rough justice never touched them. Bondurant got in one good swing, glancing his knuckles off the corner of Kovac's mouth. Then Quinn grabbed him by the back of the collar and pulled him away. Greer rushed in between them like a referee, arms spread wide, eyes rolling white in his dark face. "Sergeant Kovac, I think you should step outside," he said loudly. Kovac straightened his tie and jacket. He wiped a smear of blood away from the corner of his mouth, and a smirk twisted his lips as he looked at Peter Bondurant. "Ask him where he was last night at 2 o'clock in the morning," he said, "while someone was setting his daughter's car on fire with a mutilated dead woman inside it." "I won't even dignify that with a comment," Bondurant said, fussing with his glasses. "Jesus, you're just the cat's ass, aren't you?" Kovac said. "You get away with child abuse. You get away with assaulting an officer. You're into this case like a bad infection. You think you might get away with murder if you want to?" "Kovac!" Greer screamed. Kovac looked to Quinn, shook his head, and walked out. Bondurant jerked out of Quinn's hold. "I want him off the case. I want him off the force." "Because he's doing his job?" Quinn asked calmly. "It's his job to investigate. He can't help what he finds, Peter. You're killing the messenger." "He's not investigating the case," he shouted, pacing again, gesturing wildly. "He's investigating me. He's harassing me. I've lost my daughter, for God's sake." Edwin Noble tried to take hold of his arm as he passed. Bondurant twisted away. "Peter, calm down. Kovac will be dealt with." "I think we should deal with what Sergeant Kovac found, don't you?" Quinn said to the lawyer. "It's nonsense," Noble snapped. "There's nothing to the allegation whatsoever." "Really?" Sophie Bondurant was an emotionally unstable woman. Why would the courts award her custody of Jillian? More to the point, why wouldn't you fight her, Peter? Quinn asked, trying to establish eye contact with Bondurant. Bondurant kept moving, highly agitated, sweating now, pale in the way that made Quinn think he might be ill. "Cheryl Thornton says the reason you didn't fight was that Sophie threatened to expose you for molesting Jillian." "I never hurt Jillian. I wouldn't." "Cheryl has always blamed Peter for her husband's accident," Noble said bitterly. "She didn't want Donald to sell out of Paragon. She punished him for it, too. Drove him to drink. She's the one who caused the accident, indirectly, but she blames Peter." "And this bitter, vindictive woman never said anything until now about this alleged abuse?" Quinn said. "That would be hard to imagine if not for the generous monthly payments Peter sends to the convalescent home where Donald Thornton is spending the last of his life." "Some people would call that generosity," Noble said. "And some people would call it blackmail. Some people would say Peter was buying Cheryl Thornton's silence." They'd be wrong, Noble stated unequivocally. Donald and Peter were friends, partners. Why shouldn't he see to it the man's needs are taken care of? He took very good care of him in the buyout of Paragon, which coincidentally went on about the same time as the divorce, Quinn continued. The deal might have been considered overly generous on Peter's part. What was he supposed to do? Noble demanded. Try to steal the company from the man who'd helped him build it? Bondurant, Quinn noticed, had stopped talking, and now confined his pacing to the corner by the window. Retreating. His head was down, and he kept touching his hand to his forehead, as if feeling for a fever. Quinn moved casually toward him, neatly cutting his pacing area in half, subtly crowding his space. "Why didn't you fight Sophie for custody, Peter?" he asked softly, an intimate question between friends. He kept his own head down, his hands in his pants pockets. "I was taking over the business. I couldn't handle a child, too." "And so you left her to Sophie? A woman in and out of mental institutions? It wasn't like that. It wasn't as if she was insane. Sophie had problems. We all have problems. Not the kind that make us kill ourselves." Tears filled the man's eyes. He raised a hand as if to shade his eyes from Quinn's scrutiny. "What did you and Jillian argue about that night, Peter?" He shook his head a little, moving now in a tight, short line, pacing 3 steps, turning, pacing 3 steps, turning. "She'd gotten a call from her stepfather," Quinn said. "You were angry." "We've been over this," Edwin Noble said impatiently, clearly wanting to get between Quinn and his client. Quinn turned a shoulder, blocking him out. "Why do you keep insisting Jillian is dead, Peter? I don't know that she is. I think she may not be. Why would you say that she is? What did you fight about that night?" "Why are you doing this to me?" Bondurant whispered in a tortured voice. His prim, tight-lipped mouth was quivering. "Because we need to know the truth, Peter, and I think you're holding back pieces of the puzzle. If you want the truth, as you say you do, then you have to give those pieces to me. Do you understand? We need to see the whole picture." Quinn held his breath. Bondurant was on the edge. He could feel it, see it. He tried to will him over it. Bondurant stared out the window at the snow, still now, looking numb. "All I wanted was for us to be father and daughter." "That's enough, Peter." Noble stepped in front of Quinn and took his client by the arm. "We're leaving." He glared at Quinn. "I thought we understood each other." "Oh, I understand you perfectly, Mr. Noble," Quinn said. "That doesn't mean I'm interested in playing on your team. I'm interested in 2 things only, the truth and justice. I don't know that you want either." Noble said nothing. He led Bondurant from the room like a caretaker with a sedated patient. Quinn looked to the mayor, who had finally taken a seat herself. She looked partly stunned and partly reflective, as if trying to sort through old memories for any that might have implicated Peter Bondurant in something she would never have suspected. Chief Greer looked like a man in the early stages of diverticulitis. "That's the thing about digging holes," Quinn said. "There are no assurances you'll find what you want, or want what you find." By 5 o'clock, every news agency native to and camped in the Twin Cities had the name of Gil Van Lees. The same media that would plaster that name in print and fill television screens with bad photographs of the man would point fingers at the police department for leaking information. Quinn had no doubt where the leak had sprung, and it pissed him off. Bondurant's people having the kind of access they had tainted the case. And in the light of Kovac's revelation that afternoon, Bondurant's meddling took on an even darker quality. No one had leaked that story to the press. Not even the allegedly bitter, vindictive Cheryl Thornton, whose brain-damaged husband was supported by Peter Bondurant. He wondered exactly how much money it took to hold a grudge like that at bay for a decade. What had gone on in the lives of Jillian and her mother and father in that pivotal time of the divorce? He wondered in his windowless room at the FBI offices. From the start, Bondurant had struck him as a man with secrets. Secrets about the present, secrets about the past. Secrets as dark as incest? How else would Sophie Bondurant have gotten custody of Jillian? Unstable as she was. Powerful as Peter was. He flipped through the casebook to the crime scene photos of the third murder. Certain aspects of the murder gave the impression the killer and victim may have known each other. The decapitation, when none of the other victims had been decapitated. The extreme depersonalization. Both suggested a kind of rage that was personal. But what of the latest theory that the killer worked with a partner, a woman? That didn't fit Peter Bondurant. And what of the thought that perhaps the woman involved was Jillian Bondurant herself? A history of sexual abuse would fit the profile of a woman involved in this type of crime. She would have a skewed view of male-female relationships, of sexual relationships. Her partner was likely older, some twisted suggestion of a father figure, the dominant partner. Quinn thought of Jillian, of the photograph in Bondurant's office. Emotionally troubled, with low self-esteem, a girl unhappily pretending to be something she wasn't in order to please. To what lengths might she go to find the approval she craved? He thought of her involvement with her stepfather, supposedly consensual, but these things never really are. Children need love and can be easily manipulated by that need. And if Jillian had escaped an abusive relationship with her father, only to be coerced into another by her stepfather, that would have reinforced every warped idea she had of relationships with men. If Peter had abused her, if Jillian wasn't a dead victim, but a willing victim, if Gil Van Lees was her partner in this sickness, if Gil Van Lees was a killer at all. If. Van Lees seemed a perfect fit. Except he didn't strike Quinn as having the brain power to outsmart the cops for this long, or the balls to play the kind of taunting game this killer played. Not the Gil Van Lees he'd seen in that interview room today. But he knew from experience people could have more than one side, and that a dark side that was capable of killing the way the cremator killed was capable of anything, including disguising itself very, very well. He pictured Gil Van Lees in his mind and waited for that twist in his gut that told him this was the guy. But the feeling didn't come. He couldn't remember the last time it had, not even after the fact, after a killer had been caught and fit his profile point by point. That sense of knowing didn't come anymore. The arrogance of certainty had abandoned him. Dread had taken its place. He flipped farther into the murder book, to the fresh photographs from Melanie Hessler's autopsy. As with the third victim, the wounds inflicted both before and after death had been brutal, unspeakably cruel, worse than with the first two victims. As he looked at the photographs, he could hear the echo of the tape recording in his head, scream after scream after scream. The screams ran into one another and into the cacophony that filled his nightmares, growing louder and louder. The sound swelled and expanded in his brain until he felt as if his head would burst and the contents run out in a sickly gray ooze. And all the while he stared at the autopsy photographs, at the charred, mutilated thing that had once been a woman, and he thought of the kind of rage it took to do that to another person. the kind of poisonous black emotions kept under tight control until the pressure became too much. And he thought of Peter Bondurant and Gil Van Lees and 1,000 nameless faces walking the streets of these cities, just waiting for that main line of hate to blow and push them over the edge. Any of them could have been this killer. The necessary components resided in a great many people and needed only the proper catalyst to set them off. The task force was putting its money on Van Lees, based on circumstance and the profile. But all they had was logic and a hunch, no physical evidence. Could Gil Van Lees have been that careful, that clever? They had no witness to put him with any of the victims. Their witness was gone. They had no obvious connection between all 4 victims or anything tying Van Lees to any victim other than Jillian. If Jillian was a victim. If this, if that. Quinn dug a Tagamet out of his pants pocket and washed it down with Diet Coke. The case was crowding in on him. He couldn't get perspective. The players were too close around him, their ideas, their emotions, bleeding into the cold facts that were all he needed for his analysis. The professional in him still wished for the distance of his office in Quantico. But if he had stayed in Quantico, then he and Kate would have remained in the past tense. On impulse, he grabbed up the telephone receiver and dialed her office number. On the 4th ring, her machine picked up. He left his number again, hung up, picked up again, and dialed her home line with the same result. It was 7 now. Where the hell was she? Instantly, he flashed on the decrepit garage in the dark alley behind her house and muttered a curse. Then he reminded himself, as Kate herself would surely do, that she had gotten along just fine without him for the past 5 years. He could have used her expertise tonight, to say nothing of a long, slow kiss and a warm embrace. He turned back to the casebook and flipped to the victimologies, looking for the one thing he felt he'd missed that would tie it all together and point the finger. The notes on Melanie Hessler were in his own hand, sketchy, too brief. Kovac had set Moss to the task of gathering the information on the latest of the cremator's victims, but she had yet to bring him anything. He knew she'd worked in an adult bookstore, which, in the killer's mind, likely put her into the same category as the 2 hookers. She'd been attacked in the alley behind the store just months before, but the 2 men who had raped her had solid alibis and were not considered suspects in her death. It was sad to think how each of these women had been victimized repeatedly in their brief lives. Lila White and Fawn Pierce in a profession and a lifestyle that specialized in abuse and degradation. White had been assaulted by her drug dealer just last summer. Pierce had been hospitalized 3 times in 2 years, the victim of her pimp once a mugging victim, and once a rape victim. Jillian Bondurant's victimization had taken place behind the closed doors of her home. If Jillian was a victim. He turned back to the photographs of victim number 3 once again and stared at the stab wounds to her chest. The signature. Long wound, short wound, long wound, short wound. Like the arms of a star or the petals of a gruesome flower. I love you not. Cross my heart, hope to die. He thought of the faint voices on the tape. Turn. Do it. Want to. Of me. Too easily he could picture the killers standing on either side of their victim's warm, lifeless body, each with a knife, taking turns punching their signature into the woman's chest, sealing the pact of their partnership. It should have horrified him to think it, but it wasn't the worst thing he'd ever seen. Not by a long way. Mostly it left him numb. That made him shudder. A man and a woman. He scrolled through the possibilities, considering people known to be attached to the victims in some way. Gil Van Lees, Bondurant, Lucas Brandt, the Erskines. Possibilities there. The hooker who had been at the Phoenix last night when the DeMarco girl had disappeared and claimed not to have seen or heard a thing, who had also known the second victim. Michelle Fine, Jillian's only friend. Strange and shaky, scarred, physically and emotionally. A woman with a long, dark story behind her, no doubt, and no good alibi for the night Jillian went missing. He reached for the sheet music Fine had handed over to him and wondered about Jillian's compositions she'd kept to herself. Outsider. Outside. On the dark side. Alone. Looking in. On a whim. Want a home. Outsider. In my blood, in my bones. Can't have what I want. Doomed to roam all alone. On the outside. Let me in. Want a friend. Need a lover. Be with me. Be my boy. Be my father. Outsider. In my blood, in my bones. Can't have what I want. Doomed to roam all alone. On the outside. Knuckles cracked against the door and Kovac stuck his head in without waiting for an invitation. "Can you smell it?" he asked, letting himself in. He leaned back against Quinn's wall of notes, suit rumpled, lips swollen where Peter Bondurant had popped him, tie askew. "Cooked goose, burned ass, toast." "You're out," Quinn said. "Give the man a cigar. I'm off the task force. They'll name my successor at a press conference sometime tomorrow." "At least Bondurant didn't get you thrown off the force altogether," Quinn said. "You played bad cop a little too hard this time, Sam." "Bad cop," Kovac said with disgust. "That was me, and I meant every word of it. I'm fed up to my back teeth with Peter Bondurant and his money and his power and his people. What Cheryl Thornton told me pushed me over the edge. I just kept thinking about the dead women nobody cared about, and Bondurant playing with the case like it was his own personal live game of Clue. I kept thinking about his daughter and how she should have had such a great life, but instead, dead or alive, she's fucked up forever thanks to him. If he molested her. We don't know what Cheryl Thornton said is true. Bondurant pays her husband's medical bills. Why would she say something that rotten against the man if it wasn't true? Did she give any indication she thinks Peter killed Jillian? She wouldn't go that far. Quinn held out the sheet of music. Make what you want of that. They could say you're on a hot trail. Kovac scowled as he read the lyrics of the song. Jesus. Quinn spread his hands. Could be sexual or not. Might refer to her father or a stepfather, or not mean anything at all. I want to talk more with her friend Michelle. See if she has an interpretation, if she'll give it to me. Kovac turned and looked at the photographs Quinn had taped up. The victims when they were alive and smiling. There's nothing I hate more than a child molester. That's why I don't work sex crimes, even if they do get better hours. If I ever worked sex crimes, I'd be in the tank so fast I'd get whiplash. I'd get my hands on some son of a bitch who raped his own kid and I'd just fucking kill him. Get him out of the gene pool, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I do. I don't know how a man can look at his own daughter and think, hey, I gotta have me some of that. He shook his head and dug a cigarette out of the pack in the breast pocket of his limp white shirt. The FBI offices were non-smoking, but Quinn said nothing. I've got a daughter, you know, Kovac said, exhaling his first lungful. Well, you don't know. Hardly anyone knows. From my first marriage, which lasted about a minute and a half after I joined the force. Gina. She's 16 now. I never see her. Her mother remarried with embarrassing haste and moved to Seattle. Some other guy got to be her dad. He moved his shoulders and looked at the pictures again. Not so different from Bondurant, huh? He said, his mouth twisting. The shoulders sagged on a long sigh. Christ, I hate irony. Quinn could see the regret in his eyes. He'd seen it many times in many faces across the country. The job took a toll, and the people who were willing to pay it didn't get nearly enough in return. What are you going to do about the case? He asked. Kovac looked surprised by the question. Work the damn task force, that's what. I don't care what Little Dick says. It's my case. I'm lead. They can name whoever they want. Your lieutenant won't reassign you? Fowler's on my side. He put me on the support team on the QT. I'm supposed to keep my head down and my mouth shut. How long has he known you? Long enough to know better. Quinn found a weary laugh. Sam, you're something. Yeah, I am. Just don't ask too many people what. Kovac grinned, then it faded away. He dropped the last of his cigarette into an empty Diet Coke can. It's no ego trip, you know. I don't need my name in the paper. I don't care what goes in my jacket. I've never looked for a promotion, and I sure as hell don't expect to ever see another. I want this scumbag, he said with steel in his voice. I should have wanted him this bad when Lila White was killed, but I didn't. Not that I didn't care about her, but you were right. I went through the motions. I didn't hang in, didn't dig hard enough. When it didn't wrap up fast, I let it slide, 'cause the brass was on my case, and she was a hooker, and hookers get whacked every once in a while. Hazard of the profession. Now we're up to 4. I want Smokey Joe's ass on a platter before the body count goes up again. Quinn listened as Kovac said his piece, and nodded at the end of it. This was a good cop standing in front of him. A good man. And this case would break his career more easily than it would make it, even if he solved the mystery. But especially if the answer to the question turned out to be Peter Bondurant. What's the latest on Van Lees? He asked. Tippin's riding his tail like a cat on a mouse. They pulled him over on Hennepin to ask about his buddy, the electronics dealer. Tip says the guy about shit his pants. What about the electronics? Adler checked out the guy's webpage. He specializes in computers and related gizmos, but if it plugs into a wall, he can get it for you. So there's nothing to say that he isn't up to his ears in recording equipment. I wish we could get a search warrant for his house, but there isn't a judge in the state who'd give us one based on what we've got on this mutt, which is nothing. That bothers me, Quinn admitted, tapping a pen against the file on Van Lees. I don't think Gil's the brightest bulb in the chandelier. He's a good fit to the profile on a lot of points. But Smokey Joe is smart and he's bold. And Van Lees seems to be neither, which also makes him a perfect fall guy. Kovac fell into a chair as if the weight of this latest concern made the burden all suddenly too much for him. Van Lees is connected to Jillian and to Peter. I don't like that. I keep having this nightmare that Bondurant is Smokey Joe and that no one will listen to me and no one else will look at him, and the son of a bitch will get away with it. I try to dig on him a little and he damn near gets me fired. I don't like it. He pulled out another cigarette and just ran his fingers over it, as if he hoped that alone might calm him. And then I think, Sam, you're an idiot. Bondurant brought in Quinn. Why would he do that if he was the killer? For the challenge, Quinn said without hesitation. or to get himself caught. I'd go with the first in this case. He'd get off on knowing I'm here and unable to spot him. Outsmarting the cops is big with this killer. But if Bondurant is Smokey Joe, then who's his accomplice? Jillian, Kovac offered. And this whole thing with her murder is a sham. Quinn shook his head. I don't think so. Bondurant believes his daughter is dead. Believes it more strongly than we do. That's no act. So we're back to Van Lee's. Or the Erskines. Or someone we haven't even considered. Kovac scowled at him. Some help you are. That's why they pay me the big bucks. My tax dollars at work, he said with disgust. He hung the cigarette on his lip for a second, then took it away. The Erskines? How twisted would that be? They whack 2 of their hookers, then do a couple of citizens in order to make a political point. And to push suspicion away from themselves, Quinn said. No one considers the person trying to draw attention. But to snatch the witness staying in their house? That's titanium balls. Kovac tipped his head, considering. I bet Toni Erskine can grow hair on hers. Quinn went to his wall of notes and scanned them, not really reading the words, just seeing a jumble of letters and facts that tangled in his mind with the theories and the faces and the names. Any word on Angie DeMarco? He asked. Kovac shook his head. No one's seen her. No one's heard from her. We're flashing her picture on television, asking people to call the hotline if they've seen her. Personally, I'm afraid finding someone else in that car last night was just postponing the inevitable. But hey, he said, dragging himself up out of his chair, I am, as my second wife used to call me, the infernal pessimist. He yawned hugely and consulted his watch. Well, GQ, I'm calling it. I can't remember the last time I slept in a bed. That's my goal for the night. If I don't pass out in the shower. How about you? I can give you a ride back to your hotel. What for? Sleep? I gave that up. It was cutting into my anxiety attacks, Quinn said, ducking his gaze. Thanks anyway, Sam, but I think I'll stick to it a while yet. There's something here I'm just not seeing. He gestured to the open casebook. Maybe if I stare at it all a little longer. Kovac watched him for a few moments without saying anything, then nodded. Suit yourself. See you in the morning. You want me to pick you up? No, thanks. Uh-huh. Well, good night. He started through the door, then looked back in. Say hello to Kate for me, if you happen to talk to her. Quinn said nothing. He did nothing for a full 5 minutes after Kovac left. Just stood there thinking Kovac had a hell of an eye. Then he went to the phone and dialed Kate's number. Chapter 30. Kate, it's me. John. I'm at the office. Give me a call if you get the chance. I'd like to go over some points in these victimologies with you. Get your take. Thanks. Kate stared at the phone as the line went dead and the message light began to flash. A part of her felt guilty for not picking up. A part of her felt relieved. At the core, she ached at the lost opportunity to touch him in some way. A bad sign, but there it was. She was exhausted, stressed out, overwhelmed, feeling as low as she had in years, and she wanted John Quinn's arms around her. She hadn't taken his call precisely for that reason. She was afraid. What a rotten, unwelcome feeling it was. The office was silent. She and Rob were the only ones left in their section. Rob sequestered in his office down the hall, no doubt writing a long and virulent report to file in her personnel jacket. On the other side of the reception area, in the county attorney's offices, there were any number of assistant prosecutors at work preparing for court, strategizing and researching and writing briefs and motions. But for the most part, the building was empty. For all intents and purposes, she was alone. Her nerves were raw from spending hours listening to the voice of her dead client confessing her fears of being hurt, her fears of being raped, of being killed, of dying alone, and Kate's own voice reassuring her, promising to look out for her, to get her help, fostering a false security that had ultimately failed Melanie Hessler in the worst possible way. Rob had insisted on playing the tapes over and over, stopping and rewinding in sections, asking Kate the same questions over and over, as if any of it would make any difference at all. The cops didn't want to hear about the subtle nuances of Melanie's speech. All they wanted to know was if Melanie had expressed a fear of anyone in particular in the last few weeks of her life. He'd been punishing her, Kate knew. Finally, he'd hit the nerve one time too many. Kate stood, leaned across the table, and pressed stop. "You've made your point. You've had your revenge. Enough is enough," she said quietly. "I don't know what you're talking about." He said it almost as a taunt, without a speck of sincerity. He wouldn't look directly at her. "I like this office, Rob. I like most of the people I work with. But I'm damn good at what I do, and I can get another job in a heartbeat. I won't take you trying to manipulate me and punish me. Now, you'll excuse me," she went on, "because I've just had the third worst 24 hours of my life, and I feel like I'm on the verge of a psychotic break. I'm going home. Call if you don't want me to come back." He hadn't said a word as she walked out. At least, she hadn't heard him for the pulse roaring in her ears. God knew she probably deserved to have him fire her, but there simply wasn't any tact left in her. All pretense of manners and social bullshit had been scraped away, leaving nothing but raw emotion. She felt it flooding through her still, as if some vital artery had ruptured inside her. She felt as if she might choke on it, drown in it. And all she wanted was to find Quinn and fall into his arms. She'd worked so hard to put her life back together, piece by piece, on a new foundation, and now that foundation was shifting. No, worse. She'd discovered it was built directly over the fault line of her past, just covering up. Not new, not stronger, just a lie she'd told herself every day for the last 5 years, that she didn't need John Quinn to feel complete. Tears welled in her eyes, and despair yawned through her, leaving her aching and empty and alone and afraid. And God, she was so tired. But she choked the tears back and put one foot in front of the other. Go home, regroup, have a drink, try to sleep. Tomorrow was another day. She pulled her coat on, scooped up her file on Angie, grabbed her mail and her messages and the faxes that had piled up in the tray during the day, and dumped it all into her briefcase. She reached to turn the desk lamp off, but her hand strayed to the shelves, and she plucked out the little framed photo of Emily. Sweet, smiling little cherub in a sunny yellow dress, the future bright before her. Or so anyone with ordinary human arrogance would have thought. Kate wondered if tucked away somewhere in someone's old shoebox there might be a similar photograph of Angie DeMarco, or Melanie Hessler, Lila White, Fawn Pierce, Jillian Bondurant. Life didn't come with any guarantee. There'd never been a promise made that couldn't be broken. She knew that firsthand. She'd made too many with the best of intentions, then watched them crack and come apart. I'm sorry, Em, she whispered. She pressed the picture to her lips for a goodnight kiss, then tucked the frame back into its hiding place, where the cleaning woman would find it and dig it back out. She let herself out of the office and locked the door behind her. A vacuum cleaner was running in the office across from hers. Down the hall, Rob Marshall's door was closed. He might still have been there, plotting how to screw her out of her severance pay. Or he might have gone home to what? She didn't even know if he had a girlfriend, or a boyfriend for that matter. Thursday could have been his bowling league night for all she knew about him. He didn't have any close personal friends within the department. Kate had never socialized with him outside the obligatory office Christmas party. She wondered now if he had someone to go home to and complain to about that bitch from the office. The snow had finally stopped, she noticed as she took the Skyway to the 4th Street ramp. 6 inches total, she'd heard someone say. The street below was a mess that city crews would clear away overnight, though this time of year they might decide to leave it and hope for a couple of warm days to save the city some money for the storms that were sure to come in the next few months. She pulled her keys out and folded them into her fist, the longest, sharpest one protruding between her index and middle fingers, a habit she'd developed living in the D.C. suburbs. The ramp was well lit, but not busy this time of night, and it always made her edgy walking around in it alone. More so tonight, after all that had gone on. Between the murders and the lack of sleep, her paranoia was running high. A shadow falling between cars, the scrape of a footstep, the sudden thump of a door. Her nerves twisted tight every time. The forerunner seemed a mile away. Then she was in it, doors locked, motor running, heading home, one layer of tension peeling away. She tried to focus on letting the knots out of her shoulders. Pajamas, a drink, and bed. She'd drag her briefcase there with her and sit propped up by pillows on the sheets still rumpled from lovemaking. Maybe she would change the sheets. The enterprising guy from down the block kept a blade on the front of his pickup 5 months a year and supplemented his income plowing driveways. He had plowed the alley. Kate would write him a check and leave it in his mailbox tomorrow. She drove into the garage, remembering too late the burned-out light. Swearing under her breath, she dug the big flashlight out of her glove compartment, then climbed down from the truck, juggling too much stuff. The smell hit her nose just a second before her foot hit the soft, squishy pile. Oh, shit! Literally. Shit! Kate? The voice came from toward the house, Quinn's voice. I'm in here, she called back, fumbling with the briefcase and the flashlight and her purse. What's wrong? I heard you swearing, he said, coming in. I just stepped in a pile of shit. What? Jesus, I smell it. That must have been some dog. The flashlight clicked on, and she shined it down at the mess. It couldn't have been a dog. The door was shut. Gross! That looks human, Quinn said. Where's your shovel? Kate flashed the beam of light at the wall. Right there. My God, you think someone came into my garage and did this? You have a more viable theory? He asked. I just can't imagine why anyone would do that. It's a sign of disrespect. I know that. I mean, why to me? Who do I know who would do something that strange, that primitive? Who've you pissed off lately? My boss. But somehow I can't envision him squatting in my garage. Nor would I want to. She limped outside with him, stepping only with the toe of her soiled boot, trying not to smear more feces on her garage floor. Do your clients know where you live? If any of them do, it's not because I gave them the information. They have my office number, which forwards to my house machine after hours, and they have my cell phone number for emergencies. That's it. My home number's unlisted. Not that that would necessarily stop anyone from finding me. It isn't that hard to do if you know how. Quinn dumped the mess between the garage and the neighbor's privacy fence. He cleaned the shovel off in a snowbank while Kate tried to do the same with her boot. "This is just the exclamation point at the end of my day," she grumbled as they went back into the garage to put the shovel away. She shone the light around to see if anything was missing. Nothing seemed to be. "Have you had any odd things happen lately?" She laughed without humor. "What about my life lately isn't odd? I mean vandalism, hang-up calls, strange mail, anything like that?" "No," she said, then automatically thought of the 3 hang-up calls last night. God, was it just last night? She'd attributed them to Angie. That made the most sense to her. The idea of a stalker had never occurred. It still didn't seem a possibility. "I think you should park on the street," Quinn said. "This might have been some transient going through the neighborhood, or it might have been some kid playing a joke, but you can't be too careful, Kate." "I know, I will. Starting tomorrow." "How long have you been here?" Kate asked as they started for the house. "Not long enough to have to do that." "That's not what I meant. I just got here. I tried calling you at the office. I tried calling here. I went to the office, you were gone. So I took a cab. Did you get my messages?" "Yes, but it was late and I was tired. It's been a rotten, rotten day and I just wanted out of there." She let them in the back door and Thor greeted them with an indignant meow. Kate left her boots in the entry, dropped her briefcase on a kitchen chair and went directly to the fridge to pull out the cat food. "You weren't avoiding me," Quinn said, shrugging out of his coat. "Maybe, a little." "I was worried about you, Kate." She set the dish down on the floor, stroked a hand over the cat, and straightened with her back to Quinn. Just that one little sentence brought the volatile emotions swirling once more to the surface, brought tears to her eyes. She wouldn't let him see them if she could help it. She would choke them back down if she could. He was inviting her to need him. She wanted to so badly. "I'm sorry," she said. "I'm not used to anyone caring." Christ, what a poor choice of words. She wasn't used to anyone caring about her anymore. The truth, but it made her sound pathetic and wretched. It made her think of Melanie Hessler, missing for a week without anyone caring enough to find out why. "She was my client," she said. "Melanie Hessler, victim number 4. I managed to lose 2 in one night. How's that for a record?" "Oh, Kate." He came up behind her and slipped his arms around her, folding his warmth and his strength around her. "Why didn't you call me?" "Because I'm afraid of needing you. Because I'm afraid of loving you." "Nothing you could do about it," she said. Quinn turned her in his arms and brushed her hair back from her face, but he didn't try to make her look at him. "I could have done this," he murmured. "I could have come and put my arms around you and held you for a while." "I don't know that that would have been such a good idea," she said quietly. "Why not?" "Because you're here to work a case. You've got more important things to do." "Kate, I love you." "Just like that." "You know it's not just like that." She stepped away from him, instantly missing the contact. "I know that we went 5 years without a word, a note, nothing. And now, in a day and a half, we're in love again. And in a week you'll go, and then what?" she said, moving restlessly, hands on her hips. "What am I thinking?" "Apparently nothing good." Kate could see that she'd hurt him, which hadn't been her intent at all. She cursed herself for being so clumsy with such fragile feelings. But she was out of practice, and she was so afraid, and fear made her awkward. "I'm thinking about every time in those 5 years that I wanted to pick up the phone but didn't," Quinn said. "But I'm here now." "By chance? Can't you see how that scares me, John? If not for this case, would you ever have come? Would you ever have called?" "Would you?" "No," she said without hesitation, then softer and softer, shaking her head. "No. No. I've had enough pain to last me a lifetime. I wouldn't have gone looking for it. I don't want any more. I'd rather not feel anything at all. And you make me feel so much," she said, her throat tightening. "Too much. And I don't trust it all not to just disappear." "No. No." He caught hold of her by the arms and held her in front of him. "Look at me, Kate." She wouldn't, didn't dare. Wanted to be anywhere but right there in front of him on the brink of tears. "Kate, look at me. It doesn't matter what we would have done. It matters that we're here now. It matters that we feel exactly what we felt back then. It matters that making love to you this morning was the most natural, perfect thing in the world, as if we'd never been apart. That's what matters, not the rest of it." "I love you. I do," he murmured. "That's what matters. Do you love me?" She nodded, head down, as if she were ashamed to admit it. "I always did." Tears slipped down her cheeks. Quinn caught them with his thumbs and brushed them away. "That's what matters," he whispered. "Anything else we can work around. My life has been so empty since you left, Kate. I tried to fill the hole with work, but the work just ate away more of me, and the hole just got bigger and bigger, and I kept digging like crazy, trying to backfill. Lately I've been feeling like there's nothing left. I blamed the job, thought I'd given away so many pieces of myself to it that I don't know who I am anymore. But I know exactly who I am when I'm with you, Kate. That's what's been missing all this time. The part of me that I gave to you." Kate stared at him, knowing he meant what he said. Quinn might have been a chameleon when it came to the job, changing colors at will to get the result he wanted, but he had never been less than honest with her in their relationship, at least until the end of it, when both of them had pulled the armor tight around bruised hearts. And she knew what it cost him to open up that way. Vulnerability was not something John Quinn did well. It was something Kate tried never to do at all herself. But she felt it now inside her, pushing hard at the gate. "Have you noticed how our timing really sucks?" she said, winning a smile from him. He knew her well enough to realize she was trying to back them both away from this edge. A little joke to slacken the tension. A subtle sign that she wasn't ready, didn't have the strength to deal with it all just then. "Oh, I don't know," he said, easing his arms around her. "I think right now you need to be held, and I need my arms around you. So that's working out pretty well." "Yeah, I guess." She let herself put her head on his shoulder. Resigned was the word that came to mind, but she didn't fight it. She was too tired to fight, and she did indeed need to be held. She didn't get many opportunities these days. Her own fault, she knew. She told herself she was too busy to date, that she didn't need the complication of a man in her life right now, when the truth was that there was only one man for her. She didn't want any other. "Kiss me," he whispered. Kate raised her head and invited his mouth to settle on hers, parted her lips, and invited the intimacy of his tongue on hers. As with every kiss they had ever shared, she felt a glowing warmth, a sense of excitement, but also a sense of contentment deep within her soul. She felt as if she had been unconsciously holding her breath, waiting for this, and could now relax and breathe again. A sense of rightness, of completeness. "I need you, Kate," Quinn whispered, dragging his mouth across her cheek to her ear. "Yes," she whispered, the need pounding inside her like waves against rock. The need speaking above the fear that this would all end in heartache in a day or a week. He kissed her again, deeper, harder, hotter, letting the reins out on the hunger racing through him. She could feel it in his muscles, in the heat of him. She could taste it in his mouth. His tongue thrust against hers even as he dropped one hand down her back and pulled her hips tight against his, letting her feel just how much he wanted her. She groaned deep in her throat, as much at the stunning depth of the need as at the feel of him hard against her. Breaking the kiss, he leaned back from her and stared at her, his eyes hard and bright and dark, his lips slightly parted. He was breathing hard. "My God, I need you." Kate took his hand and led him to the hall. At the foot of the stairs, Quinn pulled her to him again for another kiss, still hotter and deeper, more urgent. He pressed her back against the wall. His hands caught the bottom of her black sweater and pulled it up between them, exposing her skin to the air, to his touch, giving him access to her breasts. She gasped as he pulled the cup of her bra aside and filled his hand with her. It didn't matter where they were. It didn't matter that anyone going by could have glimpsed them through the side lights at her front door. That fast her desire for him outstripped all sense. There was only need, primal and fierce. She gasped again as his mouth found her nipple. She cradled his head and arched into the contact. She lifted her hips away from the wall as he shoved her snug knit skirt up and stripped down her black tights. Suddenly there was no case, no past, nothing but the need and feel of his fingers exploring her, stroking her, finding her most sensitive flesh, sliding into her. "John, oh God, John," she breathed, her fingers digging into his shoulders. I need you now." He straightened and kissed her quick and hard twice, then looked up the stairs and back at her, then over his shoulder at the open door to her study, where the desk lamp cast an amber glow that just reached the old leather couch. In the next moment they were beside the couch, Quinn stripping her sweater over her head, Kate impatiently pulling at his tie. In a few rough moves their clothes were off and abandoned on the floor. They sank down, tangled together on the couch, breath catching at the coldness of the leather. And then the sensation was forgotten, gone, burned away by the heat of their bodies and the heat of their passion. Kate wrapped her long legs around him, took him into her body in one smooth stroke. He filled her perfectly, completely, physically, and deep within her soul. They moved together like dancers, each body exquisitely complementing the other, the passion building like a powerful piece of music, building to a tremendous crescendo. Then they were over the peak and free-falling, holding each other tight, murmuring words of comfort and assurance Kate already feared wouldn't hold up to the pressures of reality. But she didn't try to dispel the myth or break the promise of everything will be all right. She knew they both wanted to believe it, and they could in those few quiet moments before the real world came back to them. She knew that John needed to give that promise. He had always had a strong compulsion to protect her. That had always touched her deeply, that he could see the vulnerabilities in her when no one else, not even her husband, could. They had always recognized the secret needs in each other, had always seen each other's secret heart, as if they had always been meant for each other. I haven't made out on this couch since I was 17, she said softly, looking into his eyes in the glow of the lamplight. They lay on their sides, pressed close together, almost nose to nose. Quinn smiled like a shark. What was the guy's name? So I can go and kill him. My caveman. I am with you. I always was. Kate didn't comment, though she instantly called to mind the ugly scene of Stephen confronting her and John in his office. Stephen choosing the weapons he used best, cruel words and threats. Quinn taking it until Stephen turned on her. A broken nose and some dental work later, her husband had taken the war to a new playing field and done his best to ruin both their careers. Quinn caught a finger beneath her chin and brought her head up so he could look into her eyes. He knew exactly what she was remembering. She could see it in his face, in the lowered line of his brow. Don't, he warned. I know. The present is screwed up enough. Why dredge up the past? He stroked his hand down her cheek and kissed her softly, as if the gesture would seal off the door to those memories. I love you, now, right now, in the present, even if it is screwed up. Kate burrowed her head under his chin and kissed the hollow at the base of his throat. There was that part of her that wanted to ask what they were going to do about it, but she kept her mouth shut for once. It didn't matter tonight. I'm sorry about your client, Quinn said. Kovac says she worked in an adult bookstore. That's probably the connection for Smokey Joe. Probably, but it spooked me, Kate admitted, absently stroking a hand down his bare back, all lean muscle and hard bone, too thin. He wasn't taking care of himself. A week ago I didn't have anything to do with this case. Today I've lost 2 clients to it. You can't blame yourself for this one, Kate. Of course I can. I'm me. Where there's a will, there's a way. I don't want to, she protested. I just wish I'd called Melanie on Monday like I usually do. If I hadn't been so preoccupied with Angie, I would have been concerned that I hadn't heard from her. She'd become emotionally dependent on me. I seem to be her sole support network. I know this sounds odd, but I wish I had at least worried about her. The thought of her being caught in a nightmare like that with no one waiting for her, wondering about her, concerned for her, it's too sad. Quinn hugged her close and kissed her hair, thinking she had a heart as soft as butter behind the armor. It was all the more precious to him because she tried so hard to hide it from everyone. He had seen it all along, from the first time he'd ever met her. You couldn't have prevented this from happening, he said. But you may be able to help her now. In what way? By reliving my every conversation with her? Trying to pick out clues to a crime she couldn't have known would be committed against her? That's how I spent my afternoon. I would rather have spent the day poking myself in the eye with a needle. You didn't get anything off the tapes. Anxiety and depression, culminating with a row with Rob Marshall that could have me reading want ads soon. You're pushing your luck there, Kate. I know, but I can't seem to help it. He knows just how to punch my buttons. What do you have for me to do? Could I stretch it into a new career? It's your old career. I brought you copies of the victimologies. I keep having the feeling that I'm looking right at the key we need and not seeing it. I need fresh eyes. You have all of CASQ and behavioral sciences at your disposal. Why me? Because you need to, he said simply. I know you, Kate. You need to do something, and you're as qualified as anyone in the Bureau. I forwarded everything to Quantico, but you're right here, and I trust you. Will you take a look? All right, she answered, for exactly the reason he'd said. Because she needed to. She'd lost Angie. She'd lost Melanie Hessler. If there was something she could do to try to balance that out, she would. Let me put some clothes on. She pulled the chenille throw around her as she sat up. Quinn scowled. I knew there'd be a downside. Kate gave him a wry smile, then went to her desk, where the light was blinking on the answering machine. She was a vision in the amber glow of the desk lamp, her hair flame red, the curve of her back a sculptor's dream. It made him ache just to look at her. How incredibly lucky he was to get a second chance. A petulant voice whined from the machine. Kate, it's David Willis. I need to speak with you. Call me tonight. You know I'm not home during the day. I feel like you're deliberately avoiding me. Now, when my confidence level is so low, I need you. Kate hit the button to forward to the next message. If they were all like him, I'd get a job at Walmart. The next message was from the leader of a businesswoman's group asking her to speak at a meeting. Then next, a long silence. Kate met Quinn's sober stare with one of her own. I had a couple of those last night. I thought they might be Angie. I wanted to believe it might be. Or it might be whoever had Angie, Quinn thought. Smokey Joe. We need to put a tap on your phone, Kate. If he's got Angie, he's got your number. He could see that hadn't occurred to her. He saw the flash of surprise followed by annoyance with herself for having missed it. But of course Kate wouldn't think of herself as a possible victim. She was strong, in control, in charge, but not invulnerable. Quinn got up from the couch and went to her, still naked, and put his arms around her. God, what a nightmare, she whispered. Do you think she could still be alive? She could be, he said, because he knew Kate needed to hear it. But he also knew that she was as aware of the odds and the horrible possibilities as he was. She knew as well as he did that Angie DeMarco might still be alive, and that they might have been kinder, hoping she was not. I am dead. My need alive keeps me going, keeps me hoping. Will he want me? Will he take me? Will he hurt me? Will he love me? The words cut at him. The music clawed at his senses. He played the tape anyway, letting it hurt, needing to feel. Peter sat in his office, the only light coming in through the window, just enough to turn black to charcoal, gray to ash. The anxiety, the guilt, the longing, the pain, the need, the emotions he could seldom grasp and never express were trapped inside him, the pressure building until he thought his body would simply explode and there would be nothing left of him except fragments of tissue and hair stuck to the walls and the ceiling, and the glass of the photographs of him with the people he had deemed important in his life in the last decade. He wondered if any part of him would touch the pictures of Jilly crowded down into one small corner of the display. Out of the way, not calling any attention. Subtle shame. Of her, of his failure, his mistakes. We need to know the truth, Peter, and I think you're holding back pieces of the puzzle. We need to see the whole picture. Dark pieces of a disturbing picture he didn't want anyone to see. The surge of shame and rage was like acid in his veins. I am dead, my need alive, keeps me going, keeps me hoping. Will he want me? Will he take me? Will he hurt me? Will he love me? The sound of the phone was like a razor slicing along his nerves. He grabbed the receiver with a trembling hand. Hello? Daddy, Daddy, Daddy. The voice sang like a siren.
Come see me. Come give me what I want. You know what I want. I want it now.
He swallowed hard at the bile in his throat. If I do, will you leave me alone?
Daddy, don't you love me?
Please, he whispered. I'll give you what you want.
Then you won't want me anymore. You won't like what I have in store, but you'll come anyway. You'll come for me. Say you'll come.
Yes, he breathed. He was crying as he hung up, tears scalding his eyelids, burning his cheeks, blurring his vision. He opened the lower right-hand drawer of his desk, took out a matte black Glock 9mm semi-automatic, and slipped it gently into the black duffel bag at his feet. He left the room, the duffel bag hanging heavy in his hand. Then he left the house and drove out into the night. Chapter 31.
What's your dream job? Elwood asked. Technical consultant to a cop movie set in Hawaii and starring Mel Gibson, Liska said without hesitation. Turn the motor on, I'm cold.
She shivered and burrowed her hands down into her coat pockets. They sat in an employee lot near the Target Center, watching Gil Van Lee's truck by the white glow of the security light. Like the vultures they were often compared to, reporters circled the block around the building and sat in the many small parking lots scattered around it, waiting. They had been on Van Lee's like ticks as soon as his name had been leaked in connection with Jillian Bondurant's murder. Van Lee's had yet to leave the building. Groupies lingering after the Dave Matthews Band concert required his full attention. Word from detectives inside the Target Center was that management had kept him behind the scenes, afraid of a lawsuit from Van Lee's if they dismissed him based on suspicion alone, afraid of lawsuits from the public if they let him work as usual and something went awry. Press passes had been handed from music critics to crime reporters who had roamed the halls looking for him. The radio crackled. "Coming your way, Elwood." "Roger." Elwood hung up the handset and chewed thoughtfully on his snack. The whole car smelled of peanut butter.
Mel Gibson is married and has 6 children. Not in my fantasy, he doesn't. Here he comes.
Van Lee's came lumbering through the gate. Half a dozen reporters swarmed after him like a cloud of gnats. Elwood ran the window down to catch their voices.
Mr. Van Lee's, John Quinn has pegged you as a suspect in the cremator murders. What do you have to say about that?
Did you murder Jillian Bondurant?
What did you do with her head? Did you have sex with it?
Elwood sighed heavily. It's enough to put you off the First Amendment.
Assholes,
Liska complained.
They're worse than assholes. They're the bacteria that gather in assholes.
Van Lee's had no comment for the reporters. He kept moving, having quickly learned that rule of survival. When he was directly in front of their car, Elwood cranked the key and started the engine. Van Lee's bolted sideways and hurried on toward his truck.
A nervous, antisocial individual, Elwood said, putting the last of his sandwich in a plastic evidence bag as Van Lee's fumbled with his keys at the door of his truck. The guy's a twitch, Nicky said. My twitch. Do you think I'll get anything out of it if we nail him for these murders? No. Be brutally honest, why don't you? I don't want to hold any false expectations.
Van Lee's gunned his engine and pulled out of his slot, scattering the reporters. Elwood eased in behind him, then turned the headlights on bright for an instant.
A commendation would look good on my resume when I send it off to Mel Gibson's people.
The credit will go to Quinn, Elwood said. The media is enamored of mind hunters.
And he looks great on television.
He could be the next Mel Gibson.
Better. He's not losing his hair.
They sat behind Van Lee's as he waited to pull onto First Avenue and rolled out right behind him, causing an oncoming car to hit the brakes and the horn. Think Quinn would hire me as a technical advisor when he goes to Hollywood? Liska asked. It seems to me advising isn't your true goal, Elwood observed. True. I'd rather have a participatory role, but I don't think that'll happen. I think he's haunted. Doesn't he seem haunted to you? Driven. Driven and haunted. Double whammy. Very romantic. If you're Jane Eyre. Liska shook her head. I don't have time for driven or haunted. I'm 32. I've got kids. I need Ward Cleaver. He's dead. My luck. They stayed on the truck's tail, negotiating the maze of streets going toward Lyndale. Elwood checked the rear view, grumbling. We look like a funeral procession. There must be 9 loads of newsies behind us. They'll get everything on videotape. Put away the nightsticks and saps. Police work just isn't the fun it used to be. Watch him in here, Liska said as they came to the worst of the confusing tangle of streets. We might get him on a traffic violation. I break 9 laws every time I drive through here. Gil Van Lees didn't break any. He kept his speed a fraction under the limit, driving as if he were carrying a payload of eggs in crystal cups. Elwood stayed on the truck's tail, riding Van Lee's bumper a little too close, violating his space, goading him. What do you think, Tinks? Is he the guy? Or is this the Olympic Park bombing all over again? He fits the profile. He's hiding something. Doesn't make him a killer. Everybody's hiding something. I would have liked a chance to find out what without a pack of reporters at our heels. He'd be an idiot to try anything now. They might not be at our heels long, Elwood said, checking the rear view again. Look at this son of a bitch. An older Mustang hatchback came up alongside them on the left, 2 men in the front seat, their focus on Van Lee's pickup. That's balls, Liska said. They probably think we're the competition. The Mustang sped up, passing them, coming even with Van Lee's, the passenger's window rolling down. Son of a bitch! Elwood yelled. Van Lee's sped up. The car stayed with him. Liska grabbed the handset and radioed their position, calling for backup and reporting the tag number on the Mustang. Elwood grabbed the dash light off the seat, slapped it onto the bracket, and turned it on. Ahead of them, the passenger in the car was leaning out the window with a telephoto lens. Van Lee's gunned ahead. The car raced even with him. The flash was brilliant, blinding. Van Lee's truck swerved into the Mustang, knocking its ass end into the next lane, directly into the path of an oncoming cab. There was no time for even the screech of tires, no time for brakes, just the horrific sound of tons of metal colliding. The photographer was thrown as the cars hit. He tumbled across the street like a rag doll that had been flung out a window. A ball of flame rolled through the Mustang. Liska saw it all in slow motion. The crash, the fire, Van Lee's truck ahead of them swerving to the curb, one wheel jumping up, the front bumper taking out a parking meter. And then time snapped back to real speed, and Elwood swung the Lumina past the truck and dove into the curb at an angle, cutting off the escape route. He slammed the car into park and was out the door. Liska clutched the handset in a trembling fist and called for ambulances and a fire truck. Some of the cars that had been tailing them pulled to the side. Several raced past, making Elwood dodge them as he ran for the burning wreck. Liska shoved her door open and went for Van Lee's as he tumbled out of his pickup. She could smell the whiskey on him 2 feet away. "I didn't do it!" he shouted, sobbing. Camera flashes went off like strobes, illuminating his face in stark white light. Blood ran from his nose and his mouth where his face had evidently met with the steering wheel. He threw his arms up to block the glare and spoil the shots. "God damn it, leave me alone!" "I don't think so, Gil," Liska said, reaching for his arm. "Up against the truck. You're under arrest." Now I know how they break spies with sleep deprivation, Kovac said, striding toward Gil Van Lee's truck, which was still hung up on the curb. I'm ready to transfer to Record so I can get some sleep.
Liska scowled at him. Come crying to me when you have a 9-year-old look up at you with big teary blue eyes and ask why you didn't come to his Thanksgiving pageant at school when he was playing a pilgrim and everything.
Jesus, Tinks, he growled, hanging a cigarette on his lip. The apology was in his eyes. We shouldn't be allowed to breed.
Tell it to my ovaries. What the hell are you doing here anyway? She asked, turning him away from the reporters. Trying to get yourself fired altogether? You're supposed to lie low.
I'm bringing you coffee.
The picture of innocence, he handed her a steaming foam cup.
Just trying to support the first team.
Even as he said it, his gaze was roaming to Van Lee's truck. The truck was surrounded by uniformed cops and the crime scene team setting up to do their thing. Portable lights illuminated it from all angles, giving the scene the feel of a photo shoot for a Chevy ad. The totaled cars, sitting in the middle of the street, were being dealt with by tow trucks. Reporters hung around the perimeter of the scene, backed off by the uniforms, their interest in the accident made all the more keen by their own involvement in the drama. Any word on your replacement? Liska asked. Kovac lit a cigarette and shook his head.
I put in a word for you with Fowler.
She looked surprised. Wow. Thanks, Sam. You think they'll listen?
Not a chance. My money's on Urich because they can scare him. So what's the latest here?
Van Lee's is at HCMC getting looked at before we haul his sorry ass downtown. I think he broke his nose. Other than him, we've got one dead, one critical, one in good condition. Liska leaned back against the car she and Elwood had been riding in. The driver of the Mustang is toast. The cabbie broke both ankles and cracked his head, but he'll be okay. The photographer is in surgery. They think his brain is bleeding. I wouldn't be too optimistic. Then again, I wouldn't have said he had a brain doing what he was doing.
Do we know who these guys are? Were?
Kevin Pardee and Michael Morin, freelancers looking to score with an exclusive photo, life and death in the age of tabloid news. Now they're the headline.
How'd Van Lee's get behind the wheel if he was drunk enough you could smell it on him?
You'd have to ask the reporters that. They were the ones crowded around him as he left the building. All our people had to watch him from a distance or spark a lawsuit for harassment.
Ask the reporters, Sam grumbled. They'll be the first ones to raise questions about our negligence. Scumsuckers. How's Elwood?
Burned his hands pretty bad trying to get Morin out of the car. He's at the hospital. Singed his eyebrows off, too. Looks pretty damn goofy.
He looked goofy to start with.
Van Lee's registered .08 on the breathalyzer. Lucky for us. I was able to impound the truck. Gotta inventory everything in it, she said with a shrug, blinking false innocence. Can't know what we might find.
Let's hope for a bloody knife under the seat, Kovac said. Looks like he'd be that stupid, don't you think? Christ, it's cold. And it's not even Thanksgiving.
Bingo! Called one of the crime scene team. Kovac jumped away from the car.
What? What'd you get? Tell me it's got blood on it.
The criminalist stepped back from the driver's door. The economy self-gratification kit, she said, turning around, holding up a copy of Hustler and one very disgusting pair of black silk women's panties.
The pervert's version of the smoking gun, Kovac said. Bag it. We may just have the key to unlock this mutt's head.
What's the word on getting a warrant to search Van Lee's place? Quinn asked, shrugging out of his trench coat. He wore the same suit he'd had on the night before, Kovac noticed. Heavily creased. Kovac shook his head.
Based on what we've got, not a chance in hell. Not even with Peter Bondurant's name attached to the case. We went over every inch of that truck and didn't come up with anything that would tie him directly to any of the murder victims. We might get lucky with the panties. A few weeks from now, when the DNA tests come back, we can't even run the tests now. The underpants are just part of the inventory of his stuff at this point. We don't know who they belong to. We can't say he stole them. And whacking off ain't a crime.
You hear that, Tippin?
Liska said.
You're in the clear.
I heard those were your panties, Tinks. Tinks wears panties, Adler said.
Very funny.
They stood in a conference room at the PD, the task force minus Elwood, who had refused to go home and was now sitting with Van Lees in an interview room down the hall. Why couldn't he be dumb enough to keep a bloody knife under the seat? Adler asked. He looks like he'd be that stupid. Yeah, Quinn agreed. That bothers me. We're not exactly dealing with a brainiac here. Unless he's got multiple personalities, and one of the alters keeps the brain to himself. What do we know about his background, other than his more recent escapades? I'm checking it, Walsh said. His voice was almost gone, choked off by his cold and his pack-a-day habit.
Nikki and I have both talked with his wife, Moss said. Should I see if she'll come down?
Please, Quinn said. She's got to know if her husband's this kind of a sick pervert, Tippin said. Quinn shook his head. Not necessarily. It sounds like she's the dominant partner in that relationship. He's likely kept his hobby a secret from her, partly out of fear, partly as an act of defiance. But if he's got a female partner, and we think he has, then who is she? The wife is clean?
The wife is clean. Jillian?
Liska ventured. Possibly. Has the wife given any indication she thought he might have a girlfriend?
No.
Quinn checked his watch. He wanted Van Lees waiting just long enough to get nervous. You get anything back on Michelle Fine's prints?
Nothing in Minnesota.
Has Van Lees called a lawyer?
Not yet,
Liska said.
He's got his logic going. He says he's not calling a lawyer because an innocent man doesn't need one.
Tippin snorted. Christ, how'd he ever find his way out of St. Cloud?
Dumb luck. I told him we weren't charging him right off on the accident. I told him we needed to sit down and sort through what happened before we could determine negligence, but that we had to hold him on the DUI. He can't decide if he should be relieved or pissed.
Let's go to it before he makes up his mind, Quinn said. Sam, you, Tinks, and me. We work him like before. I wouldn't if I were you, Sam, Urich cautioned. Fowler, Little Dick, Sabin, and that assistant prosecutor Logan, they're all there to observe. Fuck me, Kovac said with abject disgust. Liska arched a brow.
Will you respect me afterward?
Do I respect you now? She kicked him in the shin. Charm, he said to Urich through his teeth. If you were me, I wouldn't be in this mess. Greer, Sabin, Logan, and Fowler stood in the hall outside the interview room waiting. At the sight of Kovac, Fowler got an expression as if he were having angina. Greer's eyes bugged out. What are you doing here, Sergeant? He demanded. You've officially been removed from the task force. My request, Chief, Quinn said smoothly. We've already established a certain way of dealing with Mr. Van Lees. I don't want to change anything at this point. I need him to trust me. Greer and Sabin looked sulky. Logan impatient. Fowler pulled a roll of Tums out of his pocket and thumbed one off. Quinn dismissed the topic before anyone could think to defy him. He held the door for Liska and Kovac and followed them in. Gil Van Lees looked like a giant raccoon. Both eyes had blackened in the hours since the accident. He had a split lip and a wide strip of adhesive tape across his nose. He stood at one end of the room with his hands on his hips, looking pissed and nervous. Elwood sat in a chair with his back against the wall. Both hands were bandaged. His face was seared red. Without eyebrows, his expression seemed one of perpetual, unpleasant surprise. "I hear you had a little accident, Gil," Kovac said, falling into a chair at the table. Van Lees pointed a finger at him. "I'm gonna sue. You people harassed me. You let the press harass me. You got behind the wheel of a truck with a snootful," Kovac said, lighting a cigarette. "Did I buy it for you? Did I pour it down your throat?" "Your people let me get behind that wheel," Van Lees began, with all the sanctimonious indignation of a master at rationalization. He shot a quick, nervous glance at Elwood. Kovac made a face. "Next thing you're going to tell me it's my fault you killed Jillian Bondurant and those other women." Van Lees reddened. His eyes teared. He made a sound like a man straining on the toilet. "I didn't." He turned on Liska then. "You told me this was about the accident. You're such a lying little cunt." "Hey," Kovac barked. "Sergeant Liska's doing you a favor. You killed someone last night, you fucking drunk." "That wasn't my fault. That son of a bitch shot a flash off in my face. I couldn't see." "That's what Sergeant Liska says. She was there. She's your witness. You want to call her a cunt again? I was her, I'd feed you your dick for dinner, you sorry sack of shit." Van Lees looked at Liska, contrite. "Liska says you're innocent as a Vestal virgin," Kovac went on, "and that you don't want a lawyer, is that right?" "I haven't done anything wrong," he said, sulking. Kovac shook his head. "Wow. You've got a broad definition of reality there, Gil. We've got you dead to rights on the DUI, which is wrong by law. I know you were looking in Jillian Bondurant's windows. That would be considered wrong." Van Lees sat down, chair turned sideways to the table, presenting his back to Kovac and to the people on the other side of the one-way glass. He rested his forearms on his thighs and looked at the floor. He looked prepared to sit there all night without saying another word. Quinn studied him. In his experience, it wasn't the innocent man who refused counsel. It was the man with something on his conscience he wanted to unload. "So were those Jillian's panties we pulled out from under your driver's seat, Gil?" Kovac asked bluntly. Van Lees kept his head down. "No." "Lila White's? Fawn Pierce's? Melanie Hessler's?" "No, no, no." "You know, I wouldn't have guessed it looking at you, but you're a complex individual, Gil," Kovac said. "Multi-layered, like an onion. And every layer I peel away smells worse than the last. You look like an average Joe. Peel one layer back and, oh, your wife's leaving you. Well, that's not so unusual. I'm a two-time loser myself. Peel another layer back and, geez, she's leaving you because you're a window peeper. No, wait, you're not just a window peeper, you're a weenie wagger. You're just one big, bad progressive joke. You're a drunk. You're a drunk who drives. You're a drunk who drives and gets somebody killed." Van Lees hung his head lower. Quinn could see the man's swollen mouth quivering. "I didn't mean to. I couldn't see," Van Lees said in a thick voice. "They won't leave me alone. That's your fault. I didn't do anything." "They want to know what happened to Jillian," Kovac said. "I want to know what happened to her, too. I think there was something more going on between you than what you're telling us, Gil. I think you had the hots for her. I think you were watching her. I think you stole those panties out of her dresser so you could whack off with them and fantasize about her, and I'm going to prove it. We already know the panties are her size, her brand," he bluffed. "It's just a matter of time before we get the DNA match. A few weeks. You better get used to those reporters, 'cause they're gonna be on you like flies on roadkill."
Van Lees was crying now, silently, tears dripping onto the backs of his hands. He was trembling with the effort to hold them back. Quinn looked to Kovac. "Sergeant, I'd like to have a few moments alone with Mr. Van Lees."
"Oh, sure. Like I got nothing better to do," Kovac complained, getting up. "I know where this is going, Quinn. You G-men want it all to yourself. Fuck that, his ass is mine."
"I just want a few words with Mr. Van Lees."
"Uh-huh. You don't like the way I talk to this piece of cheese. You're sitting there thinking I should go easy on him on account of his prostitute mother used to beat his bare ass with a wire hanger, or some such psychobabble bullshit. Fine. I'll see you in the headlines, I'm sure."
Quinn said nothing until the cops had gone out, and then he said nothing for a long time. He took a Tagamet and washed it down with water from the plastic pitcher on the table. Casually, he turned his chair perpendicular to Van Lees, leaned ahead, rested his forearms on his thighs, and sat there some more until Van Lees glanced up at him.
"More of that good cop, bad cop shit," Van Lees said, pouting. "You think I'm a dumb shit."
"I think you watch too much TV," Quinn said.
"This is the real world, Gil. Sergeant Kovac and I don't have identical agendas here. I'm not interested in headlines, Gil. I've had plenty. You know that. I get them automatically.
You know all I'm interested in, right? You know about me. You've read about me." Van Lees said nothing.
"The truth and justice. That's it. And I don't care what the truth turns out to be. It's not personal with me. With Kovac, everything is personal. He's got you in his crosshairs. All I want to know is the truth, Gil. I want to know your truth. I get the feeling you've got something heavy on your chest, and maybe you want to get it off, but you don't trust Kovac."
"I don't trust you either."
"Sure you do. You know about me. I've been nothing but up front with you, Gil, and I think you appreciate that on some level."
"You think I killed Jillian?"
"I think you fit the profile in a lot of respects. I admit that. Moreover, if you look at the situation objectively, you'll agree with me. You've studied this stuff. You know what we look for. You know some of your pieces fit the puzzle. But that doesn't mean I believe you killed her. I don't necessarily believe Jillian is dead."
"What?"
Van Lees looked at him as if he thought Quinn might have lost his mind. "I think there's a lot more to Jillian than first meets the eye. And I think you may have something to say about that. Do you, Gil?"
Van Lees looked at the floor again. Quinn could feel the pressure building in him as he weighed the pros and cons of answering truthfully. "If you were watching her, Gil," Quinn said very softly, "you're not going to get in trouble for that. That's not the focus here. The police will gladly let that go in trade for something they can use." Van Lees seemed to consider that, never thinking, Quinn was sure, that the something they were looking for could in turn be used against him. He was thinking of Jillian, of how he might cast some odd light on her and away from himself, because that was what people tended to do when they found themselves in big trouble. Blame the other guy. Criminals regularly blamed their victims for the crimes committed against them. "You were attracted to her, right?" Quinn said. "That's not a crime. She was a pretty girl. Why shouldn't you look?" "I'm married," he mumbled. "You're married, you're not dead. Looking is free, so you looked. I don't have a problem with that." "She was different," Van Lees said,
still staring at the floor, but seeing Jillian Bondurant, Quinn thought. Kind of exotic. You told Kovac she didn't come on to you, but that's not exactly true, is it? Quinn ventured, still speaking softly, an intimate chat between acquaintances. She was aware of you, wasn't she, Gil? She never said anything, but she'd look at me in a certain way, he admitted. Like she wanted you. A statement, not a question, as if it came as no surprise. Van Lees shied away from that. I don't know. Like, she wanted me to know she was looking, that's all. Kind of mixed signals. Yeah, mixed signals. Did anything come of it? Van Lees hesitated, struggled. Quinn waited, held his breath. I just want the truth, Gil. If you're innocent, it won't hurt you. It's just between us, man to man. The silence stretched. I know it was wrong, Van Lees murmured at last. I didn't really mean to do it, but I was checking the yards one night, making the rounds. When was this? This summer? And I was there, at Jillian's house. He nodded. She was playing the piano, wearing a silky robe that wanted to fall off her shoulder. I could see her bra strap. So you watched her for a while, Quinn said, as if it was only natural. Any man would do it, no harm. Then she slipped the robe off and stood up and stretched. Van Lees was seeing it all in his mind. His respiration rate had picked up, and a fine sheen of sweat misted his face. She started moving her body like a dance, slow and very erotic. Did she know you were there? I didn't think so. But then she came to the window and pulled the cups of her bra down so I could see her tits. Then she pressed them right to the glass and rubbed against it, he said in a near whisper, ashamed, thrilled. She licked the window with her tongue. Jesus, that must have been very arousing for you. Van Lees blinked, embarrassed, looked away. This would be where parts of the story would go missing. He wouldn't tell about getting an erection or taking his penis out and masturbating while he watched her. Then again, he didn't have to. Quinn knew his history, knew the patterns of behavior, had seen it over and over in the years of studying criminal sexual behavior. He wasn't learning anything new here about Gil Van Lees. But if the story was true, he was learning something very significant about Jillian Bondurant. What did she do then? He asked softly. Van Lees shifted on his chair, physically uncomfortable. She pulled her panties down and she touched herself between her legs. She masturbated in front of you? His face flushed. Then she opened the window and I got scared and ran. But later I went back and she had dropped her panties out the window. And those are the panties the police found in your truck. They are Jillian's. He nodded, bringing one hand up to his forehead as if to try to hide his face. Quinn watched him, trying to gauge him. Truth, or a tale to cover his ass for having the underwear of a possible murder victim in his possession? When was this? He asked again. Back this summer, July. Did anything like that ever happen again? No. Did she ever say anything about it to you? No. She almost never talked to me at all. Mixed signals, Quinn said again. Did that make you mad, Gil? That she would strip in front of you, masturbate in front of you, then pretend like nothing happened? Pretend like she hardly knew you? Like you weren't good enough for her? Did that piss you off? I didn't do anything to her, he whispered. She was a tease. If a woman did that to me, got me hard and hot for her, then turned it off, I'd be pissed. I'd want to fuck her good, make her pay attention. Didn't you want to do that, Gil? But I never did. But you wanted to have sex with her, didn't you? Didn't some part of you want to teach her a lesson? That dark side we all have, where we hold grudges and plan revenge. Don't you have a dark side, Gil? I do. He waited again, the tension coiled tight inside him. Van Lees looked bleak, defeated, as if the full import of all that had happened tonight had finally sunk in. Kovac is going to try to hang that murder on me, he said. Because those panties are Jillian's. Because of what I just told you. Even when she was the bad one, not me. That's what's going to happen, isn't it? You make a good suspect, Gil. You see that, don't you? He nodded slowly, thinking. Her father was there, at the townhouse, he mumbled. Sunday morning, early before dawn. I saw him coming out. Monday, his lawyer gave me $500 not to say anything. Quinn absorbed the information in silence, weighing it, gauging it. Gil Van Lees was ass-deep in alligators. He might say anything. He might say he'd seen a stranger, a vagrant, a one-armed man near Jillian's apartment. He chose to say he'd seen Peter Bondurant, and that Peter Bondurant had paid him to shut up. Early Sunday morning, Quinn said. Van Lees nodded. No eye contact. Before dawn. Yes. What were you doing around there at that hour, Gil? Where were you that you saw him, and that he saw you? Van Lees shook his head this time, at the question or at something playing through his own mind. He seemed to have aged 10 years in the last 10 minutes. There was something pathetic about him sitting there in his security guard's uniform, the wannabe cop playing pretend. The best he could do. He spoke in a small, soft voice. I want to call a lawyer now. Chapter 32. Kate sat on the old leather couch in her study, curled into one corner, warding off the old house's morning chill with black leggings, thick wool socks, and a baggy old sweatshirt she hadn't worn in years. Quinn had given it to her back when. The name of the gym he frequented was stitched across the front. That she'd kept it all this time should have told her something, but then she'd always been selectively deaf. She had pulled it out of her closet after Quinn had gone to meet with the task force, freshening it in the clothes dryer for a few minutes and putting it on while it was still warm, pretending it was his warmth. A poor substitute for the feel of his arms around her. Still, it made her feel closer to him somehow. And after a night in his arms, the need for that was strong. God, what an inconvenient time to rediscover love. But given their professions and their lives, what choice did they have? They were both too aware that life held no guarantees, too aware that they had already given up too much time they could never get back because of fear and pride and pain. Kate imagined she could look down from the height of another dimension and see the two of them as that time had passed. Her time spent focusing myopically on the minutiae of building a normal life for herself, with a job and hobbies and people she saw socially at their requisite functions and holidays. Nothing deeper. Going through the motions, pretending not to mind the numbness in her soul. Figuring it was preferable to the alternative. Quinn's time poured into the job, taking on more responsibility to fill the void until the weight of it threatened to crush him, crowding his brain with cases and facts until he couldn't keep them straight, giving away pieces of himself and masking others until he couldn't remember what was genuine, exhausting the well of strength that had once seemed almost bottomless, wearing his confidence in his abilities and his judgment as threadbare as the lining of his stomach. Both of them denying themselves the one thing they had needed most to heal after all that had happened: each other. Sad what people could do to themselves, and to each other, Kate thought, her gaze skimming across the pages of the victimologies she had spread out on the coffee table. 4 more lives fucked up and ruined before they had ever met the cremator. 5 with Angie. Ruined because they needed love and couldn't find anything but a twisted, cheap replica. Because they wanted things out of their reach. Because it seemed easier to settle for less than work for more. Because they believed they didn't deserve anything better. Because the people around them who should have didn't believe they deserved better either. Because they were women, and women are automatic targets in American society. All of those reasons made a victim. Everyone was a victim of something. The difference in people was what they did about it: succumb or rise above and move beyond. The women whose pictures lay before her would not be given that choice again. Kate leaned over the coffee table, skimming her gaze across the reports. She'd called the office to say she was taking some personal time. She'd been told Rob was out as well, and that office speculation was that they had beaten each other up and didn't want anyone to see the bruises. Kate said it was more likely Rob was still working on his written complaint to put in her personnel file. At least she was free of him for the day, which would have been a sweet deal if not for the photographs she had to look at of burned and mutilated women, and if not for all the emotions and depressing realities that those photographs evoked. Everyone was a victim of something. This group presented a depressing laundry list: prostitution, drugs, alcohol, assault, rape, incest, if what Kovac had been told about Jillian Bondurant was true. Victims of crime, victims of their upbringing. From a distance, Jillian Bondurant would have seemed to have been the anomaly because she wasn't a prostitute, or in any sex-associated profession. But from the standpoint of her psychological profile, she wasn't all that far removed from Lila White or Fawn Pierce. Confused and conflicted feelings about sex and about men, low self-esteem, emotionally needy. Outwardly, she would not seem to have had as hard a life as a street-walking prostitute because she wasn't as vulnerable to the same kind of crime and open violence. But there was nothing easy about suffering in silence, covering up pain and damage to save face for the family. Quinn said there was considerable doubt that Jillian was dead at all, but that didn't mean she wasn't a victim. If she was Smokey Joe's accomplice, she was just a victim of another sort. The cremator himself had been a victim once. Victimization as a child was one of many components that went into making a serial killer. Everyone was a victim of something. Kate turned to her own notes about Angie. Spare, mostly hunches. Things she had learned in her years of studying people to see what shaped their minds and their personalities. Abuse had shaped Angie DeMarco, likely from a very early age. She expected the worst of people, dared them to show it to her to prove her right. And that had undoubtedly happened again and again, because the kind of people who lived in Angie's world tended to live down to expectations, Angie included. She expected people to dislike her, to distrust her, to cheat her, to use her, and made certain that they did. This case had been no exception. Sabin and the police had wanted nothing more than to use her, and Kate had been their tool. Angie's disappearance was an inconvenience to them, not a tragedy. If not for her status as a witness, no one on earth would have posted a reward or flashed her photograph on television asking, "Have you seen this girl?" Even then, the police were not putting forth a tremendous search effort to find her. The energies of the task force were all dedicated to finding the suspect, not the AWOL witness. Kate wondered if Angie might have seen the spots on the news. She would have enjoyed the notoriety, the attention. She might secretly have pretended to believe someone actually cared about her. "Why would you care what happens to me?" the girl had asked as they stood in the hall outside Kate's office. "Because no one else does." And I didn't care enough, Kate thought with a heavy heart. She'd been afraid to, just as she had been afraid to let John back into her life, afraid to feel that deeply, afraid of the pain that kind of feeling could bring with it. What a pathetic way to live. No, that wasn't living, that was simply existing. Was the girl alive, she wondered, getting up from the couch to prowl the room? Was she dead? Had she been taken? Had she just left? Am I being unrealistic to think there's even a question here? She'd seen the blood for herself, too much of it for a benign explanation. But how could Smokey Joe have known where she was? What were the chances of his having spotted her at the PD and followed her to the Phoenix? Slim. Which would mean that he would have to have found out some other way. Which meant he either had some in with the case, or an in with Angie. Who had known where Angie was staying? Sabin, Rob, the task force, a couple of uniforms, the Erskines, Peter Bondurant's lawyer, and therefore Peter Bondurant. The Erskines, who had known the first victim and had a peripheral connection to the second. They hadn't known Jillian Bondurant, but her connection to these crimes had given Toni Erskine a platform for her cause. Greg had been there at the house Wednesday night when Kate had left Angie off. Just Greg and Rita Renner, who gave all the appearances of being an Erskine puppet. Rita Renner, who had been friends with Fawn Pierce. Kate had known the Erskines for years. While Toni might drive someone to kill, she couldn't imagine the couple practicing that hobby themselves. Then again, no one in Toronto had ever suspected the Ken and Barbie killers, and that couple had committed murders so hideous veteran cops had broken down and wept on the witness stand during the trial. God, what a sinister thought! That the Erskines might take women in using kindness and caring as a front for a sadistic hunting game. But surely they wouldn't be so stupid as to prey on their own clientele. They would be automatic suspects. And if the man Angie had seen in the park that night had been Greg Erskine, then she would have recognized him at the Phoenix, wouldn't she? Kate thought of the vague description the girl had given of Smokey Joe, the almost nondescript sketch, trying to make some sense of it all. Had she been so reluctant, so vague, because she was frightened, as Kate had suspected? Or because, as Angie said, it was dark, he wore a hood, it happened so fast? Or did her motivation lie elsewhere? The task force had a hot suspect, Kate knew. Quinn was probably interviewing him right now, the caretaker from Jillian's townhouse complex. He had no inside connection to the case, but she supposed he could have known Angie if she had ever trolled for Johns in the area around the Target Center, where he worked as a security guard. But it didn't make sense for Angie to have a connection to the killer. If she knew him and wanted him caught, she would have given him up. If she knew him and didn't want him caught, she would have given a clear description of a phantom for the cops to chase. And if she hadn't seen anything at all in the park that night, Why would she say she had? For 3 squares and a place to stay? For attention? Then it would have made more sense for her to be cooperative rather than difficult. Everything about this kid was a mystery inside a puzzle wrapped in an enigma. Which is why I don't do kids. But this one had been her responsibility. And she would find out the truth about her or die trying. Poor choice of words, Kate, she muttered, heading upstairs to change clothes. 20 minutes later, she was out the back door. It had snowed another inch during the night, giving the landscape a clean dusting of fresh white powder, coating the back steps, where a pair of boots had left tracks. Quinn had gone out the front this morning to a waiting cab. The tracks were too small to be his, at any rate. They were more the size of Kate's feet, though that didn't necessarily establish gender. Carefully staying to one side of them, Kate followed the tracks down the stairs to the yard. The trail led past the end of her garage and down the far side, down the narrow corridor between the building and the neighbor's weather-gray privacy fence, to the side entrance of the garage. All the doors were closed. A chill ran through her. She thought back to last night and someone defecating in the garage. She thought of the suddenly burned-out light, the feeling Wednesday night that someone had been watching her as she'd made her way from the garage to the house. She looked around, down the deserted alley. Most of the neighbors had fences that hid the first stories of their homes from view. Second-story windows looked black and empty. The neighborhood was full of white-collar professionals, most of whom left for work by 7:30. Kate backed away from the garage, heart pumping, hand digging in her bag for her cell phone. Moving toward the house, she pulled the phone out, flipped it open, and punched the power button. Nothing happened. The battery had died in the night. The inconvenience of modern convenience. She kept her eyes on the garage, thought she saw a movement through the side window. Car thief? Burglar? Rapist? Disgruntled client? Cremator? She stuffed the phone back in her bag and pulled out her house keys. She let herself in, locked herself in, and breathed again. I need this like I need the plague, she muttered, going into the kitchen. She put her tote and her purse on the table and started to slip out of her coat when the sound registered in her brain. The low, feral growl of a cat. Thor was under the table, snarling, ears flat. The fine hair rose up on the back of Kate's neck, and with it the itchy feeling of being watched. Options raced through her mind. She had no idea how close the person might be behind her, or how close they might be to the door. The phone was on the wall on the other end of the room, too far away. Casually opening the tote, she looked inside with an eye for a weapon. She didn't carry a gun. The canister of pepper spray she had carried for a while had expired and she'd thrown it out. She had a plastic bottle of Aleve, a packet of Kleenex, the heel from the shoe she'd ruined Monday. She dug a little deeper and found a metal nail file, palmed that and slipped it into her coat pocket. She knew her escape routes. She would turn, confront, break right or left. Plan set. She counted to 5 and turned around. The kitchen was empty, but framed by the doorway to the dining room, sitting on one of Kate's straight-backed oak chairs, was Angie DeMarco. He confesses to having Jillian Bondurant's underpants, and you don't think he's the guy? Kovac said, incredulous. His temper had a direct effect on his driving, Quinn noticed. The Caprice roared down 94, rocking like a clown car. Quinn braced his feet in the floor well, knowing his legs would snap like toothpicks in the crash. Of course, it probably wouldn't matter because he would be dead. This piece of crap car would crumple like an empty beer can. I'm just saying there are some things I don't like, he said. Van Lees doesn't strike me as a team player. He lacks the arrogance to be the top dog, and the sadistic male is virtually always the dominant partner in a couple that kills. The woman is subservient to him, a victim who counts herself lucky not to be the one he's murdering. So this time it's reversed, Kovac insisted. The woman runs the show. Why not? Moss and Liska say his wife had him pussy-whipped. His mother probably did too. And yes, it's often a domineering or manipulative or otherwise influential woman in his past or present. A sexual sadist is killing symbolically when he kills his victims. That all fits. But there are holes, too. I wish I could say I just look at him and like him for these murders, but I'm not feeling that bolt of lightning. But then that feeling had more or less deserted him in recent years, he reminded himself. Doubt had become more the rule than the exception. So what the hell did he know anymore? Why should he trust his instincts now? Kovac swerved the car across 3 lanes to the exit he wanted. Well, I can tell you the powers that be like this guy fine. You talk about lightning. They're all getting a goddamn thunderstorm in their pants over Van Lees. He's got a history, he fits the profile, he has a connection to Jillian, access to hookers, and he's not Peter Bondurant. If they can find a way to charge him, they will. If they can, they'll do it in time for the press conference today. And if Van Lees wasn't the guy, they ran the risk of pushing the real killer into proving himself again. The thought made Quinn ill. Van Lees says Peter was in Jillian's place pre-dawn Sunday morning, and sent Noble on Monday to pay him to keep his mouth shut, he said, drawing a frighteningly long stare from Kovac. The Caprice began to drift toward a rusted-out Escort in the next lane. Jesus, will you watch the road? Quinn snapped. How do they give out driver's licenses in this state? You save up bottle caps or something? Beer can tabs, Kovac replied, returning his attention to the traffic. So Bondurant was the one who cleaned up Jillian's house and erased the messages on the answering machine. I'd say so, if Van Lees is telling the truth. And I think it's a safe bet, then, that Peter is the reason you didn't find any of Jillian's own musical compositions. He might have taken them because they revealed something about his relationship with Jillian. The sexual abuse, possibly. Son of a bitch, Kovac muttered. Sunday morning. Smokey Joe didn't light up the body until midnight. Why would Bondurant go to her place Sunday morning, wipe the place down, take the music, if he didn't already know she was dead? Why would he wipe the place down at all? Quinn asked. He owns the townhouse. His daughter lived there. His fingerprints wouldn't be out of place. Kovac cut him a glance. Unless they were bloody. Quinn braced a hand against the dash as a tow truck cut in front of them and Kovac hit the brakes. Just drive, Kojak, or we won't live long enough to find out. With rumors of a suspect in custody, the media circus had begun anew on the street in front of Peter Bondurant's house. Videographers roamed the boulevard, taking exterior shots of the mansion, while on-air talent did their sound checks. Quinn wondered if anyone had even bothered to call the families of Lila White or Fawn Pierce. 2 Paragon security officers stood at the gate with walkie-talkies. Quinn flashed his ID and they were waved through to the house. Edwin Noble's black Lincoln was parked in the drive, with a steel-blue Mercedes sedan beside it. Kovac pulled in behind the Lincoln, so close the cars were nearly kissing bumpers. Quinn gave him a look. Promise you'll behave yourself. Kovac played it innocent. He had been relegated to the role of driver and wasn't to leave the car. He wasn't to cross Peter Bondurant's field of vision. Quinn had kept Gil Van Lee's revelation to himself as an added precaution. The last thing he needed was Kovac bullying his way into this. "Take your time, GQ. I'll just be sitting here reading the paper." He picked up a copy of the Star-Tribune from the pile of junk on the seat. Gil Van Lee's took up half the front page, headline story, sidebar, and a bad photograph that made him look like Popeye's arch-nemesis Bluto. Kovac's eyes were on the house, scanning the windows. Noble met Quinn at the door, frowning, looking past him to the Caprice. In the car, Kovac had his newspaper open. He held it in such a way as to give Edwin Noble the finger. "Don't worry," Quinn said. "You managed to get the best cop on the case busted to chauffeur." "We understand Van Lees has been taken into custody," the attorney said as they went into the house, ignoring Kovac as an unworthy topic. "He was arrested on a DUI. The police will hold him as long as they can, but at the moment they don't have any evidence he's the cremator." "But he had something of Jillian's," Noble said with the awkwardness of a prude. "Which he says Jillian gave to him." "That's preposterous." "He tells a very interesting story. One that includes you and a payoff, by the way." Fear flashed cold in the lawyer's eyes. Just for an instant. "That's absurd. He's a liar." "He hasn't exactly cornered the market there," Quinn said. "I want to speak with Peter. I have some questions for him regarding Jillian's state of mind that night and in general." The lawyer cast a nervous glance at the stairs. "Peter isn't seeing anyone this morning. He isn't feeling well." "He'll see me." Quinn started up the stairs on his own, as if he knew where he was going. Noble hurried after him. "I don't think you understand, Agent Quinn. This business has taken a terrible toll on his nerves." "Are you trying to tell me he's what, drunk? Sedated? Catatonic?" Noble's long face had a mulish look when Quinn glanced over his shoulder. "Lucas Brandt is with him." "That's even better. I'll kill two birds." He stepped aside at the top of the stairs and motioned for Noble to lead the way. The antechamber of Peter Bondurant's bedroom suite was the showcase of a decorator who likely knew more about the house than about Peter. It was a room fit for an 18th-century English lord, all mahogany and brocade with dark oil hunting scenes in gilt frames on the walls. The gold damask wing chairs looked as if no one had ever sat in them. Noble knocked softly on the bedroom door and let himself in, leaving Quinn to wait. A moment later, Noble and Brandt came out together. Brandt had his game face on, even, carefully neutral. Probably the face he wore in the courtroom when he testified for whoever was paying him the most money that day. "Agent Quinn," he said in the hushed tones of a hospital ward, "I understand you have a suspect." "Possibly. I have a couple of questions for Peter." "Peter isn't himself this morning." Quinn lifted his brows. "Really? Who is he?" Noble frowned at him. "I think Sergeant Kovac has been a bad influence on you. This is hardly the time to be glib." "Nor is it the time for you to play games with me, Mr. Noble," Quinn said. He turned to Brandt. "I need to speak with him about Jillian. If you want to be in the room, that's fine by me. Even better if you want to offer your opinion as to her mental and emotional state." "We've been over that issue." Quinn ducked his head, using a sheepish look to cover the anger. "Fine. Then don't say anything." He started toward the door as if he would just knock Brandt on his ass and walk over him. "He's sedated," Brandt said, standing his ground. "I'll answer what I can." Quinn studied him with narrowed eyes, then cut a glance to the lawyer. Just curious, he said. Are you protecting him for his own good or for yours? Neither batted an eye. Quinn shook his head. It doesn't matter. Not to me, anyway. All I'm interested in is getting the whole truth. He told the story Van Lees had given him about the window-peeping incident. Edwin Noble rejected the tale with every part of him, intellectually, emotionally, physically, reiterating his opinion of Van Lees as a liar. He paced and clucked and shook his head, denying every bit of it except the idea that Van Lees had been looking in Jillian's window. Brant, on the other hand, stood with his back to the bedroom door, eyes downcast, hands clasped in front of him, listening carefully. What I want to know, Dr. Brant, is whether or not Jillian was capable of that kind of behavior. And you would have told Peter this story and asked Peter this question about his child? Brant said with affront. No, I would have asked Peter something else entirely. He cut a look at Noble. Like what he was doing at Jillian's apartment before dawn on Sunday that was worth paying off a witness. Noble drew his head back, offended, and started to open his mouth. Save it, Edwin, Quinn advised, turning back to Brant. I told you before, Jillian had a lot of conflicted emotions and confusion regarding her sexuality because of her relationship with her stepfather. So the answer is yes. Brant held his silence. Quinn waited. She sometimes behaved inappropriately. Promiscuously. I wouldn't call it that, no. She would provoke reactions, deliberately. Manipulative. Yes. Cruel? That one brought his head up. Brant stared at him. Why would you ask that? Because if Jillian isn't dead, Dr. Brant, then there's only one logical thing she can be. A suspect. Chapter 33. The kid looked like hell, Kate thought. Pale as death, her eyes glassy and bloodshot, her hair greasy. But she was alive, and the relief Kate felt at that was enormous. She didn't have to bear the weight of Angie's death. The girl was alive, if not well. And sitting in my kitchen. Angie, God, you scared the hell out of me, Kate said. How did you get in? The door was locked. How'd you even know where I live? The girl said nothing. Kate edged a little closer, trying to assess her condition. Bruises marred her face. Her full lower lip was split and crusted with blood. Hey, kiddo, where have you been? She asked. People were worried about you. I saw your address on an envelope in your office, the girl said, still staring, her voice a flat, hoarse rasp. Very resourceful. Kate moved closer. Now, if only we could get you to use your talents for the good of humankind. Where have you been, Angie? Who hurt you? Kate was at the doorway now. The girl hadn't moved on the chair. She wore the same ratty jeans she'd worn from day one, now with dark stains that looked like blood on the thighs, the same dirty jean jacket that couldn't have been warm enough in this weather, and a dingy blue sweater Kate had seen before. Around her throat she wore a set of choke marks, purple bruises where fingers had pressed hard enough to cut off her wind and the blood supply to her brain. A ghost of a bitter smile twisted Angie's mouth. I've had worse. I know you have, sweetie, Kate said softly. It wasn't until she started to crouch down to take a closer look that Kate saw the utility knife in the girl's lap, a razor blade nose on a sleek, thick, gray metal handle. She straightened away slowly and took a half step back. Who did this to you? Where have you been, Angie? In the devil's basement, she said, finding some kind of sour amusement in that.
"Angie, I'm going to call an ambulance for you, okay?" Kate said, taking another step back toward the phone.
Instantly, tears filled the girl's eyes.
"No, I don't need an ambulance,"
she said, nearly frantic at the prospect.
"Someone's done a number on you, kiddo."
Kate wondered where that someone might be. Had Angie escaped and come here on her own, or had she been brought here? Was her abductor in the next room, watching, waiting? If she could get on the phone, she could dial 911, and the cops would be here in a matter of minutes.
"No, please,"
Angie begged.
"Can't I just stay here? Can't I just be here with you, just for a while?"
"Honey, you need a doctor."
"No, no, no."
The girl shook her head. Her fingers curled around the handle of the utility knife. She held the blade against the palm of her left hand. Blood beaded where the tip of the blade bit her skin. The phone rang, shattering the tense silence. Kate jumped.
"Don't get it!"
Angie shouted, holding her hand up, dragging the knife down inch by inch, opening the top layer of flesh, drawing blood.
"I'll really cut myself," she threatened. "I know how to do it."
If she meant it, if she brought that blade down a few inches to her wrist, she could bleed out before Kate finished the call to 911. The ringing stopped. The machine in the den was politely informing whoever to leave a message. Quinn, she wondered. Kovac with some news? Rob calling to fire her? She imagined him capable of leaving that message, just as Melanie Hessler's boss had.
"Why would you want to cut yourself, Angie?" she asked. "You're safe now. I'll help you. I'll help you get through this. I'll help you get a fresh start." "You didn't help me before."
"You didn't give me much chance."
"Sometimes I like to cut myself," Angie admitted, face downcast in shame. "Sometimes I need to. I start to feel... It scares me, but if I cut myself, then it goes away. That's crazy, isn't it?"
She looked up at Kate with such forlorn eyes, it nearly broke her heart. Kate was slow to answer. She'd read about girls who did what Angie was describing, and yes, her first thought was that it was crazy. How could people mutilate themselves and not be insane?
"I can get you help, Angie," she said. "There are people who can teach you how to deal with those feelings without having to hurt yourself."
"What did they know?" Angie sneered, her eyes shining with contempt.
"What do they know about dealing with anything? They don't know shit."
Neither do I, Kate thought. God, why hadn't she just called in sick Monday? She considered and discarded the idea of trying to wrestle the knife away from the girl. The potential for disaster was too great. If she could keep her talking, she might eventually persuade her into putting it down. They had all the time in the world, provided they were alone.
"Angie, did you come here by yourself?"
Angie stared at the knife blade as she delicately traced it along the blue lines of the tattoo near her thumb, the letter A with a horizontal line crossing the top of it.
"Did someone bring you?" "I'm always alone," she murmured. "What about the other night, after I took you back to the Phoenix? Were you alone then?" "No."
She dug the point of the blade into the tattooed blood droplets on the bracelet of thorns that encircled her wrist.
"I knew he wanted me. He sent for me."
"Who wanted you?"
"Greg Erskine. Evil's angel."
"Who is that?" Kate asked.
"I was in the shower,"
she said, eyes glazed as she looked back on the memory.
"I was cutting myself, watching the blood and the water. Then he sent for me. Like he smelled my blood or something."
"Who?" Kate tried again.
He wasn't happy,
she said ominously. In eerie contrast, a sly smirk twisted her mouth.
He was mad, 'cause I didn't follow orders.
I can see this is a long story, Kate said, watching the blood drip from Angie's hand to her dining room rug. Why don't we go in the other room and sit down? I can get a fire going in the fireplace. Warm you up. How's that sound? Distract her from her knife play. Get her out of sight of one telephone and near another, so that one way or another a call might get placed. The phone fax in the den had 911 on speed dial. If she could get Angie settled on the couch, she could sit on the desktop, work the phone off the hook, punch the button. It might work. It sure as hell beats standing there watching the girl bleed.
My feet are cold,
Angie said.
Let's go in the other room. You can take those wet boots off.
The girl looked at her with narrowed eyes, raised her bleeding hand to her mouth, and dragged her tongue along one wound.
You go first.
In front of a psychotic with a knife, possibly going toward some waiting lunatic serial killer. Great. Kate started for the den, walking almost sideways, trying to keep one eye on Angie, one scouting ahead, trying to keep the conversation going. Angie clutched the knife in her hand, ready to use it. She walked a little bent over, with her other arm braced across her stomach, obviously in some pain.
Did Greg Erskine hurt you, Angie? I saw the blood in the bathroom.
She blinked confusion.
I was in the zone. I don't know what that means. No, you wouldn't.
Kate led the way into the den.
Have a seat.
She motioned to the couch where she and Quinn had made love not that many hours before.
I'll get the fire going.
She thought of using the poker as a weapon, but discarded that idea immediately. If she could get the knife away from Angie by trickery, it would be preferable to violence for many reasons, not the least of which would be Angie's state of mind. Angie wedged herself into a corner of the couch and began tracing over the bloodstains on her jeans with the point of the knife.
Who choked you, Angie?
Kate asked, going to the desk. A fax had come in. The call she hadn't answered.
A friend of a friend?
You need a better class of friends. She eased a hip onto the desktop, her eyes fixed on the fax. A copy of a newspaper article from Milwaukee.
Did you know this guy?
Sure, the girl murmured, staring at the fire.
So do you.
Kate barely heard her. Her attention was riveted on the fax the Legal Services Secretary had forwarded with a note saying, "Thought you'd want to see this right away." The article was dated January 21st, 1996. The headline read, "Sisters Exonerated in Burning Death of Parents." There were two poor, grainy photographs, made worse by the fax. But even so, Kate recognized the girl in the photo on the right. Angie DeMarco. Peter sat in his bedroom, in a small chair by the window, the black duffel bag in his lap, his arms wrapped around it. He was wearing the same clothes he had worn in the night, black slacks and sweater. The slacks were dirty. He had vomited on the sweater. The sour smell of puke and sweat and fear hung around him like a noxious cloud, but he didn't care to change, didn't want a shower. He imagined he was pale. He felt as if all the blood had been drained out of him. What flowed through his veins now was the acid of guilt, burning, burning, burning. He imagined it might burn him alive from the inside out, turn all his bones to ash. Edwin had come to tell him about the arrest of the caretaker Van Lees, and had found him in the music room, smashing the baby grand piano with a tire iron. Edwin had called Lucas. Lucas had come with a little black bag full of vials and needles. Peter had refused the drugs. He didn't want to feel numb. He'd spent too much of his life feeling numb, ignoring the lives of the people around him. Maybe if he'd dared to feel something sooner, things wouldn't have come to this. Now all he could feel was the searing pain of remorse. Looking out the window, he watched as Kovac nudged the nose of his car against the bumper of Edwin's Lincoln, then backed up and turned around. A part of him felt relief that John Quinn was leaving. A part of him felt despair. He had listened to the conversation on the other side of the door. Noble and Brandt making excuses for him, lying for him. Quinn asking the definitive question, were they protecting him for his sake or for their own? Time passed as he sat in the chair, thinking back, reliving all of it from Jillian's birth on through his every devastating mistake to this moment and beyond. He stared out the window, not seeing the news vans, the reporters waiting for an appearance by him, a soundbite from him. He hugged the duffel bag and rocked from side to side, coming to the only conclusion that made sense to him. Then he checked his watch and waited. Kate stared at the facts, a chill running from the top of her head down her entire body. Her brain picked out key words: burning deaths, mother, stepfather, drinking, drugs, foster care, juvenile records, history of abuse.
"What's wrong with you?"
Angie asked.
"Nothing,"
Kate said automatically, tearing her gaze from the article.
"I just felt a little dizzy for a minute there. I thought maybe you were in the zone."
She smiled like a pixie.
"Wouldn't that be funny?"
"I don't know. What's the zone like?" The smile vanished.
"It's dark and empty, and it swallows you whole, and you feel like you'll never get out, and no one will ever come to get you,"
she said, her eyes bleak again. Not empty, but bleak, afraid, full of pain, which meant there was still something in her to save. Whatever had happened to her in a childhood that culminated with the suspicious deaths of her parents, some scrap of humanity had survived. And it had survived the last days in the devil's basement, wherever that was.
"But sometimes it's a safe place, too,"
she said softly, staring at the blood that ran in rivulets all over her left hand, back and front and around her wrist.
"I can hide there, if I dare." "Angie, will you let me get a cold cloth for your hand?"
Kate asked.
"Don't you like to see my blood? I do."
"I'd rather not see it dripping on my carpet," Kate said with a hint of her usual wry tone, more to spark some fire in Angie than out of any real concern for the rug. Angie stared at her palm for a moment, then raised it to her face and wiped the blood down her cheek in a loving caress. Kate eased away from the desk and back toward the door. The girl looked up at her.
"Are you going to leave me?"
"No, honey, I'm not going to leave you. I'm just going to get that wet cloth." And call 911, Kate thought, moving another step toward the door, afraid now to leave the girl for fear of what she might do to herself. The doorbell rang as she stepped into the hall, and she froze for a second. A face appeared at one of the sidelights, a round head above a puffed-up down jacket, trying to peer in through the sheer curtain. Rob. "Kate, I know you're home," he said, petulant, knocking, his face still pressed to the window. "I can see you standing there."
"What are you doing here?"
Kate asked in a harsh whisper, pulling the door open. "I heard from the office you weren't going in. We need to talk about this."
"You can't pick up a telephone?"
she started, then caught herself and waved off the argument.
"This isn't the time."
Rob looked stubborn. He moved a little closer. "Kate, we need to talk." Kate clamped her teeth against a sigh of exasperation.
"Could you lower your voice?"
"Why? Is it a neighborhood secret you're trying to avoid me?"
"Don't be an ass. I'm not avoiding you. I've got a situation here. Angie's shown up and she's in a very fragile mental state."
His little pig eyes rounded. "She's here? What is she doing here? Have you called the police?"
"Not yet. I don't want to make things worse. She's got a knife and she's willing to use it on herself."
"My God. And you haven't taken it away from her, Ms. Superwoman?" he said sarcastically as he pushed past her into the hall.
"I'd rather keep all my appendages attached, thanks."
"Has she hurt herself?"
"So far it's just surface cuts, but one will need stitches."
"Where is she?"
Kate motioned to the den. "Maybe you can distract her while I call 911.
"Has she told you where she's been? Who took her?"
"Not exactly."
"If she goes to a hospital, she'll clam up out of resentment. It could be hours or days before we get the information out of her," he said in an urgent tone. "The police have made an arrest. The press conference is starting soon. If we can get her to tell us what happened, we can call Sabin before it's over."
Kate crossed her arms and considered.
She could see Angie still sitting on the couch, drawing patterns with her fingertip on the palm of her bloody hand. If paramedics came and hauled her away, she would react badly, that was a sure bet. On the other hand, what would they be doing to her? Trying to drag what they wanted out of her while she sat bleeding and vulnerable. Trying to catch a killer. She heaved a sigh.
"All right, we try. But if she gets serious with that knife, I'm calling."
Rob squinted at her. The toothache smile. "I know it pains you, Kate, but sometimes I am right. You'll see this is one of those times. I know exactly what I'm doing."
"What's he doing here?"
Angie blurted out the words as if they gave her a bad taste in her mouth. Rob gave her the toothache smile, too. "I'm just here to help, Angie," he said, sitting back against the desk. She gave him a long, hard stare.
"I doubt it."
"It looks like you've had a little trouble since we saw you last. Can you tell us about that?"
"You want to hear about it?"
she asked, eyes narrowed, her hoarse voice sounding almost seductive. She raised her hand and slowly licked the blood from her palm again, her gaze locked on his.
"You want to know who did this to me? Or do you just want to hear about the sex?"
"Whatever you want to tell us about, Angie," he said evenly. "It's important for you to talk about it. We're here to listen."
"I'm sure you are. You like to hear about other people's pain and suffering. You're a sick little fuck, aren't you?"
A muscle ticked in Rob's cheek. He held on to his excuse for a smile, but it looked more like he was biting a bullet. "You're trying my patience, Angie," he said tightly. "I'm sure that's not what you really want to do, is it?" The girl looked away toward the fire for so long that Kate thought she would never speak again. Maybe she'd gone to the zone she'd talked about. She held the utility knife in her right hand, pressing the fingertips against the blade.
"Angie,"
Kate said, moving behind the couch, casually picking up the chenille throw from the back of it as she went.
"We're trying to help you."
She sat on the arm of the unoccupied end, holding the blanket loosely in her lap. Tears gleamed in Angie's eyes and she shook her head.
"No, you're not. I wanted you to, but you're not. You just want what I can tell you."
Her swollen mouth twisted into a bitter smile.
"The funny thing is, you think you're getting what you want, but you are so wrong."
"Tell us what happened that night at the Phoenix," Rob prompted, trying to draw her attention back to him. "Kate dropped you off. You went upstairs to take a shower. Did someone interrupt you?" Angie stared at him, slowly scratching the tip of the blade along her thigh over and over. "Who came to take you, Angie?" Rob pressed.
"No,"
she said. "Who came to take you?" he asked again, enunciating with emphasis.
"No,"
she said, glaring at him.
"I won't do it."
The blade of the knife bit deeper. Sweat glistened on her pale face in the firelight. The denim shredded. Blood bloomed bright red in the tears. Kate felt ill at the sight.
"Rob, stop it."
"She needs to do this, Kate," he said. "Angie, who came to take you?"
"No."
Tears streaked down Angie's battered face.
"You can't make me."
"Let her alone." Kate moved off her perch. Christ, she had to do something before the girl cut herself to ribbons. Rob's stare was locked on Angie. "Tell us, Angie. No more games." Angie glared at him, shaking visibly now. "Where did he take you? What did he do to you?"
"Fuck you,"
she spat out.
"I'm not playing your game."
"Yes, you are, Angie," he said, his voice growing darker. "You will. You don't have a choice."
"Fuck you! I hate you!"
Shrieking, she came up off the couch, arm raised, knife blade flashing. Kate moved fast, flinging the chenille throw to cover the knife and diving into Angie from the side almost simultaneously. The girl howled as they crashed to the floor, knocking into the coffee table and scattering the victimology reports. Kate held her down as she struggled, the first wave of relief washing through her. Rob picked up the knife, closed the blade, and put it in his pocket. Angie was sobbing. Kate moved onto her knees and pulled the girl into her arms to hold her.
"It's all right, Angie," she whispered. "You're safe now."
Angie pushed free, staring at her, incredulous and furious.
"You stupid bitch,"
she rasped.
"Now you're dead."
Chapter 34. "The sharks smell blood in the water," Quinn commented, as they watched the mob gather for the press conference. Kovac scowled. "Yeah, and some of it is mine. Sam, I can guarantee you, with Van Lee's on the block, they could give a shit about you." The idea seemed to further depress Kovac. It did nothing for Quinn, either. Having Bondurant's people leak information about Van Lee's to the press was bad enough, but to have the police talk openly to the press about Gil Van Lee's at this point was dangerously premature. He'd said so to the mayor, Greer, and Sabin. That they were choosing to ignore his advice was beyond his control. And yet he could feel the anxiety singeing another hole in the wall of his stomach. He was the one who had come up with the initial profile, which Van Lee's fit nearly to a T. In retrospect, he thought he shouldn't have been so quick to offer an opinion. The possibility of tandem killers changed everything. But the press and the powers running the show had Van Lee's now, and were all too happy to sink their teeth into him. The mayor had chosen the grand 4th Street entrance for the setting of the press conference. A cathedral of polished marble with an impressive double staircase and stained glass panels. The kind of place where politicians could stand on the stairs above the common folk and look important, where the glow of the marble seemed to reflect off their skin and make them seem more radiant than the average citizen. Quinn and Kovac watched from a shadowed alcove as the television people set up and the newspaper people jockeyed for status spots. On the stairs, the mayor and Sabin conferred, as the mayor's assistant brushed lint from her suit. Gary Yorick was deep in conversation with Chief Greer, Fowler, and a pair of captains who seemed to have come out of the woodwork for the photo op. Quinn would join the circus in a moment and give his 2 cents worth to the throng, trying to give the announcement of a suspect in custody a cautionary spin, which almost no one would listen to. They would rather listen to Edwin Noble spin lies for Peter Bondurant, which was almost certainly what he was doing, standing with a reporter for MSNBC. There was no sign of Peter. Not that Quinn had expected him. Not after this morning, and not with the possibility of incest allegations seeping out into the news pool. Still, he couldn't help but wonder at Bondurant's mental state, and what exactly had brought Lucas Brandt running with his little black bag. Jillian's supposed demise, or the revelation of what might have happened all those years ago. "Charm," Kovac said with derision, staring at Urich. "Destined for a corner office. They love him upstairs. $1 million smile on his lips he won't hesitate to use to kiss ass." "Jealous?" Quinn asked. He made one of his faces. "I was made for chewing ass, not kissing it. What do I need with a corner office when I can have a crappy little desk in a crappy little cubicle with no decent file cabinets?" "At least you're not bitter." "I was born bitter." Vince Walsh heralded his arrival with a phlegm-rattling coughing fit. Kovac turned and looked at him. "Jesus, Vince, hack up a lung, why don't you?" "Goddamn cold," Walsh complained. His color had the odd yellow cast of an embalmed body. He offered Kovac a manila envelope. "Jillian Bondurant's medical records, or what of them LeBlanc would release. There are some x-rays. You want me to take them, or you want me to drop them off with the ME? I'm out, you know," Kovac said, even as he took the envelope. "Urich's boss now." Walsh sucked half the contents of his sinuses down the back of his throat and made a sour face. Kovac nodded. "Yeah, that's what I said." Peter waited until the press conference was underway to enter the building. A simple matter of calling Edwin on his cell phone from the car. Noble had no way of knowing he wasn't still at home. Peter had dismissed from the house the employees Edwin had posted to keep an eye on him. They had gone without argument. He was the one who paid their wages, after all. He came into the hall, holding the duffel bag in his arms, his gaze scanning the backs of 5 dozen heads. Greer was at the podium, going on in his overly dramatic way about the qualifications of the man he had chosen to succeed Kovac as head of the task force. Peter didn't care to hear it. The task force was no longer of any interest to him. He knew who had killed Jillian. The press shouted questions. Flashes went off like so many starbursts. Peter worked his way along one side of the crowd, moving toward the stairs, feeling as if he were invisible. Maybe he was. Maybe he was already a ghost. All his life he had felt a certain emptiness in his soul, a hole nothing had been able to fill. Maybe he had been eroding away from the inside out for so long that the essence of what made him human had all leached away, making him invisible. Quinn saw Bondurant coming. Oddly, no one else seemed to. No one looked closely enough, he supposed. Their focus was on the podium and the latest batch of bullshit they wanted to spread on the news and in the papers. And there was the fact that he looked vaguely seedy, unshaven, unkempt. Not the Peter Bondurant of finely tailored suits, every hair in place. His skin looked so pale it was nearly translucent. His face was gaunt, as if his body were devouring itself from within. His eyes met Quinn's, and he stopped behind the camera people and stood there, a black duffel bag in his arms. Quinn's instincts were on point, just as Greer invited him to step to the podium. The glare of the lights blocked his view of Bondurant. He wondered if Kovac had spotted him. "I want to stress," he began, "that the interview of a possible suspect does not end the investigation." Do you believe Van Lees is the cremator? A reporter called out. It wouldn't be prudent for me to comment on that one way or the other. He tried to shift to an angle where he could see Bondurant again, but Bondurant was gone from the spot where he had last been. His nerves tightened. But Van Lees fits the profile. He knew Jillian Bondurant. Isn't it true he had articles of her clothing in his possession when he was arrested? Another asked. Damn leaks, Quinn thought. His attention focused more on getting Bondurant back in his sights than on the reporters. What was he doing here on his own? And looking like a vagrant? Special Agent Quinn? No comment. Do you have anything to say about the Bondurant case? I killed her. Peter stepped out from behind a cameraman at the foot of the stairs and turned to face the crowd. For a moment, no one but Quinn realized the admission had come from him. Then he raised a 9mm semi-automatic handgun to his head, and awareness ran back through the crowd in a wave. I killed her, Peter cried louder. He looked stunned by his own confession, bug-eyed, stark white, open-mouthed. He looked at the gun with terror, as if someone else were holding it. He went up the stairs sideways, eyes darting to the crowd, to the people near the podium, Mayor Noble, Chief Greer, Ted Sabin, all of whom backed away, staring at him as if they'd never seen him before. Quinn held his spot at the podium. Peter, put the gun down, he said firmly, the microphone picking up his voice and broadcasting it to the hall. Bondurant shook his head. His face was quivering, twitching, contorting. He clutched the duffel bag to him with his left arm. Behind him, Quinn could see 2 uniformed officers moving into place with guns drawn and held low. Peter, you don't want to do this, he said quietly, calmly, shifting subtly away from the podium. I ruined her life. I killed her. It's my turn. Why here? Why now? So everyone will know, he said, his voice choked. Everyone will know what I am. Edwin Noble moved from the front of the crowd toward the stairs. Peter, don't do this. What? Bondurant asked. Damage my reputation? Or yours? You're talking nonsense, the lawyer demanded. Put down the gun. Peter didn't listen. His anguish was an almost palpable thing. It was in the sweat that ran down his face. It was in the smell of him. It was in the air he exhaled too quickly from his lungs. This is my fault, he said, the tears coming harder. I did this. I have to pay. Here, now, I can't stand it any more. Come with me, Peter, Quinn said, stepping a little closer, offering his left hand. We'll sit down and you can tell me the whole story. That's what you want, isn't it? He was aware of the whir of motor drives as photographers shot frame after frame. The video cameras were running as well, some likely running live feeds to their stations. All of them recording this man's agony for their audiences. You can trust me, Peter. I've been asking you for the truth from day one. That's all I want, the truth. You can give it to me. I killed her. I killed her, he mumbled over and over, tears streaming down his cheeks. His gun hand was trembling badly. Another few minutes, and his own burning muscles would make him lower it. If he didn't blow his head off first. You sent for me, Peter, Quinn said. You sent for me for a reason. You want to give me the truth. Oh, my God! Oh, my God! Bondurant sobbed, the struggle within himself enormous, powerful, tearing him apart. His whole right arm was shaking now. He cocked the hammer back. Peter, no! Quinn ordered, going for him. The gun exploded. Shouts and screams echoed with the shot. A fraction of a second too late, Quinn grabbed hold of Bondurant's wrist and forced it up. Another shot boomed. Kovac rushed up behind Peter, the uniforms right behind him, and pulled the gun out of his hand. Bondurant collapsed against Quinn, sobbing, bleeding, but alive. Quinn lowered him gently to the marble steps. The first shot had cut at an angle above his temple and plowed out a furrow of flesh and hair 2 inches long on its way to the second floor of the building. Gunpowder residue blackened the skin. He dropped his head between his knees and vomited. The sound level in the hall was deafening. Photographers rushed forward for better angles. Edwin Noble shoved past 2 of them to get to his boss. "Don't say anything, Peter." Kovac gave the attorney a look of disgust. "You know, I think it's a little late for that." Ted Sabin took the podium and called for order and calm. The mayor was crying. Dick Greer snapped at his captains. The cops went about their jobs, dealing with the gun, clearing a path for the EMTs. Quinn crouched beside Peter, hands still on the man's wrist, feeling his pulse race out of control. Quinn's own heart was pumping hard. A fraction of an inch, a steadier hand, and Peter Bondurant would have blown his brains out in front of half the country. An event to be broadcast on the nightly news with the disclaimer, "We warn you, what you are about to see may be disturbing." "You have the right to remain silent, Peter," he began quietly. "Anything you say may be used against you in court." "Must you do this now?" Noble asked in a harsh whisper. "The press is watching." "They were watching when he came on stage with a loaded gun, too," Quinn said, tugging at the duffel bag Peter had smuggled the gun in. Bondurant, sobbing uncontrollably, tried to hold on to it for a moment, then let go. His body crumpled into a bony heap. "I think people have already let too many rules slide where Peter is concerned," Quinn said. He handed the bag to Vince Walsh. "It's heavy. He may have more weapons in it." "You have the right to have your attorney present at questioning." Kovac continued the Miranda warning, pulling out handcuffs. "Jesus God!" came the hoarse exclamation. Quinn looked up to see Walsh drop the duffel bag and grab the side of his neck, his face purple. The paramedic said later he was dead before he hit the ground, right beside the bag that carried Jillian Bondurant's decapitated head. Chapter 35. Kate stepped back from Angie, not trying to decipher what the girl had said. She was breathing hard, and she'd cracked her elbow on the coffee table on the fall to the floor. She rubbed it now as she tried to get her thoughts clear. Angie sat on her knees, keening like a banshee, hitting herself in the head with her bloody hands over and over again. Blood soaked the thighs of her jeans and oozed out through the slits she had cut with a knife. "My God," Kate murmured, shaken by the sight. She backed into the desk, turned to the phone. Rob stood 3 feet away, staring at the girl with a peculiar kind of interest, as if he were a scientist watching a specimen. "Talk to us, Angie," he said softly. "Tell us what you're feeling." "Jesus Christ, Rob," Kate snapped as she picked up the receiver. "Leave her alone. Go in the kitchen and get some wet towels." He went instead to Angie, pulled a 6-inch black leather sap from his coat pocket, and struck her across the back. The girl screamed and fell over sideways, arching her back as if to try to escape the pain. Kate looked stunned, staring at her boss with her mouth hanging open. "What?" she began, then swallowed and started again, her pulse racing. "What the hell is wrong with you?" she asked, breathless with astonishment. Rob Marshall turned his gaze on her with undisguised hate. His eyes nearly glowed with it. The stare ran through Kate like a sword. She could feel the contempt roll off him in hot waves, could smell it rising, sour and vile, from his pores. She stood there, time elongating, instincts coming alive even as she realized her phone was dead. "You have no respect for me, Kate. You fucking cunt," he said in a low, growling voice. The words and the hatred behind them hit her like a fist, stunning her for a moment, then shaking her as the pieces fell into place. "Who choked you, Angie? Did you know this guy?" "Sure, so do you." "It's all right, Angie, you're safe now." "You stupid bitch, now you're dead." Rob Marshall? No. The idea seemed almost laughable. Almost. Except that the phone had been working before he showed up, and he was standing before her with a weapon in his hand. She put the receiver down. "I've had it with you," he said bitterly. "Picking, picking, picking, bitching, 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 belittling me, looking down your nose at me." He stood on the victimology reports that had scattered on the floor. Everyone is a victim of something. She'd had that thought half a dozen times that morning when she'd been going over the reports, but she hadn't examined it closely enough. Lila White had been a victim of an assault. Fawn Pierce had been a victim of rape. Melanie Hessler, another rape victim. At some time or other, they had all dealt with victim witness services. The only one who didn't fit was Jillian Bondurant. "But you're an advocate for victims, for God's sake," she murmured. An advocate who, because of his position, listened to account after account of people, largely women, being victimized, brutalized, beaten, raped, degraded. How many times had he made her sit through the replaying of Melanie Hessler's interview tapes? Rob listening intently, running the tape back, replaying pieces over and over. In her mind, she was suddenly in Kovac's car at the Hessler crime scene, listening to the microcassette the killer had dropped. Melanie Hessler begging for her life, screaming in agony, begging for death. She thought of Rob going to look at the charred body, coming back agitated, seemingly upset. But what she had mistaken for distress had in fact been excitement. Oh my God. Bile rose up the back of her throat as every rotten thing she'd ever said to him scrolled through her memory. Oh God, I'm dead. "I'm sorry," she said, options racing through her mind. The front door was just 10 feet down the hall. Disgust crossed Rob's face in a spasm. He squeezed his eyes nearly shut, looking as if he'd just caught wind of an open sewer. "No, you're not. You're not sorry about the way you've treated me. You're sorry I'm going to kill you for it." "Angie, run!" Kate shouted. She grabbed the fax machine off the desk, jerking the power cord out the back, and flung the machine at Rob. It hit him in the chest and knocked him off balance. She bolted for the door, slipping on one of the victimology reports, a mistake that cost her a precious fraction of a second. Rob grabbed at her, caught hold of a coat sleeve with one hand, and swung wildly with the sap. Even through the thick wool of her coat collar, Kate felt the weight of it as it struck her shoulder. Heavy, deadly, serious. If it caught her in the head, she would go down like a rock. She shied sideways, eluding his grasp, then used his own momentum to shove him into the hall. Grabbing his left arm and twisting it up behind him as he came past, she ran him into the hall table and bolted away before the crash was over, running for the front door that suddenly seemed a mile away. Rob let out a roar and tackled her from behind. They hit the floor hard, Kate crying out as her right arm twisted unnaturally beneath her, and she felt the sickening tear of muscles in her shoulder. Pain swept through her like a fire. She ignored it as best she could as she tried to kick free and scramble to the door. Rob wrapped a fist in her hair and jerked her head back, hitting her with his fist on the right side of her head. Her vision blurred, her ear rang like a bell and burned like a son of a bitch. Knife-sharp pain shot out across her face and down her jaw. "You bitch! You bitch!" he screamed over and over. And then his hands were around her throat, and he was choking her, and his screams faded from her head. She fought automatically, frantically, clawing at his hands, but his fingers were short and thick and strong. She couldn't breathe, felt like her eyes were going to burst, felt like her brain was swelling. With the last bit of sense she could grab, Kate forced herself to go limp. Rob continued to squeeze for seconds that seemed like an eternity, then slammed her head down on the floor. She knew he was ranting, but couldn't make out the words as the blood roared back up to her brain. She tried not to suck in the great gulps of oxygen she wanted and needed so desperately. She tried not to let her mind stall out. She had to keep thinking, and not of the crime scene she had visited, not of the charred body of her client, not of the autopsy photos of 4 women this man had tortured and mutilated. "You think I can't do anything right," Rob raved, pushing himself up off her. "You think I'm an idiot. You think you're better than everyone and I'm just a nothing." Not able to see him, Kate inched her left hand toward her coat pocket. "You're such a fucking bitch," he screamed, and kicked her, too immersed in his ranting to hear her grunt of pain as his boot connected with her hip. Kate ground her teeth together and concentrated on moving the hand, half an inch at a time, into her coat pocket. "You don't know me," Rob declared. He grabbed something from her hall table and threw it. Whatever it was, it crashed somewhere in the vicinity of the kitchen. "You don't know anything about me, about my true self." And she would never have suspected. God in heaven, she'd worked beside this man for 1.5 years. Never once would she have thought he was capable of this. Never once had she questioned his motives for choosing his profession. On the contrary, his being an advocate for victims, so ready to listen to them, so ready to spend time with them, had been his one redeeming quality. Or so she had believed. "You think I'm nobody," he yelled. "I am somebody. I am evil's angel. I am the fucking cremator. Now what do you think of me, Ms. Bitch?" He crouched down behind her and rolled her onto her back. Kate kept her eyes nearly shut, barely seeing more than a blur of colors between her lashes. Her hand was in her pocket, fingers sliding around the shaft of the metal nail file. "I saved you for last," he said. "You're going to beg me to kill you. And I'm going to love doing it." Chapter 36. "What happened that night, Peter?" Quinn asked. They sat in a small, dingy white room in the bowels of the City Hall building, near the booking area of the Adult Detention Center. Bondurant had waived his rights and refused to go to the hospital. A paramedic had cleaned the bullet wound to his scalp right there on the stairs where he had tried to end it all. Edwin Noble had thrown a holy fit, insisting to be present during questioning, insisting on sending Peter directly to a hospital whether he wanted to go or not. But Peter had won out, swearing in front of a dozen news cameras he wanted to confess. Present in the room were Bondurant, Quinn, and Urich. Peter had wanted only Quinn, but the police had insisted on having a representative present. Sam Kovac's name was not mentioned. "Jillian came to dinner," Peter said. He looked small and shrunken, like a long-time heroin junkie. Pale, red-eyed, vacant. "She was in one of her moods. Up, down, laughing 1 minute, snapping the next. She was just like that. Volatile. Like her mother, even as a baby." "What did you fight about?" He stared across the room at a rosy stain on the wall that might have been blood before someone tried to scrub it away. School, her music, her therapy, her stepfather, us. She wanted to resume her relationship with LeBlanc. She'd been speaking with him. She said she was thinking of going back to France. You were angry. Angry, he said, and sighed. That's not really the right word. I was upset. I felt tremendous guilt. Why guilt? He took a long time formulating his answer, as if he were pre-choosing each word he would use. Because that was my fault. What happened with Jillian and LeBlanc. I could have prevented it. I could have fought Sophie for custody, but I just let go. She threatened to expose you for molesting Jillian, Quinn reminded him. She threatened to claim I had molested Jillian, Peter corrected him. She had actually coached Jilly on what to say, how to behave in order to convince people it was true. But it wasn't. She was my child. I could never have done anything to hurt her. He thought about that answer, his composure cracking and crumbling. He covered his mouth with a trembling hand and cried silently for a moment. How could I have known? You knew Sophie's mental state, Quinn pointed out. I was in the process of buying out Don Thornton. I had several huge government contracts pending. She could have ruined me. Quinn said nothing, letting Bondurant sort through it himself, as he had undoubtedly done 1,000 times in the last week alone. Bondurant heaved a defeated sigh and looked at the table. I gave my daughter to a madwoman and a child molester. I would have been kinder to kill her then. What happened Friday night? Quinn asked again, drawing him back to the present. We argued about LeBlanc. She accused me of not loving her. She locked herself in the music room for a time. I let her alone. I went into the library, sat in front of the fire, drank some cognac. About 11:30 she came into the room behind me, singing. She had a beautiful voice, haunting, ethereal. The song was obscene, disgusting, perverse. It was everything Sophie had coached her to say about me all those years ago, the things I had supposedly done to her. That made you angry. It made me sick. I got up and turned to tell her so, and she was standing in front of me naked. Don't you want me, Daddy? She said. Don't you love me? Even the memory astonished him, sickened him. He bent over the wastebasket that had been set beside his chair and retched, but there was nothing left in his stomach. Quinn waited, calm, unemotional, purposely detached. Did you have sex with her? Yorick asked. Quinn glared at him. No! My God! Peter said, outraged at the suggestion. What happened? Quinn asked. You fought. She ended up running out. Yes, he said, calming. We fought. I said some things I shouldn't have. She was so fragile. But I was so shocked, so angry. She ran and put her clothes on and left. I never saw her alive again. Yorick looked confused and disappointed. But you said you killed her. Don't you see? I could have saved her, but I didn't. I let her go the first time to save myself, my business, my fortune. It's my fault she became who she did. I let her go Friday night because I didn't want to deal with that, and now she's dead. I killed her, Detective, just as surely as if I had stabbed her in the heart. Uric skidded his chair back and got up to pace, looking like a man who'd just realized he'd been cheated in a shell game. "Come on, Mr. Bondurant. You expect us to believe that?" He didn't have the voice or the edge to play bad cop, even when he meant it. "You were carrying your daughter's head in a bag. What is that about? A little memento the real killer sent you?" Bondurant said nothing. The mention of Jillian's head upset him, and he began focusing inward again. Quinn could see him slipping away, allowing his mind to be lured to a place other than this ugly reality. He might go there and not come back for a long time. "Peter, what were you doing in Jillian's townhouse Sunday morning?" "I went to see her, to see if she was all right." "In the middle of the night?" Uric said doubtfully. "She wouldn't return my calls. I left her alone Saturday on Lucas Brandt's advice. By Sunday morning, I had to do something." "So you went there and let yourself in," Quinn said. Bondurant looked down at a stain on his sweater and scratched at it absently with his thumbnail. "I thought she would be in bed. Then I wondered whose bed she was in. I waited for her." "What did you do while you were waiting?" "Cleaned," he said, as if that made perfect sense and wasn't in any way odd. "The apartment looked like a sty," he said, lip curling with disgust. "Filthy, dirty, full of garbage and mess." "Like Jillian's life?" Quinn asked gently. Tears swelled in Bondurant's eyes. The cleaning had been more symbolic than for sanitary purposes. He hadn't been able to change his daughter's life, but he could clean up her environment. An act of control, and perhaps of affection, Quinn thought. "You erased the messages on her machine?" he asked. Bondurant nodded. The tears came harder. Elbows on the table, he cupped his hands around his eyes. "There was something from LeBlanc?" Quinn ventured. "That son of a bitch! He killed her as much as I did!" He curled down toward the tabletop, sobbing hard, a terrible braying sound tearing from the center of his chest up his throat. Quinn waited him out, thinking of Peter coming across Jillian's music as he straightened and tidied. The music may even have been his primary reason for going there, after the incident in his study Friday night. But Peter, out of guilt, would now claim Jillian's welfare had been the priority. Quinn leaned forward and laid his hand on Bondurant's wrist across the table, establishing a physical link, trying to draw him back into the moment. "Peter, do you know who really killed Jillian?" "Her friend," he said in a thin, weary voice, his mouth twisting at the irony. "Her one friend, Michelle Fine." "What makes you believe that?" "She was trying to blackmail me." "Was?" "Until last night." "What happened last night?" Quinn asked. "I killed her." Edwin Noble was on Quinn the second he stepped out the door of the interview room. "Not one word of that will be admissible in court, Quinn," he promised. "He waived his rights, Mr. Noble." "He's clearly not competent to make those decisions." "Take it up with a judge," Sabin said. The lawyers turned on each other like a pair of cobras. Uric pulled aside the assistant prosecutor, Logan, to talk about a warrant for Michelle Fine's home. Kovac stood 10 feet down the hall, leaning against the wall, not smoking a cigarette. The lone coyote. "Need a ride, GQ?" he said with a hopeful look. Quinn made a very Kovac-like face. "I am definitely now a confirmed masochist. I can't believe I'm going to say this, but let's go. They ran the media gauntlet out of the building, Quinn offering a stone-faced no comment to every query hurled at him. Kovac had left his car on the 4th Avenue side of the building. Half a dozen reporters followed them the whole way. Quinn didn't speak until Kovac put the car in gear and roared away from the curb. Bondurant says he shot Michelle Fine and left her body in the Minneapolis Sculpture Garden. She'd been trying to blackmail him with some of Jillian's more revealing pieces of music and with the things Jillian had allegedly confessed to her. Last night was supposed to be the big payoff. He'd bring the money, she'd hand over the music, the tapes she had, etc. At that point, he didn't know she'd been involved in Jillian's murder. He said he was willing to pay to keep the story under wraps, but he took a gun with him. "Sounds like premeditation to me," Kovac said, slapping the dash mount light on the bracket. "Right." Then Michelle shows up with the stuff in a duffel bag. She shows him some sheet music, a couple of cassettes, zips the bag shut. They make the trade. She starts to go, not thinking he'll look in the bag again. Never assume. Quinn braced himself and held onto the door as the Caprice made a hard right on a red light. Horns blared. He looked. He shot her in the back and left her where she fell. What the hell was she thinking, giving him the head? She was thinking she'd be long gone before he called the cops, Quinn speculated. I noticed travel magazines at her apartment when Liska and I were there the other day. I'll bet she would have gone straight to the airport and got on a plane. What about Van Lee's? Did he say anything about Van Lee's? Quinn held his breath as Kovac cut between an MTC bus and a snap-on tool van. Nothing. You don't think she was working alone? No. We know she didn't kill on her own. She wouldn't have tried the blackmail on her own either. Willing victims of a sexual sadist are virtual puppets. Their partner holds the power. He controls them through physical abuse, psychological abuse, sexual abuse. No way she did this on her own. And Van Lee's was in custody by the time this went down. They probably had the plan in place, and she followed through without knowing where he was. She would have been afraid not to. If he's the guy. They knew each other. You and I know each other. We haven't killed anyone. I have a hard time seeing Van Lee's manipulating anyone at that level. He fits the wrong profile. Who then? I don't know, Quinn said, scowling at himself rather than at Kovac gunning the accelerator and nearly sideswiping a minivan. But if we've got Fine, then we've got a thread to follow. 4 radio cars had arrived ahead of them. The Minneapolis Sculpture Garden was an 11-acre park dotted with more than 40 works by prominent artists, the feature piece being a 52-foot-long spoon holding a 9.5-foot-tall red cherry. The place had to be a bit surreal in the best of times, Quinn thought. As a crime scene, it was something out of Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. Report from the local ERs, Ulrich called as he climbed out of his car. No gunshot wounds meeting Michelle Fine's description. He said they met at the spoon, Quinn said as they walked quickly in that direction. He's sure he hit her? Kovac asked. It was dark. He says he hit her. She cried out. She went down. Over here! One of the uniforms called, waving from near the bridge of the spoon. His breath was like a smoke signal in the cold gray air. Quinn broke into a jog with the others. The news crews wouldn't be far behind. Is she dead? Ulrich demanded as he ran up. Dead? Hell, the uniform said, pointing to a large cherry-red blood stain in the snow. She's gone. Chapter 37. Rob caught Kate by the hair and began to pull her up. Kate's fingers closed around the metal nail file in her pocket. She waited. This might be the best weapon she would get her hands on, but she had to use it accurately, and she had to use it at the perfect moment. Strategies ran through her head like rats in a maze, each desperate for a way out. Rob slapped her face, and the taste of blood bloomed in her mouth like a rose. "I know you're not dead. You keep underestimating me, Kate," he said. "Even now you taunt me. That's very stupid." Kate hung her head, curling her legs beneath her. He wanted her frightened. He wanted to see it in her eyes. He wanted to smell it on her skin. He wanted to hear it in her voice. That was his thing. That was what he soaked up listening to the tapes of victims, his own victims and the victims of others. It sickened her to think how many victims had poured their hearts out to him feeding his sick compulsions on their suffering and their fear. Now he wanted her afraid, and he wanted her submissive. He wanted her sorry for every time she'd ever mouthed off to him, for every time she defied him. And if she gave him what he wanted, his sense of victory would only further fuel his cruelty. "I will be your master today, Kate," he said dramatically. Kate raised her head and gave him a long, level, venomous stare, screwing up her courage as she sucked at the cut in her mouth. He would make her pay for this, but it seemed the way to go. Very deliberately, she spit the blood in his face. "The hell you will, you miserable little shit." Instantly furious, he swung at her with the sap. Kate ducked the punch and launched herself upward, bringing her right elbow up under his chin, knocking his teeth together. She pulled the nail file and stabbed it into his neck to the hilt, just above his collarbone. Rob screamed and grabbed at the file, falling back, crashing into the hall table. Kate ran for the kitchen. If she could just get out of the house, get to the street. Surely he would have disabled her car somehow or blocked it in. To get help, she had to get to the street. She dashed through the living room, knocking chairs over as she ran past. Rob came behind her, grunting as he hit something, swearing, spitting the words out between his teeth like bullets. He couldn't outrun her on his stubby legs. He seemed not to have a gun. Through the kitchen, and she was home free. She'd run to the neighbor across the street, the graphic designer who had his office in his attic. He was always home. She burst into the kitchen, faltered, then pulled up, her heart plummeting. Angie stood just inside the back door, tears streaming down her face, a butcher's knife in her hand, pointed directly at Kate's chest. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry," she sobbed, shaking badly. Suddenly, the conversation that had taken place between Angie and Rob in the den took on a whole new dimension. Pieces of the truth began to click into place. The picture they made was distorted and surreal. If Rob was the cremator, then it was Rob Angie had seen in the park. Yet the man in the sketch Oscar had drawn at her instruction looked no more like Rob Marshall than he looked like Ted Sabin. She had sat across from him in the interview room, giving no indication. In the next second, Rob Marshall was through the door behind her, and 6 ounces of steel packed in sand and bound in leather connected with the back of her skull. Her legs folded beneath her, and she dropped to her knees on the kitchen floor. Her last sight, Angie DeMarco. "This is why I don't do kids. You never know what they're thinking." Then everything went dark. The travel magazines were still scattered on Michelle Fine's coffee table, with pages folded and destinations circled with notations in the margins. "Get a tan. Too expensive. Nightlife. The murderer as a tourist, Quinn thought, turning the pages. When the police checked with the airlines, they might find she had booked flights to one or more of those locations. If they were very lucky, they would also find matching flights booked in the name of her partner, whoever he was. With the amount of blood at the scene in the sculpture garden, it seemed highly unlikely Fine had taken herself out of the park. Gil Van Lees had been in custody. Both Fine and the money Peter Bondurant had brought to the scene and subsequently walked away from were gone. The cops swarmed over the apartment like ants, invading every cupboard, crack, and crevice, looking for anything that might give them a clue as to who Fine's partner in murder was. A scribbled note, a doodled phone number, an envelope, a photograph, something, anything. Adler and Urich were canvassing the neighbors for information. Did they know her? Had they seen her? What about a boyfriend? The main living areas of the apartment looked exactly as they had the day before. Same dust, same filthy ashtray. Tippin found a crack pipe in an end-table drawer. Quinn went down the hall, glancing into a bathroom worthy of a speed-trap gas station, and on to Michelle Fine's bedroom. The bed was unmade. Clothes lay strewn around the room like outlines where dead bodies had fallen. Just as in the rest of the apartment, there were no personal touches, nothing decorative, except in the window that faced south and the back side of another building. "Look at the sun catchers," Liska said, moving across the room. They hung from hooks on little suction cups stuck to the window, hoops about 3 inches in diameter, each holding its own miniature work of art. The light coming through them gave the colors a sense of life. The air from a register above the window made them quiver against the glass like butterfly wings and fluttered the decorations that were attached to each. A piece of ribbon, a pearl button on a string, a dangling earring, a finely braided lock of hair. Liska's face dropped as she stopped beside Quinn, the realization hitting her. Lila White's calla lily, Fawn Pierce's shamrock, a mouth with a tongue sticking out, a heart with the word Daddy. There were half a dozen. Tattoos. The tattoos that had been cut from the bodies of the cremator's victims, stretched tight in little craft hoops, drying in the sun, decorated with mementos of the women they had been cut from, souvenirs of torture and murder. Chapter 38. His triumph is at hand, his crowning glory, his finale, for now, for this place. He has arranged the bitch on the table to his satisfaction and bound her hands and feet to the table legs with plastic twine he has pilfered from the mail room at the office. A length of it is wrapped around the bitch's throat, with long free ends trailing for him to wrap around his fists. For mood lighting, he has brought candles down to the basement from other parts of the house. He finds the flames very sensual, exciting, erotic. That excitement is heightened by the smell of gasoline heavy in the air. He stands back and surveys the tableau. The bitch under his absolute control. She is still clothed because he wants her conscious for her degradation. He wants her to feel every second of her humiliation. He wants to capture it all on tape. He loads the microcassette recorder with a fresh tape and sets it on a black vinyl bar stool with a ripped seat. He doesn't worry about fingerprints. The world will shortly discover the cremator's true identity. He sees no reason not to carry through with the plan. Michelle might be out of the picture, but he still has Angie. If she passes her test, he might take her with him. If she fails, he will kill her. She isn't Michelle, his perfect complement. Michelle, who would do anything he asked if she thought compliance would make him love her. Michelle, who had followed his lead in the torture games, who had encouraged him to burn the bodies and reveled in her tattoo arts and crafts. He misses her as much as he can miss anyone, with a vague detachment. Mrs. Vetter will miss her horrid little dog more. Angie watches him as he unties the leather roll that holds all his favorite tools and spreads it out on the table. She looks like something from a teenage slasher movie. Her clothes are disheveled, the thighs of her jeans shredded and blood-soaked. She still holds the butcher knife from the kitchen and surreptitiously pricks the end of her thumb with the point of it and watches the blood bead. Crazy little bitch. He looks at the choke marks on her throat, thinks about all the ways she has defied him during the execution of his great plan, making him look stupid during her first interview, refusing to give the name of the bar where he'd picked her up that night to lend credibility to her story, refusing to describe the cremator to the sketch artist the way he had instructed her to. He had spent considerable time creating the image of a phantom killer in his mind. The girl had willfully given a description so vague it might fit half the men in the Twin Cities, including the hapless Van Lees. The idea of Van Lees getting credit as the cremator makes him furious. And even after the beatings he'd given her since Wednesday, she had refused him his perfect moment of revelation in Kate's living room. "Who came to take you, Angie?" "No." "Who came to take you?" "No, I won't do it." "Angie, who came to take you?" "No, you can't make me." She had been coached to say evil's angel. No matter that he hadn't taken her, that Michelle had been the one who'd saved the stupid little slut from slicing herself to ribbons in the shower, who'd cleaned up the mess and slipped the two of them out the back door of the house. The girl had her instructions, and she defied them openly. He decides he will kill her after all, despite her cooperation in the kitchen. She's too unpredictable. He will kill her here, after the bitch is dead. He pictures himself in a frenzy, wild with the euphoria of killing the bitch. He sees himself throwing the girl onto the table, on top of the bloody, mutilated body, tying her there, fucking her, choking her, stabbing her in the face over and over and over and over, punishing her exactly as he plans to punish the bitch. He will kill them both, then burn them together here, and burn the house as well. He has already set the stage for the fire, pouring the accelerant, gas from a can he put in the bitch's garage himself the night he shit on the floor. The fantasy of the murders he is about to commit excites him as fantasies always have, intellectually, sexually, fundamentally. The pattern of the mind of his breed. Fantasy, violent fantasy. Then facilitators that trigger action, murder. The natural cycle of his life, and his victim's death. Decision made, he turns his thoughts to the matter at hand. Kate Conlon. Consciousness returned for Kate in fits and starts, like a television with bad reception. She could hear but not see. Then she had some blurred vision, but nothing more than a horrific ringing in her ears. The only clear, constant signal was pain hammering at the back of her skull. She felt sick with it. She couldn't seem to move her arms or legs, and wondered if Rob had broken her neck or severed her spinal cord. Then she realized she could still feel her hands, and that they hurt like hell. Tied. The ceiling tile, the smell of dust, the vague sense of dampness. The basement. She was tied spread eagle on the old ping-pong table in her own basement. Another scent, out of place, came to her, thick, oily, and bitter. Lighter fluid. Oh, sweet Jesus. She looked at Rob Marshall standing at the foot of the table, staring at her. Rob Marshall. A serial killer. The incongruity made her want to believe she was just having a nightmare, but she knew better. She'd seen too much when she was an agent. The stories were stacked up in her memory like files in a cabinet. The NASA engineer who had kidnapped hitchhikers and drained their blood to drink it. The electronics technician, a married father of 2, who kept chosen body parts of his victims in his meat freezer in his garage. The young Republican law student who volunteered at a suicide hotline and turned out to be Ted Bundy. Add to the stack the victim advocate who chose his own victims from the department's client list. She felt like a fool for not having seen it, even though she knew a killer as sophisticated as Smokey Joe was one of nature's perfect chameleons. Even now, she didn't want to think of Rob Marshall as being that clever. He had taken his coat off, revealing a gray sweater soaked at the throat with blood from where she'd stabbed him with the nail file. An inch in the right direction and she would have hit his jugular. "Did I miss anything?" she asked, her voice rusty from the choking he'd given her. She could see the surprise in his face, the confusion. Score 1 for the victim. "Still with the smart mouth," he said. "You don't learn, bitch." "Why should I? What will you do, Rob? Torture and kill me?" She tried desperately to keep the fear out of her voice. She felt as if it had her by the throat, then remembered with another jolt of adrenaline the ligature marks on the throats of his victims. "You'll do that either way. I might as well have the satisfaction of calling you a dickless loser to your face." Standing to one side of the table, backlit by candles, butcher knife in hand, Angie sucked in a breath and made a piteous sound in her throat. She clutched the knife to her as if it were a treasured toy to comfort herself. Rob's face hardened. He pulled a penknife from his pocket and jabbed it all the way to the handle into the bottom of Kate's right foot, and she learned very quickly and painfully the price he was going to make her pay for the strategy she'd chosen. Kate cried out, and her whole body convulsed against the restraints that bit deep into the skin of her wrists and ankles. When she fell back, the bindings seemed to have stretched to give her slightly more mobility. She pulled her mind back together by focusing on Angie, thinking of the look she'd seen in the girl's eyes earlier, when she'd been struck by the thought that Angie's eyes weren't empty, that as long as there was some light in the darkness, there was still hope. She thought of the way the girl had started to go after Rob with a utility knife. "Angie, get out!" she rasped. "Save yourself!" The girl flinched and glanced nervously at Rob. "She'll stay," he snapped, stabbing the knife into her foot again, winning another cry from Kate. "She's mine," he said, eyes glowing with the intoxication he achieved from inflicting pain. "I don't think so." Kate sucked in a sharp breath. "She's not stupid." "No, you're the stupid one," he said, backing away a step. He pulled a long taper from the candelabrum he'd taken from her dining room and set on the clothes dryer. "Because I know the kind of pathetic, warped excuse for a human being you are?" "How pathetic am I now, bitch?" he demanded, dragging the flame of the candle from toe to toe on her right foot. Instinctively, Kate kicked at the source of her torment, knocking the candle from his hand. Rob pounced on it, swearing, disappearing from view at the end of the table. "Stupid bitch!" he cursed frantically. "Stupid fucking bitch!" The scent of the gasoline pressed over Kate's nose and mouth, and she shuddered at the notion of burning alive. The terror was like a fist in the base of her throat. The pain where Rob had already burned her was like a live thing, as if her foot had ignited and now the flames would shoot up her leg.
"What's the matter, Rob?"
she asked, fighting the need to cry.
"I thought you liked fire. Are you afraid of it?"
He scrambled to his feet, glaring at her. "I am the cremator," he shouted, the candle clutched in his fist. She could see his increasing agitation in his respiration rate, in the quick jerkiness of his movements. This wasn't going the way it had in his fantasies. "I am superior," he shouted, wild-eyed. "I am evil's angel. I hold your life in my hands. I am your god." Kate channeled her pain into her anger.
"You're a leech. You're a parasite. You're nothing."
She was probably goading him into stabbing her 47 times, cutting her larynx out and running it down the garbage disposal. Then she thought of the photographs of his other victims, of the tape of Melanie Hessler, of the hours of torture, rape, repeated strangulation. She'd take her chances. Live by the sword, die by the sword.
"You make me sick, you spineless little shit."
That was the truth. It made her want to vomit to think she'd worked beside him day in and day out, and every time his mind wandered, it wandered to fantasies of abuse and brutality and murder, the very things they tried to help their clients live through and get past. He paced at the foot of the table, muttering under his breath, as if he might be speaking to voices in his head, though Kate thought it unlikely he heard any. Rob Marshall wasn't psychotic. He was perfectly aware of everything he did. His actions were a conscious choice, though if he were caught, he would probably try to convince the authorities otherwise.
"You can't get it up without the domination, can you?"
Kate pressed on.
"What woman would have you if you didn't tie her down?"
"Shut up!" he screamed. "Shut the fuck up!" He threw the candle at her, missing her head by 3 feet. He rushed up alongside her, grabbed a boning knife off the table beside her, and jammed the point of it against her larynx. Kate swallowed reflexively, felt the tip of the steel bite into her skin. "I'll cut it out!" he shouted in her face. "I'll fucking cut it out! I'm so sick of your bitching! I'm so sick of your voice!" Kate closed her eyes and tried not to swallow again, holding herself rigid as he started to push the small, sharp blade into her throat. Terror tore through her. Instinct told her to jerk away. Logic told her not to move. And then the pressure stopped, eased away. Rob stared at the tape recorder he'd left on the old bar stool. He may not have wanted to hear her criticism of him, but he wanted to listen to her screams as he had listened to the screams and cries and pleading of all his victims. In fact, with her, he probably wanted it more. If he cut her voice out, he couldn't get that. If he couldn't get that, the act of killing her lost its meaning.
"You want to hear it, don't you, Rob?"
she asked.
"You want to be able to listen later and hear the exact moment I became frightened of you and gave you control. You don't want to give that up, do you?"
He picked up the tape recorder and held it close to her mouth. He put down the knife, picked up a pliers, and grabbed hold of the tip of her breast, squeezing brutally. Even through the buffer of her sweater and bra, the bite was sharp, then excruciating, making her scream. When he finally let go, he stepped back with a vicious smile and held up the cassette recorder. "There," he said. "I've got it." It seemed an eternity passed before the white noise faded from Kate's head. She was breathing as if she'd run the 400-yard dash, sweating, shaking. The haze cleared from her vision, and she was looking at Angie, the girl still standing in the same spot, clutching the knife to her. Kate wondered if she'd gone catatonic. Angie was her only hope, the weakest link in Rob's scenario. She needed the girl with her, lucid and able to act.
Angie, Kate croaked. He doesn't own you. You can fight him. You've been fighting him, haven't you?
She thought of the scene that had played out upstairs. Rob wanting Angie to describe what he'd done to her after taking her from the Phoenix house. Angie refusing, defying him, taunting him. She'd done it before, in the offices. Rob's face reddened. Quit talking to her.
Afraid she might turn on you, Rob?
Kate asked, with not nearly the attitude she'd had 5 minutes earlier. Shut up. She's mine. And you're mine too, bitch. He lunged at her, grabbed hold of the neck of her sweater and tore at it with his hands, trying without success to rip it. Swearing, sputtering, flustered, embarrassed, he fumbled for another knife among the array of tools he had so carefully laid out on the table.
You don't own her any more than you own me, Kate said, glaring at him, straining against the bonds. And you will never, ever own me, you toad.
Shut up! He screamed again. He turned and slapped her across the mouth with the back of his hand. Shut up! Shut up! You fucking bitch! The knives clattered together, and he came away with a big one. Kate sucked in what she imagined might be her last breath and held it. Rob grabbed the neck of her sweater again and cut through it with the knife, violently rending the fabric with big, jagged tears. The tip of the knife bit into her breast, skipped along her belly, nicked the point of her hip. I'll show you! I'll show you! Angie! He barked, swinging toward the girl. Come here! Come here now! He didn't wait. He rushed around the end of the table, grabbed the girl by the arm, and dragged her back to Kate. Do it, he said in her ear. For Michelle. You want to do this for Michelle. You want Michelle to love you, don't you, Angie? Michelle? Wild card, Kate thought, a fresh wave of terror flashing through her. Who the hell was Michelle? And what did she mean to Angie? How could she fight an enemy she'd never seen? Tears ran down Angie's face. Her lower lip was quivering. She clutched the butcher knife with both trembling hands. Don't do it, Angie, Kate said, her voice vibrating with fear. Don't let him use you this way. She couldn't know if the girl even heard her. She thought of what Angie had told her about the zone, and wondered if she was going into that place now to escape this nightmare. And what then? Would she act on autopilot? Was the zone a dissociative state? Had it allowed her to participate in Rob's kills before? She jerked again at the restraints, stretching the plastic another fraction of an inch. Do it! Rob shouted against the side of Angie's face. Do it, you stupid cunt! Do it for your sister. Do it for Michelle. You want Michelle to love you. Sister. The headline went through Kate's mind like a comet. Sisters exonerated in burning death of parents. Big eyes popping from his ugly round head, Rob screamed with frustration and raised the knife he held. Do it! Light hit a blinding starburst off the blade as it plunged through the air and into the hollow of Kate's shoulder, just as she managed to twist her body a crucial few inches. The tip of the blade hit bone and glanced off, and the pain was like lightning striking her. Do it! Rob screamed at Angie, striking her in the back of the head with the handle of the bloody knife. You worthless whore! No! The girl cried. Do it! Sobbing, Angie brought the knife up. We got a hit on Fine's prints in Wisconsin, Urick said, stepping into the bedroom doorway. The crime scene unit was removing the tattoo fetishes from the window, carefully folding tissue paper around each and sliding each into its own small paper sack. Her real name is Michelle Finlow. She's got a handful of misdemeanors and a sealed juvenile record. Kovac arched a brow. Is skinning people a misdemeanor in Wisconsin? The state that brought us Ed Gein and Jeffrey Dahmer, Tippin remarked. Hey, aren't you from Wisconsin, Tip? One of the crime scene guys asked. Yeah, Menominee. Want to come to my house for Thanksgiving? Quinn stuck a finger in his free ear and listened to Kate's home number ring unanswered for the third time in 20 minutes. Her machine should have picked up. He disconnected and tried her cell phone. It rang 4 times, then passed him on to her message service. Her clients called her on the cell phone. Angie DeMarco had the number. Kate wouldn't let it go unanswered, not as responsible as she felt for Angie. He rubbed a hand against the fire in his belly. Mary Moss joined the group. One of the neighbors down the hall says she sometimes saw Michelle with a stubby, balding guy with glasses. She didn't get a name, but she says he drives a black SUV that once rear-ended the car of the guy in 3F. Yes, Kovac said, pumping one arm. Smokey Joe, you're toast. Hamill is talking right now with Mr. 3F to get the insurance info. We can bust the cremator in time for the 6 o'clock news and still make Patrick's for happy hour, Kovac said, grinning. This is turning into my kind of day. Hamill hustled into the apartment, dodging crime scene people. You won't believe this, he said to the task force at large. Michelle Fine's boyfriend was Rob Marshall. Holy shit! Quinn grabbed Kovac by the shoulder and shoved him toward the door. I have to get to Kate. Give me the keys, I'm driving. Do it! Do it! Angie let out a long, distorted scream that sounded very far away in her own ears, like a whale coming down a long, long tunnel. The zone loomed up beside her, a yawning black mouth, and on the other side, the voice had come to life. You stupid little slut, do what I tell you. I can't, she cried. Do it! The fear was like a softball in her throat, closing off her air, gagging her, choking her. No one loves you, crazy little bitch. You love me, Michelle, she mewed, not sure if she had spoken the words aloud or if they existed only in her head. Do it! Do it! She stared down at Kate. The zone moved over her. She could feel the hot breath of it. She could fall into it and never come out. She would be safe. She would be alone. Forever. Do it! You know what to do, Angel. Do what you're told, Angel. Her whole body was shaking. Coward. You can save Michelle, Angie. Do this for Michelle. She looked down at Kate, at the place on her chest where she was supposed to stick the knife, just as Michelle had. She'd seen her sister do it. He had made her watch as they stood on either side of the dead woman, one stabbing and then the other, making their pact, sealing their bond, pledging their love. It had frightened her and made her sick. Michelle had laughed at her, then given her to him for sex. He hurt her. She hated him. Michelle loved him. She loved Michelle. Nobody loves you, crazy little bitch. That was all she'd ever wanted. Someone to care about her. Someone to keep her from being alone. All she'd ever gotten was use and abuse, even from Michelle, who had kept her from being alone. But Michelle loved her. Love and hate, love and hate, love, hate, love, hate, love, hate. There was no line between them for her. She loved Michelle, wanted to save her. Michelle was all she had. Do it! Kill her! Kill her! She looked down at Kate, straining against the ties, terror in her face. Why do you care what happens to me? Because no one else does. I'm sorry, she whimpered. Angie, don't. Stab her, now! The pressure inside her was tremendous. The pressure from outside was more. She felt as if her bones would collapse and the weight of it would crush her, and the zone would suck up the mess and she would be gone forever. Maybe that would be just as well. At least then she wouldn't hurt anymore. "Do it, or I let your fucking cunt sister die," he shouted. "Do it, or I'll finish Michelle in front of you. Do it!"
She loved her sister. She could save her sister.
She raised the knife.
No!
Kate sucked in a breath and braced herself, never taking her eyes off Angie. The girl let out an unearthly shriek as she raised the butcher knife with both hands above her head, then twisted her body and plunged the knife into Rob Marshall's neck. Blood sprayed in a geyser as she jerked the blade out. Blood on the wall, on the bed, on Kate, spraying like a loose fire hose. Rob jerked back, astonished, grabbing at the wound, blood gushing through his fingers. Angie went on screaming, plunging the knife again, stabbing his hand, stabbing his chest. She followed him as he staggered backward, trying to escape. He tried to call out for help or for mercy and choked on his own blood, the sound gurgling in his throat. His knees buckled, and he fell against the clothes dryer, knocking the candelabrum to the floor. Angie stepped back then and stared at him for a moment, as if she had no idea who he was or how he had come to fall to the floor with the last of his life's blood pumping out of him as he gurgled and gagged. Then she looked at the knife, dripping blood, her hands covered and sticky with it, and slowly she turned toward Kate. Quinn drove with no regard for the laws of the road or of physics, driven himself by a growing sense of panic in his gut. Kovac hung on, braced himself, screamed more than once as Quinn swept the Caprice around and between cars. "If he's smart, he's already blown town," Kovac said. "Smart's got nothing to do with it," Quinn said above the roar of the engine. "He brought Kate on the case as part of his game. He killed Melanie Hessler because she was Kate's client. He left a calling card in Kate's garage the other night. He won't leave town without finishing the thing between them." He could see the hall light on as the car skidded to a stop in front of Kate's house. The light glowed through the shears at the goddamn sidelights she should have known better than to have. Quinn slammed the Caprice into park before it fully stopped, and the transmission made an ominous sound. He was out of the car before it could stop rocking, running for the house as a pair of radio cars screamed up the street. He thundered onto the porch and pounded on the door, tried the handle. Locked. "Kate! Kate!" He pressed his face to the glass of one sidelight. The hall table sat askew. Things had tumbled over on it and off it. The rug was cockeyed. "Kate!" The shout that came from somewhere in the house went through him like steel. "No!" Quinn grabbed the mailbox, ripped it off the wall, and smashed out the sidelight just as Kovac ran up onto the porch. Another few seconds and they were in. His eyes went to a smear of blood on the wall near the den. "Kate!" Her cry came from somewhere deep in the house. "Angie! No!" Angie turned the knife in her bloody hands, staring at the blade. She let the tip of it kiss the fragile skin of her wrist. "Angie, no!" Kate shouted, straining against the ties. "Don't do it! Please don't do it! Come, cut me loose! Then we'll get you some help!" She couldn't see Rob, but knew he lay crumpled on the floor near the dryer. She could hear gurgling sounds coming from his throat. He had knocked the candelabrum over as he crashed, and the flames had found some of the lighter fluid he must have poured around while Kate had been unconscious. It ignited with a whoosh. The flames would follow the trail of fuel in search of more fuel. The basement was crammed with possibilities. Boxes of junk her parents had saved and abandoned, stuff she'd been meaning to throw out but hadn't gotten to, the obligatory half-empty cans of paint and other hazardous chemicals. "Angie! Angie!" Kate said, trying to pull the girl's focus to her. Angie, who stood looking into the face of her own death.
Michelle won't love me, the girl murmured, looking at the man she had just killed. She sounded disappointed in herself, like a small child who had written on the wall in crayon, then realized there would be a bad consequence. "Kate!" Quinn's bellow sounded above. Angie seemed not to hear the shouts or the thunder of big male feet. She pressed the blade of the knife lengthwise against the shadow of a vein in her wrist. "Kate!" She tried to shout in the basement, but her voice seized up so she barely heard herself. The flames caught hold of a box of clothes, destined oddly enough for the Phoenix, and leapt with enthusiasm, far too near the table. Kate jerked at her bindings, succeeding only in pulling them even tighter around her wrists and ankles. She was losing the feeling in her hands. She tried to clear her throat to speak. Smoke rolled thick and black from the boxes. "Angie, help me. Help me and I'll help you. How's that for a deal?" The girl stared at the knife. The smoke detector at the top of the stairs finally blew, and the thunder of feet homed in on it. Angie pressed the blade a little harder against her wrist. Tiny beads of blood surfaced like little jewels in a bracelet. "No, Angie, please," Kate whispered, knowing the girl couldn't have heard her if she'd shouted. Angie looked at her square in the face, and for the first time since Kate had met her, she looked like exactly what she was. A child. A child no one had ever wanted, had ever loved. "I hurt," she said. "Call the fire department," Quinn shouted at the head of the stairs. "Kate!" Her voice cracked and she began to cough. The smoke rolled along the ceiling toward the stairwell and the new source of fresh air. "Kate!" Quinn led the way down the stairs with a .38 Kovac had lent him, his fear obliterating all known rules of procedure. As he dropped below the cloud of smoke, his focus was instantly on Kate, bound hand and foot on a table, her sweater cut open, blood pooling on her skin. And then his attention went to the girl beside the table. Angie DeMarco with a butcher knife in her hands. "Angie, drop the knife!" he shouted. The girl looked up at him, the light in her eyes fading away. "Nobody loves me," she said, and in one quick, violent motion slashed her wrist to the bone. "No!" Kate screamed. "Jesus!" Quinn charged across the room, leading with the gun. Angie dropped to her knees as the blood gushed from her arm. The knife fell to the floor. Quinn kicked it aside and dropped to his knees, grabbing the girl's arm with a grip like a C-clamp. Blood pumped between his fingers. Angie sagged against him. Kate watched with horror, not even acknowledging Kovac as he cut her loose. She rolled off the table onto feet she could no longer feel and fell in a heap. She had to scramble to Angie on her knees. Her hands were as useless as clubs, swollen and purple, and she couldn't make her fingers move. Still, she wrapped her arms around the girl. "We have to get out of here!" Quinn shouted. The fire had begun licking its way up the steps. A uniformed officer fought it down with an extinguisher, but even as he cleared the stairs, the flames were working their way across the basement, following the trail of lighter fluid, pouncing on everything edible in its path. Quinn and a uniform took Angie up the basement steps and out the back door. Sirens were screaming out on the street a couple of blocks away yet. He passed the girl off to the uniform and ran back to the house as Kovac came with Kate leaning heavily against him, both of them coughing as thick black smoke rolled up behind them, acrid with the smell of chemicals. "Kate!" She fell against him, and he scooped her up in his arms. "I'm going back for Marshall," Kovac shouted above the roar. The fire had come up through the floor and found the river of gasoline Rob had poured through the house. "He's dead!" Kate yelled, but Kovac was gone. "Sam!" One of the uniforms charged in after him. The sirens blasted out front, fire trucks bulling their way down the narrow street. Quinn negotiated the back steps with Kate in his arms and hustled down the side of the house to the front yard and the boulevard. He lowered her into the back seat of Kovac's car, just as an explosion sounded from the bowels of the house
and windows on the first floor shattered. Kovac and the uniform staggered away from the back corner of the house and fell to their hands and knees in the snow. Firemen and paramedics rushed toward them and toward the house. "Are you all right?" Quinn asked, staring into Kate's eyes, his fingers digging into her shoulders. Kate looked up at her house, flames visible now through the windows of the first floor. Behind Kovac's car, Angie was being loaded into an ambulance. The fear, the panic she had fought to keep at bay during the ordeal, hit her belatedly in a pounding wave. She turned back to Quinn, shaking. "No," she whispered as the flood of tears came. And he folded her into his arms and held her. Chapter 39.
"I never liked him,"
Yvonne Vetter said to the uniformed officer who stood guard outside Rob Marshall's garage door. She was huddled into a lumpy wool coat that made her look misshapen. Her round, sour face squinted up at him from beneath an incongruously jaunty red beret.
"I called your hotline several times. I believe he cannibalized my Bitsy."
"Your what, ma'am?"
"My Bitsy. My sweet little dog."
"Wouldn't that be animalized?" Tippin speculated. Liska cuffed him one on the arm. The task force would get the first look around Rob's chamber of horrors before the collection of evidence began. The videographer followed right behind them. Even as they entered the house, the news crews were pulling up to the curbs on both sides of the street. It was a nice house on a quiet street in a quiet neighborhood. An extra-large, tree-studded lot near one of the most popular lakes in the cities. A beautifully finished basement. Realtors would have been drooling over the opportunity to sell it if not for the fact Rob Marshall had tortured and murdered at least 4 women there. They started in the basement, wandering through a media room equipped with several televisions, VCRs, stereo equipment, a bookcase lined with video and audio tapes. Tippin turned to the videographer.
"Don't shoot the stereo equipment yet. I really need a new tuner and tape deck."
The videographer immediately turned the camera on the recording equipment. Tippin rolled his eyes.
"It was a joke. You techno-geeks have no sense of humor."
The camera guy turned his lens on Tippin's ass as he walked away. A headless mannequin stood in one corner of the room, decked out in a skimpy, see-through black lace bra and a purple spandex miniskirt.
"Hey, Tinks, you could pick up some new outfits,"
Tippin called, eyeballing a sticky-looking residue on the shoulders of the mannequin. Possibly blood mixed with some other, clearer fluid. Liska continued down the hall, checking out a utility room, moving on. Her boys would have loved this house. They talked endlessly about getting a house like their friend Mark had, with a cool rec room in the basement, where they could escape Mom's scrutiny, with a pool table and a big-screen TV. There was a pool table here in the room at the end of the hall. It was draped with blood-stained white plastic, and there was a body on it. The smell of blood, urine, and excrement hung thick in the air. The stench of violent death.
"Tippin!"
Liska hollered, bolting for the table. Michelle Fine lay twisted at an odd angle on her back, staring up at the light glaring in her face. She didn't blink. Her eyes had the flat look of a corpse's. Her mouth hung open, drool crusted white in a trail down her chin. Her lips moved ever so slightly. Liska bent close, laying 2 fingers on the side of Fine's neck to feel for a pulse, unable to detect one.
"Help me. Help me."
fragments of words on the thinnest of breaths. Tippin jogged in and stopped cold.
Shit!
Get an ambulance, Liska ordered.
She may just live to tell the tale.
Chapter 40.
I didn't want to help,
Angie said softly. It didn't sound like her voice. The thought drifted through her drug-fogged brain on a cloud. It sounded like the voice of the little girl inside her, the one she always tried to hide, to protect. She stared at the bandage on her left arm, the desire to pull it off and make the wound bleed lurking at the dark edge of her mind.
I didn't want to do what he said.
She waited for the voice to sneer at her, but it was strangely silent. She waited for the zone to zoom up on her, but the drugs held it off. She sat at a table in a room that wasn't supposed to look like part of a hospital. The blueprint gown she wore had short sleeves and exposed her thin, scarred arms for all to see. She looked at the scars, one beside another and another, like bars in a prison cell door. Marks she had carved into her own flesh. Marks life had carved into her soul. A constant reminder so she could never forget exactly who and what she was.
Was Rob Marshall the one who took you to the park that night, Angie?
Kate asked quietly. She sat at the table, too, beside Angie with her chair turned so that she was facing the girl.
Was he the John you told me about?
Angie nodded, still looking down at the scars.
His great plan,
she murmured. She wished the drugs would fog the memories, but the pictures were clear in her head, like watching them on television. Sitting in the truck, knowing the dead woman's body was in the back, knowing that the man at the wheel had killed her, knowing Michelle had been a part of that too. She could see them stabbing her over and over, could see the sexual excitement in them growing with every thrust of the knives. Michelle had given her to him afterward, and he had taken her again that night in the park, excited because of the dead woman in the back and because of his great plan.
I was supposed to describe someone else.
As the killer? Kate asked.
Someone he made up. All these details. He made me repeat them over and over and over.
Angie picked at a loose thread on the edge of her bandage, wishing blood would seep up through the layers of white gauze. The sight would comfort her, make her feel less terrible about sitting beside Kate. She couldn't look her in the face after all that had happened.
I hate him.
Present tense, Kate thought, as if she didn't know he was dead, that she had killed him. Maybe she didn't. Maybe her mind would allow her that one consolation.
I hate him too,
Kate said softly. Facts about Rob and the Finlow sisters were coming out of Wisconsin and piecing together into a terrible, sordid story America received new episodes of every night on the news. The lurid quality of lover-killers and the fall of a billionaire made for juicy ratings bait. Michelle Finlow, who had lingered for 10 hours after being found in Rob's basement, had filled in some of the blanks herself. And Angie would supply what fragments her mind would allow. Daughters of 2 different men and a mother with a history of drug abuse and assorted domestic misery, Michelle and Angie had been in and out of the child welfare system, never finding the care they needed. Children falling through the cracks of a system that was poor at best. Both girls had juvenile records, Michelle's being longer and more inclined to violent behavior. Kate had read the news accounts of the fire that had killed the mother and stepfather. The general consensus of the investigators on the case was that one or both of the girls had started it, but there hadn't been enough evidence to take to court. One witness had recalled seeing Michelle calmly standing in the yard while the house burned, listening to the screams of the two people trapped inside. She had, in fact, been standing too near a window and was burned when the window exploded and the fire rolled outside to consume fresh oxygen. The case had brought Rob Marshall into their lives via the court system, and Rob had brought the girls to Minneapolis. Love, or so Michelle had called it, though it was doubtful she had any real grasp of the meaning of the word. A man in love didn't leave his partner to die a horrible death alone in a basement while he skipped the country, which was exactly what Rob would have done. Peter Bondurant's bullet had struck Michelle in the back, severing her spinal cord. Rob, who had been watching from a distance, had waited for Bondurant to leave, then picked her up and took her back to his home. Any gunshot wound brought into an ER had to be reported to the police. He hadn't been willing to risk that, not even to save the life of this woman who allegedly loved him. He'd left her there on the table, where they had played out their sick, sadistic fantasies, where they had killed 4 women, left her paralyzed, bleeding, in shock, dying. He hadn't even bothered to cover with a blanket. The payoff money had been recovered from Rob's car. According to Michelle, Rob had fixated on Jillian out of jealousy, but Michelle had put him off. Then, on that fateful Friday night, Jillian had called from a payphone after the battery in her cell phone had gone dead. She wanted to talk about the fight she'd had with her father. She needed the support of a friend. Her friend had delivered her to Rob Marshall.
Michelle loves him,
Angie said, picking at the bandage. A frown curved her mouth and she added,
more than me.
But Michelle was all she had, her only family, her surrogate mother. And so she had done whatever Michelle had asked. Kate wondered what would happen in Angie's mind when she was finally told Michelle was dead, that she was alone, the one thing she feared the most. There was a soft rap at the door, signifying Kate's allotted time as a visitor was up. When she left, she would be grilled by the people sitting on the other side of the observation window. Sabin, Lieutenant Fowler, Gary Urick, and Kovac, back in good graces after scoring news time as a hero at Kate's fire. A photo of him and Quinn carrying her out the back door of her house had graced the cover of both papers in the cities and made Newsweek. They believed she was here at their request. But she hadn't asked their questions or pressed for the answers. She hadn't come to this locked psychiatric ward to exploit Angie Finlow. She hadn't come as an advocate to see a client. She had come to see someone she had shared an ordeal with. Someone whose life would be forever tied to hers in a way no one else's ever would be. She reached along the tabletop and touched Angie's hand, trying to keep her in the present, in the moment. Her own hands were still discolored and puffy, the ligature marks on her wrists covered by her own pristine white bandages. 3 days had passed since the incident in her house.
You're not alone, kiddo,
Kate whispered softly.
You can't just save my life and breeze out of it again. I'll be keeping my eye on you. Here's a little reminder of that.
With the skill of a magician, she slipped the thing from her hand to Angie's. The tiny pottery angel Angie had stolen from her desk, then left behind at the Phoenix. Angie stared at the statue, a guardian angel in a world where such things did not truly exist, or so she had always believed. The need to believe now was so strong it terrified her, and she retreated to the shadowed side of her mind to escape the fear. Better to believe in nothing than wait for the inevitable disappointment to drop like an axe. She closed her hand around the statue and held it like a secret. She closed her eyes and shut her mind down, not even aware of the tears that slipped down her cheeks. Kate blinked back tears of her own as she rose slowly and carefully. She stroked a hand over Angie's hair, bent, and pressed the softest of kisses to the top of her head. "I'll be back," she whispered, then gathered her crutches and hobbled toward the door, muttering to herself, "Guess maybe I'll have to stop saying I don't do kids after all." The idea came with a wave of emotions she simply didn't have the strength to deal with today. Luckily, she would have a lot of tomorrows to work on them. As she went into the hall, the door to the observation room opened, and Sabin, Fowler, and Uric spilled out, looking frustrated. Kovac followed with a look-at-these-clowns smirk. At the same time, a short, handsome, Italian-looking man in a $3,500 charcoal suit steamed down the hall toward them with Lucas Brandt and a scowl. "Have you been speaking with the girl without her counsel present?" he demanded. Kate gave him the deep-freeze stare. "You can't proceed with this until her competency has been determined," Brandt said to Sabin. "Don't tell me my job." Sabin's shoulders hunched as if he might bring his fists up. "What are you doing here, Costello?" "I'm here to represent Angie Finlow at the request of Peter Bondurant." Anthony Costello, sleazeball to the rich and famous. Kate almost laughed. Just when she thought nothing could amaze her. Peter Bondurant paying for Angie's legal counsel. Retribution for shooting her sister in the back? Good PR for a man who would stand to face charges of his own? Or maybe he simply wanted to make up for the mess his daughter's life had become by helping Angie out of the mess her life had always been. Karma. "Anything she told you is privileged," Costello barked at her. "I'm just here to see a friend," Kate said, hobbling away to let the men duke it out. A new act for the media circus. "Hey, Red." She turned and stopped as Kovac came toward her. He looked as if he'd fallen asleep at the beach. His face was the bright red of a bad sunburn. His eyebrows were a pair of pale hyphens, singed short. The requisite cop mustache was gone, leaving him looking naked and younger. "How do you like them apples?" he croaked, fighting off a coughing fit. The after-effects of smoke inhalation. "Curiouser and curiouser." "Quinn back yet?" "Tomorrow." He had gone back to Quantico for the wrap-up and to put in for his first holiday in 5 years, Thanksgiving. "So you're coming tonight?" Kate made a face. "I don't think so, Sam. I'm not feeling very social." "Kate," he said on a disapproving growl, "it's Turkey Wake. I'm the damn bishop, for Christ's sake. We've got a lot to celebrate." True, but a rousing, ribald roast of a rubber chicken with a mob of drunken cops and courthouse personnel didn't seem the way to go for her. After all that had happened, after the media she'd had to face in the last few days, interaction was the last thing she wanted. "I'll catch it on the news," she said. He heaved a sigh, giving up, sobering for the real reason he had broken away from the pack. "It's been a hell of a case. You held your own, Red." A hint of his usual wry grin canted his mouth. "You're okay for a civilian." Kate grinned at him. "Up yours, Kojak." Then she hobbled closer, leaned forward and kissed his cheek. "Thanks for saving my life." "Any time." A warm front had moved into Minnesota the day before, bringing sun and temperatures in the high 50s. The snow was nearly gone, re-exposing dead yellow lawns and leafless bushes and dirt. Ever conscious of the length of winter once it settled in with serious intent, the citizens of Minneapolis had emerged from early hibernation on bicycles and rollerblades. Small packs of power-walking old ladies trooped down Kate's block on the way to the lake, slowing to gawk at the blackened exterior of her home. Most of the damage had been contained to the basement and first floor. The house would be salvaged, repaired, restored, and she would try not to think too much about what had happened there every time she had to go to the basement. She would try not to stand at the washing machine and think of Rob Marshall lying dead and burned to a charred black lump on her floor. There were tougher jobs ahead than selecting new kitchen cabinets. Kate picked her way through the charred mess that had been the first floor. A buddy of Kovac's, who had done a lot of arson investigation, had gone through the structure for her, telling her where she could and couldn't go, what she should and shouldn't do. She wore the yellow hard hat he'd given her to protect herself from falling chunks of plaster. On one foot she wore a thick-soled hiking boot. Over the bandages on the other foot was a thick wool sock and a heavy-duty plastic garbage bag. She sorted through the debris with long-handled tongs for things worth keeping. The job depressed her beyond tears. Even with the timely arrival of the fire department, the explosion of paint and solvents in the basement had damaged much of the first floor. And what the fire hadn't ruined, the fire hoses had. The loss of ordinary possessions didn't bother her. She could buy another television. A sofa was a sofa. Her wardrobe was smoke-damaged, but insurance would buy her another. It was the loss of things richly steeped in memories that hurt. She'd grown up in this house. The thing that now looked like a pair of burned tree stumps had been her father's desk. She could remember crawling into the knee well during games of hide-and-seek with her sister. The rocking chair in the living room had belonged to her great-aunt. Photograph albums holding a lifetime's worth of memories had burned, melted, or been soaked, then frozen and thawed again. She picked up what was left of an album with pictures of Emily and started to page through, tears coming as she realized the photographs were mostly ruined. It was like losing her child all over again. She closed the book and held it to her chest, looking around through the blur at the devastation. Maybe this wasn't the day to do this job. Quinn had tried to talk her out of it on the phone. She had insisted she was strong enough, that she needed to do something positive. But she wasn't strong enough. Not in the way that she needed to be. She felt too raw, too tired, emotions too close to the surface. She felt as if she'd lost more than what the fire had taken. Her faith in her judgment had been shaken. The order of her world had been upended. She felt very strongly that she should have been able to prevent what had happened. The curse of the victim, second-guessing herself, hating her lack of control of the world around her. The test was whether a person could rise above it, push past it, grow beyond the experience. She carried the photo album outside and set it in a box on the back steps. The backyard was awash in yellow-orange light as the sun began its early exit from the day. The grainy light fell like mist on her winter-dead garden in the far corner of the yard, and a statue she had forgotten to put away for the season. A fairy sitting on a pedestal reading a book. With nothing but dead stems around it, it looked far too exposed and vulnerable. She had the strangest urge to pick it up and hold it like a child. Protect it. Another wave of emotion pushed tears up in her eyes as she thought again of Angie, looking so small and so young and so lost sitting in the too big hospital gown, her gaze on the tiny guardian angel statue in her hand. A car door slammed out front, and she peered around the corner of the house to see Quinn walking away from a cab. Instantly her heart lifted at the sight of him, at the way he looked, the way he moved, the frown on his face as he looked up at the house without realizing she was watching him. And just as instantly her nerves tightened a notch. They hadn't seen much of each other in the days since the fire. The wrap-up of the case had taken much of Quinn's time. He'd been in demand by the media, as they had insisted on rehashing, analyzing, and reanalyzing every aspect of it. And then the official summons back to Quantico, where he had several cases coming to a head at once. Even their phone conversations had been brief, and both of them had skated around the big issues of their relationship. The case had brought him to Minneapolis. The case had brought them together. The case was over. Now what? "I'm out back," Kate called. Quinn fixed his gaze on her as he came up the walk beside the house. She looked ridiculous and beautiful in a hard hat and a green canvas coat that was a bit too big for her. Beautiful, even battered and bruised and shaken from the inside out. He'd almost lost her. Again. Forever. The idea struck him with the force of a hammer to the solar plexus about every 5 minutes. He'd almost lost her, in part because he hadn't been able to see right in front of him the monster he was supposed to know as well as any man on earth. "Hey, pretty," he said. He dropped his bags on the ground, took her into his arms and kissed her, not in a sexual way, but in a way that gave them both comfort. The hard hat tipped back on her head and fell off, letting her hair cascade down her back. "How's it going?" "It sucks. I hate it," she said plainly, Kate style. "I liked my house. I liked my stuff. I had to start over once. I don't want to have to do it again. But life says tough bounce, and what are my options? Take it on the chin and keep marching." She gave a shrug and broke eye contact. "Better than the deal Angie got. Or Melanie Hessler." Quinn took her stubborn chin in his hand and turned her face back to his. "Are you beating yourself up, Catherine Elizabeth?" She nodded and let him wipe the tears from her cheeks with his thumbs. "So am I," he confessed and found a wry smile. "We're a pair. Think how great the world would be if you and I really did control it." "We do a better job of it than whoever has the job now," she promised, then shivered. "Or I'd blow it and people I cared about would get hurt." "Well, here's an ugly rumor I heard today. We're only human. Mistakes come with the territory." Kate knitted her brow. "Human?" She took his hand and led him to the old weathered cedar garden bench. "You and I? Who told you that? Let me go melt their brain with death rays." They sat, and his arm automatically went around her shoulders, just as her head automatically found his shoulder. "Hey, you're early," she said. "Well, I didn't want to miss Turkey Wake," he said, deadpan. "Happy to see me?" "Not after that answer." He laughed and brushed a kiss against her temple. They sat in silence for another few minutes, staring at the blackened back door of the house where Quinn and Kovac had carried her out. "I came back here and built this very specific life," Kate said softly, "thinking if I did it that way I could have control of it and bad things wouldn't happen. How's that for naive?" Quinn shrugged. "I thought if I could grab my world by the balls, I could ride all the demons out of it." But it doesn't work that way. There's always another demon. I can't count them all anymore. I can't keep them straight. Hell, I can't even see them right in front of me. Kate could hear the hint of desperation underlying the toughness, and knew his faith in his abilities had been shaken too. The mighty Quinn, always right, always sure, moving forward like an arrow. She had always loved his unfailing strength, had always admired his bullheadedness. She loved him as much for his vulnerability. No one saw this coming, John. I hated the guy from the day he took the job, and not even I suspected this. We see what we expect to see. Scary considering what can lie beneath the surface. She stared at the garden, dead and brown, surreal in the fading light. Imagine the most horrific, repulsive cruelty one human being can commit against another. Someone's out there doing it right now. I don't know how you stand it anymore, John. I don't, he admitted. You know how it is when you first come on the job? Everything gets to you. You have to toughen up. You have to get that emotional armor on. Then you reach a point when you've seen so much, nothing gets to you, and you start to wonder about your humanity. Stay at it long enough, the armor starts to corrode, the evil starts to eat through it, and you're back where you started, only you're older and tired, and you know you can't slay all the dragons no matter how hard you try. And then what? Kate asked quietly. And then you either step aside, or you eat your gun, or you drop in your tracks like Vince Walsh. On the surface, that choice would seem like a no-brainer. Not when the job is all you've got. When you bury yourself in it because you're too afraid to go and get the life you really want. Portrait of me for the last 5 years, he said. No more. As of today, I am officially on leave. Time to drain the strain, get my head screwed on straight. Decide what you want, Kate offered to the list. I know what I want, he said simply. He turned to her on the bench and took her hands in his. I need something good in my life, Kate. I need something beautiful and warm. I need you. I need us. What do you need? Kate looked at him, her destroyed home in her peripheral vision, and thought, of all things, of the phoenix rising from the ashes. The events that had brought them to this place in this time may have been devastating, but here was their chance for a new beginning, together. For the first time in 5 years, she felt a sense of warm, sweet peace in place of the hard, aching emptiness she'd grown almost numb to. She had spent the years without him, merely existing. It was time to live. After all the death, literal and metaphorical, it was time for both of them to live. I need your arms around me, John Quinn, she said, smiling softly. Every day and every night of my life. Quinn let out a pent-up breath, a grin splitting his handsome face. Took you long enough to answer. He took her into his arms carefully, mindful of her wounds, and held her close. He imagined he could feel her heart beat even through the heavy canvas of her coat. You've got my heart, Kate Conlon, he said, burying his cold nose in the thick silk of her hair. You've had it all this time. I lived too long without it. Kate smiled against his chest, knowing this was home, his embrace, his love. Well, tough John Quinn, she said, gazing up at him in the last light of sunset.
I'm not giving it back.
We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of Ashes to Ashes by Tami Hoag, performed by David Colaci, directed by Jim Bond, engineered by Jeff Colnott. Performance copyright 2014 by Brilliance Audio, all rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance Audio titles, please call the following toll-free number, 1-800-222-3225, or visit our website at www.brillianceaudio.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, P.O. Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan, 49417.